yourself. Ooh. You ain't gotta front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. La 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 la. La 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 la. I don't care how much money you make. Don't care about the chicks you date. Don't care about the fights you've been. I don't care, we all get women. We all been in situations we had to be tough. Nigga, we all got nuts. You niggas front too much. Oh, bragging, boasting. Real niggas know silence golden. Keep things in motion. Get money on the low and be cool. You niggas move with too much shit to prove. Ooh, trust that energy felt. You ain't gotta front, nigga, be yourself. You ain't gotta front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. You ain't gotta front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. La 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 la. La 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 la. I'm just coolin', bottle of brown, watching what y'all niggas doin'. It's way too much. Real recognize real. You on that type of shit we don't feel. Just be chill, get your bills, stay out the way and build. Grown man shit. You ain't gotta front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. You ain't gotta front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. La 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 la. La 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 la. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Chick, ooh, my spiritual chick is always tight, incense lit. Bring the crystals, I'll bring the pipe. Do yoga on my shit all night, all night. Ooh, Phantom of the Opera. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra.
I was a young kid growing up, looking in the mirror, dreaming about blowing on. Rock, sick, buddy, chewing the honey, not autographs or whatever the people want from me. Just funny, when possible dream manifest in the games that become a legit. Nevertheless, something goes from the dust, though, but you don't know. Got the blood, sweat, and tears, losing some of your peers, losing some of yourself through the years past. Go by, hopefully it don't manifest later on in life. Egomaniac, in the brainiac, don't know how to act. Just think, 48 tracks. Jack the back, sign the deal, think he's gonna make a meal, but never will. Billy crosses over steel. Still in your head with fantasies, double D's, just the sacrifice it takes to make the dream. Wanna be a rock superstar in the biz. Take shit from people who don't know what it is. Not what you
It's showtime. It's showtime. Roll it. Roll it. It's showtime. Let's go. Let's go. It's showtime. Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. It's showtime. No money required to enter. I'm not doing this for money. I'm not begging for shekels on YouTube. Real men don't beg for shekels on YouTube. It's good to see you, Salty Siren. And Isabel is new here. Not that many are tuned in so far, but I thought I'd kick off the show anyway without that many people. Not many people are tuned in.
Why I was changing.
Look who's
Admittedly,
live.
I'd given up. It was another way of giving up when I checked into detox because
Look
I
who's
couldn't
live.
stand living anymore. It was so miserable, and I didn't have the courage to end myself, not with a child. So that wasn't an option for me. It all comes back to the messages taught by Jesus, the true messages of the scripture. If you want to heal, you must confess. You must admit your weakness. And where your confusion is, it's up to you to find resolve. It's up to you to find everything. I'm excited, and
Sweet Jesus. Jack
brothers
and
and sisters.
Jack
Wait,
and Jesus.
what was this? I wasn't throwing it in.
Jack
You
and
weren't.
Jesus.
Don't deny it if it wasn't yours, my friend.
Jesus towers over Jack. God damn. Look at this.
Right? Hey, thank you to you, and praise God sincerely. That's where all credit goes with me. You didn't have any. No, I had no booze, no drinks with Flow State. I don't think Flow drinks either, does he? I don't really pay attention, to be honest. Yeah, happy Monday to us all. I'm gonna drop the link in a little bit, but part of my delays here today is, well, old Jack is kind of stepping outside of his comfort zone and trying to change his.
So do people gravitate to shit? Well, they have 41 watching right now in 8 minutes. People are right on top of it. But these people over there have no lives. They have nothing to do any time of the day. Our poll will be there. They have nothing to do. Nothing to do.
His ideas, and I've been
Is Jack really sober if he smokes weed every day? I don't know.
exploring technology a little bit. So I made a couple of pages
Is that really a sober state? I don't know.
Pages of notes, and then I fed them into AI, and to be honest, the slideshow was just created, and I didn't even really look at it. So let's see what Jack is bringing forth today. Now, keep in mind,
I'm going to jump over here just for a moment. I want to see what this Zatoichi douchebag with 505 subs, he banned me for a year. He took money, he took a bribe to ban me. I wonder what's going on over there.
Just believe. I mean, I've seen that weird craft, and I know goddamn well that nobody was monitoring that, or like there was no air traffic control on that thing because it was 500 feet above the ground. Like that's ridiculously low. So I know what I saw.
Yeah, it was a hot air weather balloon. Yeah.
Bullshit. It was made out of metal, dude. It was made out of. It looked like it was made out of steel or something. Shiny, burnished steel.
It was a college experiment. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Anti-gravity experiment.
Yeah.
So how are you?
Cool. Just chilling. My bell's starting to get hot.
Yeah, no kidding, man.
Okay,
And
that's on the monetizing.
yeah, thank you, man. I couldn't believe it. I knew I was getting close to 3,000 watch hours, but then I needed 4 subs, and I went to Tonics, and immediately I got like 9 subs or something. So
Hell yeah.
they hooked me up, and then I just applied for it yesterday, and I'm just waiting.
Well, that's what matters. His channel's monetized. People don't realize I don't make money doing this. I don't subject you to ads. I don't monetize my channels. I could if I wanted to, but I don't need the money. These people do it for the money. It's the only reason they run YouTube channels. They want that money. They want that money.
And to get approved.
How long does that take?
Tonic said about a week.
Oh, okay. Well,
So I can wait.
see why they wouldn't accept it,
I don't even know all the rules yet, so I'm gonna be like fucked up because I don't know what you can and can't say anymore,
Well,
Like hippie, wandering hippie, wandering.
The idiot on his panel there, 0151, is the guy that paid. He says $200 to ban me from the channel for a year.
Hippie.
sure.
He got struck for just talking about medical shit.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, unless you put it up for educational purposes, like there's like a whole list of bullshit that you have to do.
Yeah.
It's like, what is it? Like the first couple minutes, no swearing.
Really?
The TOS keeps changing around. So like when you watch other people's videos, they blank out like death, kill, grape, like all that's basically muted.
This guy has a real lisp. All that's basically muted. Lispy 0.
That's
Yes,
not familiar.
All right, who's Black Jesus?
Not me.
Black Jesus? I have no idea.
You already know.
Anybody know Black Jesus? Because I
No.
gotta.
Do you know how to verify them?
Yeah.
The shade show.
All right, looks legit, so we'll see.
Oh, it looks
Nah.
Make
like
him say something.
Hello, Black Jesus.
Yo, what's up, my niggas? What's up? What's up,
that's
my
King
niggas?
Steven.
All right.
What's up, my
Fuck
niggas?
up,
King
you
Steven.
fucking bitch.
goodbye.
Yeah, that's King Steven.
If
I
was
could have
monetized,
fucking told you that.
I know.
You should have already known that.
I know.
Well,
I
so
figured.
much, so much.
'Cause
I got him again. I got him again. I got that.
Because I don't
bitch
have any
again.
other fucking. I don't.
Oh,
What's
that's
up, my
King
niggas?
Stephen.
All right.
Shut
What's
the
up?
fuck
That's King
up, you
Stephen.
fucking bitch.
Goodbye.
Hello, hello, Black Jesus.
Yo, what's up, my niggas? What's up?
Oh,
What's
that's
up,
King
my
Stephen.
niggas?
All right.
Shut
What's
the
up?
fuck
That's King
up, you
Stephen.
fucking bitch.
Goodbye.
Yeah, that's
There
King
doesn't-
Stephen.
If I
I
was
could have
monetized,
fucking
I'd
told
be-
you that.
I know.
You should have already known that.
I know.
Well,
I
so
figured.
much. So much.
Because I don't have any other fucking. I don't have like strange guests. It's always the same people. You know.
Why do you gotta? Why do you? I mean, why does you gotta come on and using the N word? I don't get it.
I think he downvotes
Because
all
he's
of my videos too.
Fucking bitch. That's why.
Because he's just stupid.
How do I get?
Stupid head. You just a stupid.
Massachusetts
Well,
courts are
you
slow as fuck.
know.
Yeah.
He projects every
Oh, am I stupid? You fucking banned me. You took money to ban me. I don't forget. I don't forgive. I don't forgive. I don't forget. You're the bitches. You're the weak ass bitches. You made me an enemy, bitches.
Who's Black Jesus?
Not me.
Black Jesus? I have no idea.
You already know.
Anybody know Black Jesus? Because I
No.
gotta.
Do you know how to verify them?
Yeah.
The shite show.
All right. Looks legit. So we'll see.
Well, it looks
Nah.
Make
like
him say something.
Hello, hello, Black Jesus.
Yo, what's up, my niggas? What's up?
Oh,
What's
that's
up, my
King
niggas?
All right.
Shut
What's
the
up?
fuck
That's King
up, you
Stephen.
fucking bitch.
goodbye.
Yeah, that's
There
King
doesn't-
Stephen.
If I
I
was
could have
monetized,
fucking
I'd
told
be-
you that.
I
got
know.
it.
You should have already known that.
I know.
Well,
I
so
figured.
much. So much.
Because I don't have any other fucking. I don't have like strange guests. It's always the same people. You know.
Why do you gotta? Why do you? I mean, why does you gotta come on and using the N word? I don't get it.
I think he downvotes
Because
all
he's-
of my videos too.
Fucking bitch. That's why.
Because he's just stupid.
How do I get?
Stupid head. You just a stupid.
Massachusetts
Well,
courts are
you
slow as fuck.
know.
Yeah.
He projects everyone as demons and cockroaches.
Hell yeah, you
Well,
damn
they
right.
project what they are.
Oh shit. I mean,
Man.
There's a new overlay.
Hi, Black Rose.
You like
Ah,
my-
That
who is that?
fuck.
Richard Kind. He's a comedian. He was
Oh.
on Seinfeld. He does things with John Mulaney.
I don't.
acid. You
Yeah,
can't.
it wasn't the
Yeah,
acid.
Mm.
You
I
tell
agree.
him.
I agree.
Hey, Jamie, what's up, bud?
God. Yuck.
I mean, I haven't had him for a very long time. If I
Hi,
had,
Jamie.
Steven's a fag. King Steven's a fag.
Mm.
you
I
tell
agree.
him.
I agree.
Hey, Jamie, what's up, buddy?
No, actually, Jamie, you're the fag. You're part of LGBT, and you banned me from your channel. You guys are wimps. You're cowards. You're leftists. You're afraid of free speech. You're losers. You're spineless losers. You're losers.
He's an idiot.
And Leslie, go fuck yourself. How's everybody else doing?
Don't start, Jamie. She's coming back. Don't start, man.
Oh.
Don't start, Jamie, the way they talk. Don't start, Jamie. They're all low IQ. They're in the double-digit low IQers club, the cockroach club, the cucarachas club, the creepy creatures club. Triple C, creepy creatures club.
These are supposed to be based on my ideas, and I've got my notes anyway. So let's see. Oh, this was a question too. I meant to ask this yesterday because yesterday was the first time I kind of tried this again. I'm curious what you guys think, because I think the stuff I'm sharing, I try to share stuff I think is helpful or is useful.
What's this shit? What's this shit?
Body changes. You can feel. Did I?
I don't think he's posted the link, has he?
No, I started at the end. Celebrating progress. Sorry. Victory stories. That's what I want to share today. let's have some fun, and I'm willing to invite, and I'll shut up, especially if people want to brag a little bit, share their where they were, where they are now today, and what changed. You know, the past, the present, the stories and the lessons of the change. I'm going to open it up, and we'll see where this goes. Celebrating progress, purpose, and what we just can't know
Is he going to open it up? I don't see a link yet.
is the benefits of what can emerge when we step into greater.
What's that, Jack?
I'm still finding out what that means for me. I encourage you, try it out for yourself. Find out what it means for you to step into greater.
Jack must have had some bean tacos with lentils and beans or something. He's real gassy today, aren't you, Jack?
As you and greater for you. And see what you can leave behind and see what you can capture by stepping out for you.
Excuse yourself, Jack. Come on.
Okay, that's where it's.
Jack, come on. Have some manners. Come on. Don't just sit there farting away.
Celebrate. The journey that's the same thing, isn't it? Yeah. From darkness to clarity, my sobriety date since May 19th, 2016. I kind of shared a little bit of that. That was the day where I woke up in detox. The moment of realization, there was so many signs that I needed to change. There was so many signs of that. Well, I didn't know what to do. But even when I started my path of recovery, even when I started detox and was going to the meetings, I was still living a life that was pretty similar to the old one. I was still depressed. I was still miserable. I hadn't cured my thinking. That took me quite a while. But I've paid attention, brothers and sisters. I paid attention to what happened within me, my mind, and the things that I found, and that helped, because that was my goal. When I started feeling stronger in my recovery as an alcoholic, when God allowed me that spiritual phenomenon and that day of change I experienced, I asked the question of the universe, what happened? How do I understand what happened with me so that I can explain it and I can help others? That was my prayer. God has been so good to me. And I bet if you're honest with yourself, you can say the same thing. I just didn't realize it. I was out of my mind, man. I was out of my mind because I believed in the American way. And I let budgets and authority tell me what to do. Does that sound like you? You ever done that? Let budgets and authority make your decisions for you? So I found faith and commitment to helping others and to growing into a better man. The 12 steps of AA and the meetings, what those helped me do was help me find peace in community. Because I had the appearance of community, but I really didn't have people I felt I could go to. They didn't really pay attention or understand. But the way, the path to healing from our past.
Daisy, lazy Daisy, lazy Daisy, lazy Daisy. Look at this thing. Look at this big mama rolling down the road, smoking away.
Are we back?
Daisy was live for 44 seconds. Is she live again? She's live again.
Yeah, all the cattle are like hunched together.
Let me give her a thumbs
We
down.
we're under a tornado watch, but our shit dissipated last night before it hit us, or we would have got hit hard last night. But tonight we got the same shit.
Lazy Daisy.
Hello? Hey, I'm in
She's got 22 fools watching this stupid shit. You can imagine. They must love her voice or something.
Kansas, baby. That's just what we do. They ain't laying down. Well, I mean, yeah, you're right. But, well, no, it's good fishing also. If they're all laying down, it's good fishing. But they're huddling together.
What a terrible voice. Terrible voice. And terribly low class. Just terrible. What a peasant. What a low class pissant of a peasant that is.
Live with spiritual clarity. Your story matters. We're going to feel this out and see how good Jack can do as listening, I think. And you can drop your story in the chat, but feel free to click the link and join. Because, I don't know, man. I'm truly feeling blessed today. Another opportunity, though, is to keep this one short and just a value and shut it down. But that doesn't seem.
Testing. Hello.
We got our first guest. And we've got our first two guests. And what I'm going to ask for the guests today is let's be respectful with each other. We'll try to avoid some of the insults and name calling. And let's slow down, okay? So we can hear each other out and we can understand one another better. Welcome to Luma, Tommy and Steve.
And what I'm going to ask the host is let's respect our guests and hear them out. Yo, what up? What up, Pot? Hey, bring that nigga back up.
Backstage.
He was already.
Okay, just hold him. Go ahead and hold him for a second then. Jack, I'm gonna help you with a thing that I'm getting sick of you having no answer for, and then we're gonna walk it into a panel versus president suggestion that maybe all hosts might consider and take on. But before we do this, I want to let Crucible know I'm good on bullets. Just stick the marketing to "this is for my meth fund," Crucible. I have plenty of bullets, not enough meth. Run that shit. I haven't made $1 off of your stupid marketing campaign. Paul and Slave could make me more money than you.
Already.
Now, Jack, how did this... And don't listen to Margot, Jack. You came on here and I gave you credit for acknowledging there's a lot of people in this panelverse that would fake a Dominic Facebook and come at you. So how did it... Did you contact this Facebook or did it come to you?
Recently, it came to me.
And can you describe the first message or even quote it?
Yeah, it's the first message I received in several years.
Right. I mean, tell me what they said. This is how I'm going to help you narrow down if I even think it's him or not.
Here, it says, "Hey, I've been thinking about reaching out to you over the past couple of months. I would like for us to meet to talk sometime. I have plenty of questions and worries about reconnecting, but I hope we can remain cordial and converse with respect."
Is that all it says?
Yeah.
I would suggest you reply to it positively and without giving up things that you and your family know. throw some things out there that only Dom would understand or reply to that only Dom would know. Because there was a fake Watt Life that came in my chat one show. I was like, Watt Life, where's my 3 emojis, bro? You can come in here and not get throw me my 3 emojis. They didn't know what the fuck I was talking about.
Hello, Red
And Watt
Pill.
Life always throws me the same 3 emojis at the beginning. And I was surprised that somebody ripped off of Watt Life. So that was the last time I ever saw of them, and it was definitely a fake Watt Life. But they stayed there the whole show, oblivious. Every time I was like, dude, just drop me the emojis and we'll keep doing the thing. And they were like, question mark, huh? Blue? I'm like, yeah, fake Watt Life.
Okay. I did reply.
So the best thing,
I've heard nothing.
Huh? What's
I
that?
said I have replied and I've heard nothing. So now I wait.
Yeah, and I mean, he's got a family, Jack. He might be busy. He's probably got a job. But whenever I come once a day or once a show to check your progress that you've chewed us out for over 3 years, let me know whenever there's an update. What about DC? Any plans to go into DC?
Yes. Nothing has changed though.
I know that's kind of the problem. That's kind of why your numbers are starting to drop. Not to PR you, but yeah, you did a lot of talk, and now it's just off to the mumbo jumbo on the daily.
So far, the only confirmed plans I have is on the 6th, I believe. I've got it in my calendar. So yes, coming up.
Oh, I bet that calendar might open.
And I'm trying to find something sooner, though. Clearly, I have.
You're GD, you are.
Well, Tommy, here, you've been part of my thoughts because I'd love for us to be able to communicate better. I'd love for us.
Yeah, keep your finger off the back.
Well, I'm not. I think we're doing pretty well today. But here's what I recognize: the common problem. The common problem of people when we react, it's because we don't like whatever the world shows. We react and then we don't like, and then our life doesn't feel fun. We start losing joy when all the things we don't like. But
I think your problem is you're a grown-ass man thinking everything's got to be fun.
No, here we got another guest who I believe does understand me much more. Welcome, Machine Lives. Good to see you, my brother.
Detriment.
Good to see you again, Tommy. Where I was going with the idea of today, it was confirmed in a book audio book I was listening to. The reminder. Wherever you are,
Daddy con motherfucker.
Wherever you are is perfect from God's perspective because the universe is in order. It's within God's will.
You can be an entity bar. It's not perfect to God's perspective. You can be part of a pet.
This is why you don't understand me, Tommy, because you don't really listen for the points. You listen to create disagreements so that you can create your own points. You keep scoring victories against me in your mind, and it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. So, Stephen, you were put in the back because of you're here as a character again, clearly, not just your channel, but you're here to pretend, and you were interrupting. So, I'm preferring to have real conversations with real human beings. So if you can play along with that, that'd be wonderful.
Yo, call me Tupac, not Steven.
No.
Well, then fuck off.
All right. Have a good day.
Good choice.
I knew he was going to kick me off. Jack's a pussy. Jack is a pussy. He kicked me off, not only backstage, but he kicked me right off because he's a loser. He's a loser. He's a loser. He's a loser.
How are things with you, your channel? That's simple. Gosh. With real human beings. So if you can play her again clearly, not just your channel, but you're here to pretend and you were interrupting. So I'm preferring to have real conversations with real human beings. So if you can play along with that, that'd be wonderful.
Yo, call me Tupac, not Steven.
No.
Well, then fuck off.
All right. Have a good day.
Good choice.
That's simple. Gosh. Breathing into the peace and the presence. And here, it's easy to recognize the love that's present here and now. I feel it. I hope you do too, brother. It's good to see you again. How are things with you, your channel, your story? Anything exciting right now?
Oh, it's excellent. It's all splendor, and I'm amazed by what's happening. And definitely it's an exciting time to be aware of what's going on. For sure. But you calmly suggested that somebody come up and share their story about sobriety, yes. Journey to sobriety. Time to be aware of what's going on. For sure.
Why does he do that thing with his eyebrows? I might have to make that into a short. Watch this.
And definitely it's an exciting time to be aware of what's going on. For sure.
Weird.
But
weird.
But you calmly suggested that somebody come up and share their story about sobriety, yes. Journey to.
He doesn't want to hear any stories. He wants it to be all about him.
Sobriety. Oh yeah, I'm ready and willing to share such a journey.
Please do.
Definitely. Yeah. I think it was soon after I got divorced that I quit drinking. And the reason was because
and the reason was the big time. Oh, you got divorced. Wow.
Obviously,
your voice absolutely sucks. You're a toothpick. You're cross-eyed. You're a loser. Don't ever talk about me, machine lies. You're a loser. You're a loser.
There's a lot of issues with trying to study and trying to pray, while engaging in those type of activities all the time.
The big time.
So,
the big time. The big time.
Thought the night is for prayer. You shouldn't spend the night either drinking or sleeping because you got drunk during the day. So obviously, it was a part of a great realization, and that actually led me to compose some of the verses and when I started writing my book. So yeah, it led me on a great journey. I think because I spent the time I would otherwise spend drinking to go and read and pray. And
he sounds like a retard. This guy sounds like he's retarded. He sounds retarded. He's a loser.
And to do some multidisciplinary research, and also I went back to school. I started talking to Dr. David Skrbina about philosophy. I went to Athens, to study philosophy.
Listen to this idiot try to boast himself up. He's a sickening loser. He's a toothpick with cross eyes, and he's just a fucking weirdo.
And on that trip, I have to admit, I did do a lot of drugs on that particular trip.
Oh, I bet you did.
But then after that,
Yeah, you're a druggie. You're a druggie. You're a fucking loser. He's a loser. He's a loser. He's a loser. He's a loser. He's an absolute loser. Watch this chick here. She's another one.
I'm your West mother nightmare, bitch. A confident.
You're what? Look at the blonde hair here. Look at her wig. Look at this wig.
I'm your West mother nightmare, bitch. A confident black bitch. Here, look.
I'll tell you. Oh wow, you're bald
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
You're bald.
I got more hair than you.
Yo, she got a fade.
I can't f***ing stand you, a piece of shit. You a Sudanese monkey. Is that why you're angry?
I think you're the one that looks like.
Is that why you're angry? I don't give a fuck. So I'm a monkey and then what? What the fuck you gonna do about it? I'm a monkey. What the fuck you gonna do? You go on there. Now you do it.
Yo, this is content.
This nigga don't eat food. Nigga.
This is content.
Nigga, you need to eat.
Yo, how far?
Stop being so angry.
How far is the Bronx Zoo? No, I hate retards.
Okay, so you must hate yourself.
No, that would be you.
So Myron,
That would be you.
look at my titties. You like what are these black titties? Myron, why are you such a piece of shit?
Bro, I'm about to catch her up for just being next to her.
Okay, listen,
Oh,
Myron,
man.
why are you such a piece of shit?
Bro.
Tell me why you disrespect black women. Do you hate your mom that much? I heard you have a sister. Does your sister listen to your bullshit?
Well,
Who
here's
the
thing.
fuck comes on your
Here's the thing.
podcast?
She doesn't have her titties out like you do.
I don't give a fuck. They're gonna stay out because I
That's
don't
just
fucking like
disgusting.
you.
That's
I don't
just
fuck. No,
disgusting.
you're disgusting. Let's see how big your dick is. I think you have small dick energy. Tights are a little. The pants are a little tight. What the fuck are you wearing?
This
You
is
look like
disgusting.
shit.
What's this creature, bro?
Yo, I'm your worst motherfucking nightmare, bitch.
Oh, wow.
I'm your worst motherfucking nightmare, bitch. A confident black bitch. Here, look.
I'll tell you. Oh wow, you're bald
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
You're bald.
I got more hair than you.
Yo, she got a fade.
Yup, that's right,
got a
Myron.
fade, bro.
I can't fucking stand you, a piece of shit.
Oh wow.
Everything you do is a piece of shit. Your dick is small. Yeah, I don't want to suck it. Even if you had it out, I don't want to suck that shit. 10 million, I wouldn't fuck you, Myron. You're a piece of shit.
Well, you got.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. You African. Oh, you're Sudanese. Nigga, you hungry. That's why you angry. You hungry. That's why you angry.
You literally look
I'm
like an
African.
orangutan.
I'm angry. Like you, big nigga. You a nigga. Do you know what the fuck you look like? You're a fucking. Cause your fucking dick is ashy. Cause your dick is ashy. Cause your mama pussy
So you
lips
did suck my
ashy.
dick then.
Cause your
Which
mama
one is
pussy
it?
lips ashy.
Then which one is
Cause
it?
your mama pussy lips ashy. You a Sudanese monkey. Is that why you're angry?
I think you're the one that looks like.
Is
the
that
monkey.
why you're angry?
You're
I don't give a
crashing
fuck. I don't give a fuck. So I'm a monkey and then what? What the fuck you gonna do about it? I'm a monkey. What the fuck you gonna do?
That was a
You
good
go on
impression.
there. Now
That was a
you
good
do it.
impression.
You're hungry.
That was a good impression.
Myron, you're hungry.
That was a really good
He's
impression.
angry because he's hungry. Look at the hungry African. He's angry because he's hungry. He's Sudanese. They don't eat food.
Yo, this is content.
This nigga don't eat
This is
food.
content, actually.
Nigga,
This is content.
nigga, you need to
Hey,
eat.
Yo, how far?
Stop being
how
so
far-
angry.
How far is the Bronx Zoo?
Where's your ugly?
How far is the Bronx Zoo?
Where's your ugly black? Where's your ugly girlfriend?
You gotta put this monkey
How much?
back in the cage.
How much money? How
gotta
much?
put this monkey
How
back
you're
in the
coming
cage.
with me? You coming with me, nigga? You a taller monkey than me. You coming with me? You a taller monkey than me. Look at your tail. Look at this motherfucker's tail. Turn around and do a 360, ho. Do a 360, ho.
You're dressed like that.
Marion, yo, my hoe. Marion, my bitch right now. Do a 360, bitch.
You
Do
are
a
crazy.
360.
You are crazy.
Nigga, do a 360. You my bitch now.
Hey,
Turn around.
You know what?
You my bitch
Your
now.
hair, it looks
Do
like
a
a Brillo pad.
360.
Your hair looks like a
I don't
Brillo
give a fuck. Like your
What is
mama's
that?
pussy.
You got lice.
Like your mama.
you
That's
got
right,
lice, bro.
bitch.
You got
That's
hair
right,
for lice.
bitch. That's your lice now, nigga. It's your lice now, nigga. It's your lice now, nigga. You my bitch, Myron. Do a 360.
Hey guys, watch
You
out.
my bitch.
If you touch her, you might
Do
get
a
herpes.
360.
Be careful, guys.
You got the African AIDS of Sudanese.
I think she got rabies.
You Sudanese. You the one that got the AIDS.
No.
You the one that got the
honestly
AIDS.
look pretty sick.
Yeah, you got the AIDS, nigga. I'm a fat bitch. Where am I sick?
I can see that.
I'm healthy.
I can see that.
I'm healthy.
Too
I'm
healthy.
healthy.
Too healthy.
I'm a fat bitch.
Too healthy.
I'm the African monkey with AIDS.
You're
Yes,
confirming all
my
the
here.
stereotypes.
Here's my life. Maybe you'll get
confirming all the
smarter.
stereotypes.
You piece of shit, Myron. You are a piece of
Yeah.
fucking
She's confirming all-
human
she's confirming all the
garbage.
stereotypes.
I hate you. I hate your podcast. You trash. You are the literal formation of garbage. Human fucking. Look at the garbage, everyone. Look at the garbage. Always trying to put down a black woman. Look at the trash.
She's said
we
shit
need
about.
to-
She's
we
proving
need
the
to put you on
stereotypes
the
right.
spot. You're the piece of trash now, Myron. You're trash. You are garbage. It's good that garbage can laugh.
Yo, you can't
Get
make
his
this up.
cage. Get
Can't
this
make this up.
motherfucker's cage. Get your cage, nigga. Get in your cage, nigga. Get in your cage, African. Ooh. Get in your cage, bitch.
She's doing a monkey.
Get in your cage, bitch. You're a monkey too.
She's doing her natural
You know
move.
You know how stupid you fucking look on your podcast, making fun of black girls? Your mother's a black bitch. Your mama is a black bitch. How much you hate fucking black women?
Yo, you look like Ron Artest.
I don't give a fuck.
Like you
Here, look at the
literally-
titties
you look
again.
like Ron
Here, look at the titties again.
My eyes burn. My eyes burn.
Nigga.
My eyes burn. My eyes burn.
Turn around, Myron.
My eyes
You
burn.
my bitch now. Look at your ass. Look at his ass. Flat nigga ass. Fucking
You're making
bitch.
yourself look crazy.
Cannot stand you. You trash. You trash, Myron. You should have been aborted. You should have been aborted. Your mother did it. What's your birthday?
How many
Your
abortions
mother
have you
should have
had?
had abortion.
How many abortions have you had?
You're an abortion gone wrong.
How many
You're an
abortions have you
abortion
had?
gone wrong, Myron. You're an abortion gone wrong. Reverse the abortion.
This is legitimately common.
This is
Comedy.
why abortion should be. This is why abortion should be law. Because of this piece of shit right here. Abort our children.
Well, can't you kill babies
or
up to
they'll
like
end
8 months on her?
Myron.
And can't you kill
Abort
people?
our
Yeah.
children, or they'll end up like Myron.
Abortion's legal here.
Good.
Or you don't even know. You look
Good.
at
You need to be aborted. Aborted. Abortion gone wrong. Where's your mother? You hate your mother that much. All you want to do is beat up black women on your podcast.
I'll tell you this. I got more
Be a
black
piece
woman
of
jokes
shit.
now. Thank you.
You know what? He was like a nerd in high school. Maybe no black girl wanted to fuck him. Now he gets his lick backs on his failing podcast. You get your lick backs on your failing podcast, Myron? Because nobody wanted to fuck you in high school. He get his lick backs on his podcast because no black bitch wanted to fuck him.
Yeah, I don't like.
But you have it already. Full blown. Weren't you born with it? Weren't you born with it? Oh, disgusting. Myron should have been aborted. Abortion gone wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, abortion gone wrong. He's an abortion gone. Laugh at him.
It's legitimately entertainment.
White man, he's a joke. He's a joke. He's a piece of shit. And this one of your piece of shit followers. Piece of shit followers. Piece of shit followers. Piece of shit followers.
Thank you, man.
Look at this piece of shit followers. Selfie. Ain't nobody want you. I don't want you, nigga. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. He needs to be EDP.
Hey, man. Somebody's
got to be EDP.
got to make fun of these orangutans.
And like you not one. He's so stupid, nigga. You a nigga. You so fucking stupid. Look at the. You darker than me. You darker than me. Who the fuck is the monkey? You darker than me.
I don't think so.
You darker than me, nigga. You look so fucking stupid. Calling black women a monkey, you black as fuck, nigga. You from Sudan. What the fuck is worse than fucking Sudan?
This content, bro.
I'm Nigerian.
I'll tell you.
I'm Nigerian. Nigerian people don't even want to be.
It's actually kind of funny.
Nobody want to be fucking Sudanese. Fuck you, Myron.
This like literally proves out.
Fuck you, Myron. You a piece of shit. No African person wants to be Sudanese. I'm African. No African person wants to be Sudanese, nigga. You know that shit.
Why?
You live in your own fucking country.
Have you ever?
Arab people fucking taking over white people. Nobody want to be Sudanese. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you, nigga. What the fuck is that? Fuck this nigga. Fuck you. Lucky I want to slap him. I hate this motherfucker. Yeah, I know he's a piece of shit.
We need to get her some
He's a piece of
gas
shit.
tech.
He's a piece of shit. What? Venmo crackhead Barney. Venmo crackhead Barney because Myron is a piece of shit and abortion gone wrong. Fuck this nigga. Fuck this piece of shit. Fuck this piece of shit. Fuck this nigga. Fuck him. Is this the nigga that talk shit? He beat up black woman. He's such a loser. He beats up black woman. He beat up that black girl's podcast. And look at his asshole. What the fuck you shaking his hand? He's garbage. You want to be garbage like him? You want to be garbage like him? You want to be garbage like him? You want to be garbage? You want to be garbage like him?
Get the fuck out of my face.
I guess so. That means
Get the
yes.
fuck out of my
That means yes.
Get the fuck
That
out of
means
my
yes.
face. Get the fuck out of
That
my
means yes.
Get
That
the
means
fuck out of my
he's
face.
garbage.
No, he's not.
You want to be garbage
He's on my
too.
stick.
You want to be garbage too.
I say it again. My name's Gavin Lewis.
Fresh and fit.
I hit you up before.
Trash. Trash. I don't give a fuck.
Can I do this one more time with you?
He beats up black women on his podcast. He literally beats on black women, and you have these fucking black guys defending this piece of shit.
Can I get my interview with Myron real quick?
He's a piece of shit.
All right. We'll never be anybody on this podcast.
If you want to be a piece of shit like Myron, interview this piece of shit.
I've been watching this podcast for 5 years. Beat anybody.
If you want to be garbage, this is the way you go. Nobody want to be student in me. Fuck this nigga. Fuck this bum bitch. Fuck this bum bitch. Fuck this bum bitch. I don't think this shit will go viral. I don't give a fuck. Angry black nigga.
First of all, your motherfucking legs ashy in a motherfucker.
That's right, nigga.
Then you got the jump ball yelling to us all,
and
the
I
shit
still
don't
won't
even
fuck
matter.
you.
Yo, shit don't even matter.
What the fuck is this?
What are those? 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 What are those, bitch? Read it. Read it, bitch. Read it. You ugly bitch.
Like your mama. Like your mama, bitch. Look at this broke ass nigga. Look at this broke ass nigga.
Pull your keys out.
Look at this broke
Pull your
ass
keys
nigga.
out.
With
Pull your keys out.
With this
Pull your
fucking
keys out.
bullshit.
Pull your
With your
keys
broke
out.
ass
Pull your
nigga
keys
ass.
out.
I
Pull your
don't fuck
keys
about
out.
your keys.
Pull your keys
Pull to
out.
the shelter.
Pull your keys out.
To the shelter, nigga.
Keys to the
Go to your
shelter.
shelter.
I look
Your
like I live at the
curfew,
shelter.
nigga. Your
I look
curfew,
like I live at the
nigga.
shelter.
To your shelter.
I look like
Go
I
to
live
your
at the
shelter,
shelter.
nigga.
You look like
Go to
you
your
stay at the
shelter.
shelter. You're
Go to
fucking
your
dirt boy.
shelter.
Let me
With
guess.
your
You sell
ashy
pussy,
nigga
right?
lips.
You sell
Fuck outta
pussy.
here.
You gotta
Not
sell
to you,
pussy.
nigga.
You sell
With your
pussy.
stinky dick. With your stinky ass dick. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this broke ass piece of shit, nigga.
Look at
this broke
this
ass.
bitch.
That's right, nigga.
This bitch is a personification of dirt. We gonna start calling you Joe Dirt.
Piece of
Joe
shit.
Dirt.
Go get
Joe
aborted.
Dirt. Joe Dirt.
Abortion.
Joe Dirt. Joe
Abortion.
Dirt.
Go get
You
aborted.
dirty
Go
bitch.
get aborted.
You dirty
Your
bitch.
mother.
Look at this
Your
bitch
mother's a
fit.
bitch.
Look at this. My
Your
mama
mother's
beat
a
your
bitch.
ass, bitch.
Your mother's
My
a
mama
bitch.
beat your ass,
Your
bitch.
she should have
My
beat
mama
yours.
beat your
She
ass,
should have beat
bitch.
yours, nigga.
Keep talking
You need
dirty.
to get your ass
Keep
beat.
talking dirty.
You need to get your
I
ass
love this
beat.
static, you
You
dirty
need to get your
bitch.
ass beat.
You dirty bitch.
And what the
Who?
fuck? You're a dirty ass
Who?
nigga,
Who?
bitch.
Who?
You're a dirty ass
What
nigga,
happened?
bitch.
What's gonna happen?
Dirty ass nigga,
You gonna do
bitch.
what?
Fuck you.
You gonna do what?
Get the
Shut
fuck
the
out
fuck
of here.
up. You gonna do what? You gonna do what? Don't touch me.
I'm not
Don't touch me.
I'm not
Don't
trying
touch
to be
me.
aggressive.
Don't touch me.
I'm
Stop
not trying
walking
to be
towards me.
aggressive. You walk
Stop
the
walking
fuck
towards
away.
me.
Walk the fuck away.
Control me.
Walk the fuck away.
Control me.
I am walk the fuck
Control me.
away.
You see me, right?
Walk the fuck
Who the fuck
away.
you telling to walk away,
Walk the
bitch?
fuck away.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Who's dirty? Look at you. Look at you. Look at you. Who's gonna hit her? Stop telling me. See, that's what I don't like. You're sitting here telling me I'm gonna hit her. If I was gonna dump her ass, I would have dumped her. Get it out your mind. Get it out your mind. So she's talking shit, right? She's talking shit, right? This bitch is sitting here talking about my mother. She sat here and said everything she wanted to say. And I didn't disrespect you. I didn't disrespect. I don't have nothing with you.
No, I know
I don't
that.
have
But I
nothing
don't
with
have to
you.
worry about you, right?
You got to worry about her.
I am. But
All right. Because I ain't got nothing with you.
I know, but I understand.
You understand what I'm saying?
No, I understand. This dumb motherfucker. This dumb motherfucker.
We need to make sure we're good, man.
Because a lot
Man,
of
do I look like I beat women?
Yes, yes, yes. Everybody, look. Go around. Everybody is saying yes. Yes, yes.
Did I walk over and cuss this woman out?
Yes.
Did y'all hear me walk over and cuss this woman out? I heard.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you are welcome to Modi Speaks. So I just want to say this now. If you do not laugh during the course of this video, if you don't find yourself clutching your ribs while watching this video, then my dear, you are definitely going through a lot right now. You are definitely going through a tough period. I laughed so hard for the first time when I came across this video. Like, I haven't laughed this hard in a long time. This video deserves 1 million likes and 1 million views, and not because I said so, okay, but because I know so. This video should be seen by everyone, especially those ridiculous Black Americans who think that they are oppressed in America. They are so oppressed They need to travel down and relocate to Africa, relocate to Wakanda Nation, a land of milk and honey, a land where black people can go berserk without punishment, a land where there is no palm-colored colonizers and racists to oppress them and act out their so-called white supremacy. You see, so many of these brain-dead leftist black folks thinking that they are worse off in America. Their progress is being suppressed by a systematically racist country. They need their liberation and ethnic cleansing. Therefore, they leave America and relocate to an African country, the motherland. And then they come to these African countries with the mentality and the entitlement they are so used to in America, but by and by, their bubble shatters on arrival to Africa. They quickly realize that in Africa, you either behave yourself or you bear the consequences of your actions. No one is going to babysit you like the American government. No handouts, no preferential treatment, no immunity from punishment, and we also face our own problems head on. Well, let's take a look at this pro-black activist who could no longer deal with racist America, so she decided to move to perfect Africa, Ghana precisely, for a fulfilled life. Now that brings us to the segment which I captioned, "When Back to the Motherland Goes Horribly Left." A couple's journey from Wakanda dreams to Wi-Fi nightmares. Try not to laugh too much, okay? Now, it all started like a scene from a Netflix documentary. A black American couple, weary of systemic racism, packs their bags, dons a dashiki, and announces to Instagram, "I'm going home to Ghana, where I'll finally be free." The comments rolled in, "Yes, sis, yes, queen, yes, king. Decolonize your mind, decolonize your life, fancy melanin and freedom." Now, fast forward 6 months later, and now she's uploading a tearful vlog from under a mosquito net, whispering, "Yo, I missed Target." She expected Black Panther, but she got frequent power outages, unpredictable plumbing, and a chicken walking through the kitchen mid-Zoom call. Apparently, no one warned her that returning to her roots also means roots that are not connected to high-speed fiber. Try not to laugh too much.
I'd rather go back to America and deal with the racism in America before I sit here in Africa and deal with the bullshit robbery, the bullshit fraud, the bullshit scams, the bullshit too expensive, the bullshit not having no snacks, the bullshit not having no food, the bullshit electricity, the bullshit hot water, the bullshit what's that shit called? That be coming down. The bullshit animals and scorpions outside the house, the big ass spiders, and big ass lizards, colorful lizards you ain't never seen before, all in the fucking room with you, sleeping with you. All the bullshit people trying to scam you when you go outside thinking you rich, so they trying to get more money off of you. I'm really trying to wrap my head around this. I'm really trying to wrap my head around.
Why do black American women have voices that don't sound like women, and African women sound like women? What happened? What happened in America?
How are Americans coming to Africa and being happy? Please comment down below. Because for me, I'm ready to go. And I always used to say, if it's up to me, it will be. And I'm going to go out to Africa and make shit happen. No, I don't want to. I want to take my business back to America. I want to open up shop back in America, open up my dentist office and all the stuff that I was going to do out here in America. Steady electricity. And the only time our electricity get cut off is when we don't pay the bill. And we got it so good now, we got prepaid electricity, so if we forget to pay the bill, we put some money on that prepaid thing and it comes right back on in 2 minutes. In less than 2 minutes. This shit right here didn't come on for 14 hours yesterday. I can't deal. I love the people. Don't get me wrong, when I'm outside, I'm having fun. I love people, but when I come back to reality, when you come back home, home's where the heart is, right? When you come back home, you're supposed to feel comfortable, you're supposed to be happy. I'm not happy. To live in a house where you look outside and all you see is turkeys and ducks and chickens and sheep and old malnourished cows. We came out here to build Africa. I closed all my businesses down. Of course, I could have stayed in that colonized ass United Snakes of America and dealt with their bullshit.
Now, this is a perfect representation of how truly empowered Black Americans are in America. They are not oppressed in any way, especially in America, because oppressed people do not choose to return to their oppression. But isn't it crazy that white Americans can move to anywhere in Europe and love it there, even poor areas in Europe? But black Americans will move anywhere in Africa and immediately find a bunch of reasons to hate the place and make problems with the locals. Imagine moving to a beach house and complaining about the nasty sand, or moving into the jungle and complaining about the freaking trees and bushes. Oh, this is just hilarious. It is the entitlement for me. Imagine having this physical appearance and complaining about not getting enough snacks. Don't you love yourself? And also, she mentioned that she is a dentist. Oh my God. I would rather move around with a rotten teeth than allow this woman to touch my mouth. And the audacity of hers to call Africans weak just because her own father is weak.
And so for the people who say, oh, Africa is not weak is not for weak people, let me tell you something. All Africans are weak. I got a fucking African father who's weak as fuck. I know all Africans are weak. They aren't built like us in America.
Now imagine this. She cannot stand a few power outages. She can't even cope with some chickens and sheep around. She would disintegrate at the thought of going a few hours with no snacks. Yet Africans are the ones who are weak. And by the way, there is abundant snacks in Ghana, so I don't know what she's talking about. I don't even understand what she's whining about. I'm actually happy that this woman and her husband came out to expose their own stupidity, their own grift on the internet. They hate America so much because they think that they are so oppressed, only for them to relocate to Africa and get a healthy dose of reality check. Now, how many times do you see videos of these so-called, pro-blacks and all these lefties filming themselves moving out of America, all righteous and superior with their grins on their faces as they board the planes, but you never see them film themselves sneaking back into America because they know they've messed up. They messed up, and they would never show that to you. They will never apologize to America for calling it oppressive and this and that. How ridiculous. So I really appreciate this video for exposing their own hypocrisy. Many of them leave America with fanfare and they publicly proclaim that they are leaving. But when they get hit with reality on arrival to these, their fantasy destinations, they come crawling back into America, but in secrecy. They do that in secrecy, okay? They sneak back into the country because lo and behold, they are truly empowered in America, not oppressed, just like they want you to believe. I personally know about 2 or 3 Black American creators on this platform who did the same thing, okay? They hated their country, America, and felt like they were oppressed, yada, yada, yada. They moved to Africa, started making videos showing off African environments, claiming that they are finally free, they are liberated, oh, they are happy, only for me to check back on them after a few months and to see that they have secretly snuck back into oppressive America, back into their life of comfort and luxury, but still preaching Wakanda forever, even when they would never, ever, ever return to Wakanda. 2 of these creators I mentioned watches my channel, so I'm not gonna name names. Now, the thing is that Africans are more down to earth, okay? We are resourceful, hardworking. We are not entitled, okay? We have strong moral values. We love our cows. We love our pigs. We love our sheep. We love our chickens and all that. Yes, we may have some problems here and there, but we still find ways to survive and emerge victorious and stronger despite these problems. We don't relax and recline in our seats simply because we are facing a few hurdles, and we don't blame our problems on stupid things like white supremacy or systemic racism. So yeah, we love our country, and we also acknowledge the advantages of living in a more developed country like America. But above all, one thing we would never do is despise and shit talk our own country, only for us to run back to this same country because we couldn't find anywhere that treats us as good as this country. This woman and her husband fled their so-called oppressive America. They fled their so-called traumas of living in America for them to realize that they weren't ready to be Black people outside of America. I still cannot stop laughing. This would never not be funny. But anyway, guys, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions, but feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully.
All right, check this out. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Roll this. Check this out. Africans built nothing. Black pastor exposes ugly truth about black people. Is it ugly? Is it an ugly truth? Let's see.
Ask God to help us because only God can help black people where they are. Black people had Africa, that big old continent over there. They never built one boat that was seaworthy. Not one.
Hi guys, my name is Modi and you are welcome to Modi Speaks. I am very sure that this video we are about to discuss today will earn me my biggest enemies on YouTube. Black people are going to be so mad at me for bringing this topic to light because this issue we are going to be looking at today is something that they are very much aware of, but some of them will prefer it stays hidden, okay? So I know that they are going to be mad at me for exposing this truth. The fact is, I have to bring up this conversation. Yes, they are difficult conversations, but they must be had. Now, there was a particular occasion where I was having a conversation with an acquaintance of mine, and we were discussing the fact that Africa is extremely lagging behind in terms of development and economic progress when compared to other countries in the world. My acquaintance said something to me, and my response to her has a direct link to the video we are about to witness in just a minute. She said, but some African countries are doing all right. And I said, what countries are you talking about? And then she said, countries like Egypt, South Africa, Tunisia. And I said, first of all, don't mention North African countries. Those people look more white than African. And as for South Africa, that country wouldn't be anything to write home about if those white people don't live there. And she got offended. She got seriously offended. She was like, what do you mean? How can you say that? She got quite emotional. But I was just being real, okay? If there were no white people in South Africa, if white people were not involved in one way or the other in the leadership of that country, South Africa would not be the respected country that it is today. It would not be the powerhouse that it is today as far as Black Africa is concerned. But anyway, let's jump into the video that brought us here. It involves a Black American preacher telling it like it is without mincing words. Let's go.
Ask God to help us because only God can help black people where they are. Black people had Africa, that big old continent over there. They never built one boat that was seaworthy. Not one. There's not one monument in Africa, in all of Africa. I know you're talking about Egypt. Egypt is not Africa. There are no great cities that were built. Even before the first colonization of white people coming to the shores of Africa or the slave ships, black men built nothing. No sewer system, no houses above one level, and none of them made out of stone. All of them made out of grass and wood. Black men, before the white man ever got to Africa. The worst thing that could ever happen to South Africa was when they gave it to Nelson Mandela and black folk. That was a great nation. Now, notwithstanding apartheid was wrong, we all know it's wrong. I'm against it. There should have been some other resolution, though, than turning it over to Nelson Mandela. Disease, AIDS, and crime is running wild in Johannesburg. They're killing one another over there. They're dying of sickness. The government is mismanaged. The people who ran the nation are now leaving the nation because black folk don't know how to run no nation. They don't know how, and we need to admit it. I know you don't like it, but you need to stop shucking and jiving. We got a problem. Nigeria produces oil every year, yet the children over there are hungry and pot-bellied and walking barefoot. We got a problem. You talk about the Hutus and the Tutsis. Look what's going on in Zimbabwe now with Mugabe. We got a problem, black folk. And forget about Zimbabwe and South Africa, Nigeria. Look at what y'all have done in Harlem. You can't even hold on to Harlem. We got a problem. Black folk don't understand the world. You can get mad with me all you want. You can say what you, but you can't prove me wrong. Now, I'm not saying this because I hate black folk. I'm saying it because I love you enough to tell the truth. And the only person going to ever help us get out of the situation is going to be God. There's something wrong with the black man's mind. There's something wrong with his mind. He does not understand the world. He doesn't. I don't care if he learned medicine. He doesn't understand the world. He can't even hold on to Harlem. When he was here, he moved out. We got to talk to the Lord. People, we got to talk to God. And black women, Shirley Chisholm, Harriet Tubman, Coretta King, one of her boys. Yeah, okay, then we got a black president. But you black women, what's wrong with y'all? Y'all gonna let that white woman, what's wrong with you black women voting for Barack? Don't you understand? It should have been a black room if you're gonna have a black president. What's wrong with you? Y'all ain't got no sense, you black women. Your men treat you like the dogs, like your dogs. They walk all over you. They make you pay the bills at home, and then the preachers pimp you in the churches and make you pay the bills. Y'all crazy black women buying these black men private jets, the tune of $50 million for
ride around in a private jet and you talk about, look at our pastor. What's wrong with y'all women? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? And what's wrong with a black man that would take that kind of money out of a poor neighborhood and buy himself a private jet? What's wrong with y'all niggas? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Black women, what's wrong with you voting for Barack Obama? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with y'all? Crazy. Black people, let me tell y'all something. If you don't ever hear me say preach again, they can kill me tomorrow. But let me tell you something. We're not going to ever get anywhere until we look into the mind of a black man. He doesn't think correctly. I don't care what he is. He can be a doctor. He can be an astrophysicist. The nigga got no sense. You talk to him. You talk to a black man. He doesn't understand the world. He's never built anything. The most the black people have ever done, they did it here in America under white people's help. When they were in Africa, they didn't do nothing.
Not one single lie detected. The ending part of this pastor's speech is the biggest truth of them all. The most that any black person was able to accomplish or invent was done in the West under the supervision and the influence of the white man. Back in Africa, in Wakanda land, they did nothing, absolutely nothing. I love this part because most of you are going to start crying, oh, but Africans invented everything. You guys are going to start crying and calling me all sort of names in the comment section, but I am just saying the truth. Oh, black people invented the traffic light. They didn't do that in Africa. They did it in the West under the influence of the white man. Oh, black people invented the gas mask, modern toilet, elevator, the carbon filament light bulbs, automatic gear shift, the fire extinguisher, yada, yada, yada. They never did that in Africa. They did that in America, in white people's environment, under the supervision of the same white people they detest. Haven't you asked yourself why these black inventions never came out of Africa or were never done by Africans in Africa? This pastor mentioned Nigeria being a leading producer of oil, yet Nigerian children can't find good food to eat. Now, I am Nigeria, so let me tell you this. My country is the second largest oil producing country in the whole of Africa. The whole of Africa, and then the 16th largest oil producer in the entire world. Yet we have nothing to show for it. We cannot even boast of steady power supply. Some areas in my country can go for months without seeing electricity. I mean, months, okay? Every Nigerian family has their own external power generator, which they purchase at very high cost just to have electricity in their homes. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Any single tarred road you see in my country, Nigeria, no matter how small or how simple, is being built by foreign contractors who were paid by our own government, okay, to build it because we lack the technical know-how. Every tall building you find in big cities, every complex and intricate engineering design you find back in Nigeria was made by a foreigner. Yet, Africans build the world. We built everywhere. We invented everything, but we never invented things in Africa. Now, I'm only talking about Nigeria because I lived there. I have experienced there. I'm not even talking about other African countries with black people living in it. Remember that Nigeria is the giant of Africa, meaning that it is 10 times better than most countries in black Africa. Now, if the giant of Africa, Nigeria, is in shambles, imagine how pygmies of Africa would be. I mean, the other countries that are not considered giants of Africa. We always claim to have built the whole world. But my question is, why can't we build Africa at least? Why can't we invent those magnificent inventions in Africa today? Why do we still look like Rome in the 3rd centuries? There is really something wrong with the African mentality. Take any country in Africa and give it to the Japanese or the Chinese or to the white men and watch them turn it into a paradise in 10 years. And you have people willing to visit and relocate to this paradise in about 20 years. But give a country like Finland or Poland to Africans and come back in the next 10 years and be greeted with a shithole. And I'm not even kidding.
Say that from what I'm understanding, in third world countries, anything that is not under maintenance is because, you know, we don't care.
No, you care. It's not in the concept. Travel the 54 countries in Africa and ask each person in every country, what is wrong with your country? Leadership. Leadership. All of you say the same word. So let me ask you, since 1960, the country has been picking the wrong leader every 4 years. Not a single railway built by the British is in Nigeria today, but the one they built in their country that same year, it's still running. Not a single railway built in Ghana in 1960 is still there today. What do you know in that country that has been properly maintained by the people every day and it works perfectly?
It's hard for people to maintain things when they're not gaining a lot.
No. It's hard for people to maintain things when they don't have the concept of maintenance in their culture. What is the one word in Igbo for maintenance?
Maintenance is there's no direct English.
By the people every day, and it works perfectly.
It's hard for people to maintain things when they're not gaining a lot.
No, it's hard for people to maintain things when they don't have the concept of maintenance in their culture. What is the one word in Igbo for maintenance?
Maintenance is there's no direct English word for that. It doesn't translate directly to maintenance.
That's correct. How about you?
It doesn't translate.
That's correct.
But it translates to like take care of.
No, that's not maintenance. What is the one word for repair in Igbo?
Imezie.
Exactly. What is the one word for repair in You see? I'm driving you to somewhere. What is the one word for democracy in Igbo language? You don't. How about you? You don't. You're trying to practice something that is not in the concept of the language. There is no African country, and I've done it through Kenya, I've done it all, that has an equivalent of the word maintenance.
Well, in order to maintain something, you have to have it first, correct?
No, if I leave it for you, you can maintain it. The British left a lot of things in this country when they left. They established the hospitals, they established the fire stations, the post offices, the railway lines, the roads they built before they left. You are not able to maintain it because you don't have that concept. Because your environment, the tropical environment of Africa, the way you build your houses, the material you use, you don't require maintenance. Every country that is called industrialized countries, today, one of the things you know about them is maintenance of what they had. That's why we have buildings here that are about 250 years old, 300 years old in this country. There are buildings in other of Europe that are 700 years ago. The Notre Dame that burned in France was a 13th century building. Do you know what kept it that long till today? Maintenance is a culture.
Well, what do you think of that? Maintenance. They don't maintain anything. They let cities fall apart. They let projects fall apart. They let the railways built by the British colonizers, as they call them, fall apart. Fire stations, hospitals, libraries, post offices, those old colonial buildings that were fantastic. They were the best buildings in Africa, period. You know which countries are better off in Africa? The ones that were colonized. By far better living conditions. When the white man went there to help them out and showed them things, tried to teach them a few things, teach these Negroes, tried to teach these niggers a few things. I hope that word sounds harsh to some of you. Maybe you'll get used to it eventually. Maybe you'll say, you know what? Do you know what? Do you know what? They do far worse than words. Yeah, there's not even a word in their native languages. That's quite a few African languages. They have no word for maintenance. They don't know what it is. They just let things fall apart. And in this realm, everything degrades, everything rusts, everything breaks. Nothing stays working forever. Okay? It just doesn't. It just doesn't. So anyway, if you don't like the word nigger, that's too bad. It's too bad. But some people act like that's the greatest sin in the world, and you won't look at the crime stats. You're more worried about words than violence and the deaths they cause and the misery and looting and burning cities. Maybe you should look a little deeper, some of you lefty truthers, because I know most truthers on YouTube are leftists. Not all of you, but most running channels definitely are. They won't delve into any of these topics. They're afraid. They're afraid and they're brainwashed, and it's easier for them to be sheep and go along like sheep. Like Flo Gay, for example. Can't say the N word on his channel unless you're black. Then it's okay. Then it's okay. But a lot of you follow these shit channels. You don't even realize you're following liberals, extreme leftists, losers, fakes, frauds, phonies, spineless jellyfish. If you want to follow that, you're not getting out of hell realm. How could it lead out of hell realm? You're following losers. And somehow in your mind, you think, well, it sounds nice. It's fun to watch these shit shows. They'll never cover these topics the way I do. They don't have the balls. They don't have a pair of brass balls like bowling balls. They have dried up little raisins. They can't make images like this. The giant watermelon and a Jerry curl, black Jesus. Come on. You know it's true. You know it's true. They can't do that. They can't do it. They can't do it. And you know it's true. So what are they covering? They're covering garbage, for the most part.
The looting, the shooting, the robbing, the fighting, they all have a common denominator, and at what point will we call it out? My name is Amir Eldom, and I'm a black man in America, and before we even get into this video, I have to make a point that I do not hate myself, and I do not hate being black. I love who I am, I love my skin color, I love everything about me. And with that being said, as a black man in America, I'm allowed to share my experience and the things that I'm seeing, witnessing, and even the data that's out there. And just because myself or someone else is calling these things out does not mean that they are a self-hating black person, an Uncle Tom, a coon, or whatever it may be. We are allowed to have open and honest conversations about the things that are going on. And with this video, I'm not trying to paint black people in a negative light. No, if the shoe fits, it fits. I am well aware of the sheer amount of successful black people out there that exist, the black people who made it out the trenches and made something for themselves. I get you can be black and successful. I'm not saying you can't. Hell, I grew up without a father. Hello, typical. I've been homeless before. Like, I have family in the hood and I have family behind gated communities. This video is just to highlight the stereotypes that black people have and how, I mean, we always talk about it. We're the minority in this country, yet we make up majority of the crimes. And this isn't to say that white people are perfect and there aren't white hood people or white ghetto people or they are just a perfect being. No, this isn't to say that either. I am not saying that all white people are perfect and all black people are bad. No. However, I mean, shit, I will be honest. And what I am going to do is look at the data and the trends, and the data and trends can't be racist. It is what it is. Again, black people are a minority in this country, but making up majority of the crimes. Not all black people are bad. Not all black people are ghetto or hood or loud, but a lot of them are. Again, we're already a minority in this country, but if we look at the data, we look at the trends, we look around us, it's us, the black folk, that make up majority of at least the scene. Again, I'm not saying white people don't do anything bad or aren't these white collar crimes or whatever, but when it comes to the looting, the shooting, the murdering, the robbing, the stealing, it's black folk. And again, I'm not trying to be the person that puts races against races, but when the data's there to back it up, at some point we have to be open and talk about it. In this video, we're going to go through why most of the stereotypes about black people are true, the trends that we see, and additionally, if there's any reasoning behind this and what we can do to move forward in changing the different behaviors that we see.
Give me the other man. Give me the other. Next time I'm gonna crush your bitch ass.
I wasn't snitching.
Next time I'm gonna crush you.
Dude, I wasn't snitching.
Why are you stealing this man's winter coat? Yes, the man's wearing $1,000 winter coat, but that's his prerogative. If he wants to wear a $1,000 winter coat, he can. Why are you taking it upon yourself to take the coat off of someone else's back to steal it? When it comes to the subway and the sheer, we talked about it earlier in another video, but the amount of crimes that we see happen on a subway, from the robberies, from the stabbings, to the shootings, to the homeless, there's a common denominator that needs to be addressed and talked about, and it's sad that it's this way. And we know it's us black people and it's this way because there was this tweet that someone has said, we keep telling y'all to stop with the damn jackets on the train here because of this and y'all won't stop. Then he fighting back for it. These N-words will kill you, and go to KIPP the next day. They don't care. This was tweeted by a black person warning white people to stop wearing their nice winter coats on the train because other black people will go out and steal them. Again, this isn't a big F you, I hate black people video, but we can acknowledge the trends and acknowledge what's going on, so much so where this person can easily put a tweet out like this as if we all will understand you know, why you probably shouldn't wear a nice coat in a black community. And really, I should correct myself, not just a black community, but a black low income, or like the hood, should I say, because you wouldn't see this happening in an affluent black neighborhood. I even found out about this because this white woman had tweeted, "In my 90% white town, I can walk around wearing all of my jewelry, a cashmere coat, and a nice handbag with a wallet full of cash. I can leave my doors unlocked, I can leave my laptop in my car overnight, and no one steals it. I accidentally left a scooter at the park, went back 3 days later, and it was right where I left it. This is what your life can be like without diversity." And the sad part is there's data behind this. This isn't just like a racist tweet. Like there's literally data behind this, and it opens up the door for a lot of conversation of, you know, I'm a fan of diversity. I'm in an interracial relationship. I'm fine with diversity if you assimilate to that culture's standards of what makes that culture so great. I firmly believe that white people and black people can coexist and can act the same and can be a part of a cohesive society. That can happen. What can't happen is when you bring in this diversity.
Well, wait a second. Where has that ever happened, though? He says that he believes that we can coexist, but where has that ever happened? So this guy has all the solutions, but where have black men built a successful society that isn't violent, that's productive? If you have all the solutions, why don't you start a country and show us how it's done? Okay, Urkel, Steve Urkel on the screen. Show us how it's done.
With diversity, if you assimilate to that culture's standards of what makes that culture so great, life can be like without diversity. And the sad part is there's data behind this. This isn't just like a racist tweet. Like there's literally data behind this, and it opens up the door for a lot of conversation of, you know, I'm a fan of diversity. I'm in an interracial relationship. I'm fine with diversity.
So he's a fan of diversity because he's in an interracial relationship.
And it opens up.
Look at the FBI crime stats for robbery, homicide.
The door for a lot of conversation of, you know, I'm a fan of diversity. I'm in an interracial relationship. I'm fine with diversity if you assimilate to that culture's standards of what makes that culture so great. I firmly believe that white people and black people can coexist and can act the same and can be a part of a cohesive society. That can happen. What can't happen is when you bring in this diversity of, like, okay, just because you're bringing in a bunch of different races and sexes and ethnicities does not mean you're going to get true diversity. Diversity of thought matters more than diversity of representation, because when you just focus on diversity of representation of just having a black woman here, a white woman here, Indian person there, you're getting different looks, but like you're not getting a merge of like the thought process. You're not getting someone that will assimilate. And be sure to subscribe, because it gets into another video I'm working on, is if America is a melting pot where we're all blending together and coexisting greatly, or if we're just a mosaic where a bunch of different subgroups and niches is put together into this mosaic that is America. Like, which one's which? But with this tweet, you know, I went snowboarding recently, had so much fun, and I've been getting like the snowboarding memes and reels on my Instagram, and I saw one where it was like, wow, you can just leave all your gear out and no one's gonna steal it. And of course, I go to the comment section, it's like, well, a Dodge Charger can't drive up the mountain. And with skiing and snowboarding, there are very, very little black people, at least the time that I've gone, and what I see online, there's just white people activities. I don't see black people skiing or snowboarding, and that's why they can leave their stuff around. Are there cases where people are stealing at a ski resort? For sure. But the fact of the matter is, when I was snowboarding, my private instructor was just like, yeah, you can just leave your stuff here, we'll come back for it later. And I went back and it was there. I mean, that's actually crazy. And there's something to say when you have this white woman talking about her white town where she can walk around and do anything she wants and it's fine. And then underneath, you got this black woman tweeting, yeah, you can't do this, you can't do that, this and that when you're around black people. Hey, I'm just a messenger. Let's look at what it is. Because truly, what sucks about all of this is that the everyday person, and it's hard for people to talk about this topic. It really is, because it gets thrown racist and bigoted so fast without people taking into context for what it is. People are scared to talk about this because they don't want the threats, they don't want to be doxxed, they don't want their identity stolen, they don't want all these things that come with sharing controversial opinions. Even just now, not to say that you're a threat to anybody, but you want to protect yourself in general from any online threats, doxing, personal identity theft, financial fraud, whatever it may be, then I highly recommend you take a look into today's sponsor, Aura, because it is insane the sheer amount of our personal data that's just out there willy-nilly, ready to be bought and sold. Vuitton in LA and all these other high fashion stores. They take them, I understand what it serves them. These literally, why? What does this serve you? I mean, actually, I understand what it serves them. These looters that are doing the Louis Vuitton in LA and all these other high fashion stores, they take them, the boosters and the scammers, they steal them and they flip them online or in their local community. I get it. There is a huge financial incentive for these people, especially given they have nothing to lose. When you're in the trenches and you're in the hood, you're in fight or flight mode. You're just trying to survive, quite frankly. And yes, a lot of these hoods are built around and were really started from the feds and racism to break down the black neighborhoods and black community, but it's 2025, we're past that now. There's no reason to be acting like this. I get it, it's a get rich quick scheme and it's something for you to do really quickly to net profit, but there are way too many things out there, way too many businesses to be started, trades to join, to where you can make money legally and not have to rely and do something like this, because this isn't helping anybody. It's only making black people look worse than what we already are. We can't even go to Six Flags. And I grew up in Six Flags. I love the theme parks. I love everything about a roller coaster. Why is it people that look like me? I never see white people crashing out like this unless a sports team wins and they're going downtown and they just acting a fool. I get it. But why? It's reasons like this why theme parks are putting curfews. An amusement park with a curfew and limits onto how many minors are there without an adult. I mean, the mall that's close to me, you can't even go to that mall if you're under 21 after, I think, 3 o'clock. I was just in New York City. They just blocked minors from going into McDonald's because too many people like this keep loitering and trying to steal and acting a fool because there's no parents anymore. Where are Gen Z, Gen Alpha's parents, and what are they doing? Where are they at? Whose behaviors is unacceptable, and it's hard for, I'm saying Gen Z and Gen Alpha's parents, where are they at? But really, where are the black parents? Where are the Hispanic parents? Because that's really what you mainly see in these groups of mobs. You see a sprinkle of white there, you see, you're a little Hispanic there, but it's mainly just black folk. That's the sad truth. So when we get stereotyped and we're like, oh my gosh, black people don't know how to act. When you have a crowd of black people or a big mob of them together, a big group of black people hanging out, black kids hanging out, and other people are nervous or other people are on ease or cops get called, this is why, because typically when a lot of us get together, nothing good happens. And I hate to say that, but at the same time, I'm not just saying that. I'm showing you guys the footage of multiple theme parks and water parks dealing with these issues of groups and mobs of black teenagers. Why are most stereotypes around black people true? Because we see things like this. 9 times out of 10, the stereotypes, the judgment, the prejudices, they're all valid. Are all black people like this? No, not one bit. But if we're gonna keep spouting out how we're, oh my gosh, we're a minority, black people are a minority, then we need to take ownership and be honest in what we're the majority of. We can't hip and holler about being a minority and, oh, woe is me, a black person, and Black Lives Matter this, the white man this, when we get together and act like this. Again, it doesn't make sense to me, and me speaking out about this, looking at this footage, does not mean I'm an Uncle Tom or a coon or a self-hating black person. I would not change my skin color. I love who I am. I love everything about me, my hair, my skin. I love how it don't burn when I get in the sun. I love how I look, all nice chocolate is smooth. I'm here for it. But because I love myself so much and my skin color, I highlight these things and talk about it to this extent and this critical because I'm tired of how people are looking at me and looking at other black people in this nation when it's all for things that can be addressed or fixed. We're not in slavery. We're not back in the day. None of that is our concern right now. What is our concern is what we have control over. We have control over how we're acting in a neighborhood. We really do. And this ain't even the hood. This is a nice suburban looking little town, nat town. And of course, who is up here causing all the ruckus? Who acting a fool in the streets? Let's be so for real right now. A lot of this behavior we've seen on the rise, it's the YNs. And if you've been seeing the YNs, if you see it spelled out, if you ever seen like YNs on like Twitter or Instagram or whatever it may be, the YNS, that's young niggas. Like the YNs, they're no joking. I don't want no smoke. I don't want no smoke. And people be like, oh, well, them YNs, they scare me. Yeah, they scare other people too. That's why memes are happening. People are talking about it. Them YNs are no joke. They got nothing to lose. They do what they want. They really do. And to me, on one end, I could kind of understand why they act the way they act. But on the other side, it's like, I want so much better for them. I want so much better for everybody in this society, and especially in America. And in terms of like, when I look at a YN, a young black person who I see a little version of me, and I'm like, hey, you don't have to act like this. You don't have to view yourself as a victim. You don't have to think you have to do all these atrocities and this and that just to fit in. You don't. If collectively they got together and said, we don't have to do this, let's take this union shit, this jointness, us, whatever y'all doing in the streets, and let's all band together and do something great, you would make moves. You would make moves. But until that happens, I don't know where we're gonna go with this.
What's up, y'all? Good morning. Good morning. What you mean, good morning? What that mean? Come here. What's that? Good morning. What you mean? Oh, good morning, like, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, it's always good. Yeah, it's always good over here. You ain't no need to say it. It's always good. You good? Right. Saying it's good morning. You good? Yeah, I'm good. You good? What you mean by good? Nah. What you mean by good? I'm always good. Good everywhere. I'm good here, there, wherever. I'm good everywhere, man. All right, well, safety. Be safe. Be safe? Yeah, come here. Now y'all got it. You worry about your safety. Come on, bro. I need that. That's crazy. Come back here. That was crazy. Come here.
Behind every joke is a little bit of truth. And this right here is a black man making a meme about being terrified of the unhinged YN's young black male, and how easy it is to set one off, how easy it is to offend and get into trouble with a group of black men standing around. That's what this joke is. That's what he's getting at. And it highlights something so much deeper than like, oh, is this a stupid reel? It's a joke. No. He made that for a reason. It's funny for a reason. It went viral for a reason. Because for a lot of things that are going on right now, that's true. Like, you walk past a group of black men, you're just like, I don't want to make eye contact. I don't want to speak. I don't want no smoke. I don't want nothing. Because it's scenarios like that actually really can happen.
What you doing with that?
Oh, I just bought it.
You finna sell it?
Nah, I just got it today. I'm finna play it.
Why you walking around with it? You finna sell it?
I just got out the car.
Hold on, I got your key. Hold on. You got a brand new PS5 you want for?
Nah, bro, I just bought it myself.
We got a deal.
Why I can't buy that bitch? Nah, bro. Bro, hey, chill out. Hey, it's a camera. It's a camera across the street, bro.
Even if this is a skit, which obviously it looks like a skit, even if it's a skit, again, the fact that it's a joke, there's a little bit of truth underneath it, hence why you're making it. Oh, walking around with something expensive in the hood because you know you're gonna get robbed, you're gonna get mugged, because that's what the data shows, and the community knows that this is not a video. I can't stress this enough. This is not a video to just tear down at black people, say blacks can't do anything, black this, black that. No, but it's to point out the data and the trends that we see, and even black people making fun of the stereotypes that are put upon us, so much so that we act them out. We try so hard to not be stereotyped and not be judged, prejudices and racism and that, but you're acting out the very thing that is wrong with the culture and the things that we see in black neighborhoods. Because this would not, it could happen, very rare, but not gonna happen in an all-white neighborhood in a rich area. It's just not. You could probably leave, unless someone's coming through robbing the community for people who don't live there. You can have something expensive just sitting outside, chilling. And it's fine. And this isn't to say that this wouldn't happen in, let's say, an all-white trailer park, for sure. But I don't see why people in a trailer park screaming that they're the victim, screaming, oh my gosh, white lives matter, and screaming about everything else that black people scream about in America. It's the black folks whining and demanding all these things. What we look like getting reparations acting like this? Please tell me. Please tell me. What do we look like getting reparations acting like this? Because I don't know. In that skit, it reminds me of what someone else pointed out. I have seen it I've seen it around a lot, from TV shows to tweets. It's like there's a difference between like a black person and an N-word. Like there truly is. Like there are black people that exist, but that's different than like hood people or an N-word. Like again, I was mentioning the white people in trailer parks. Anybody can be hood and anybody can be an N-word. It's just unfortunately that a lot of black people are the N-word. The funny thing to say, I forgot where I found that, where I saw that, but that's always in my mind. I think it was a comedy skit too. But yeah, that is a real thing.
This whole I'm afraid of hood, ghetto people thing is so not funny to me. It reminds me of how historically Europeans have always painted this picture of Africans being savages, criminals, dangerous, and uncivilized. Meanwhile, it was them, the Europeans, who were killing, stealing, destroying, along with the host of many other evil atrocities. So let us not forget that this was all done in the name of Jesus. I think that y'all are afraid of the wrong group of people. The true criminals are not ghetto people. The true criminals are the ones who purposefully created these ghettos. The black people who are
Hold on. So much was just said. Okay, first off, if you want to talk back in the day, yeah, I'm with you. Like I completely agree. I'm not gonna ignore the pain that black people went through back in the day. I'm not gonna act like none of that happened. It did happen, right? But if we're gonna talk about 2025, if we're gonna talk about today's age, and the stereotype that black people are savages. Meanwhile, the data reflects that if we're going to be racist, which race in this nation acts like a savage? You get what I'm saying? If we're looking at the data, if we're looking at crime statistics, if we're looking at the first-hand experiences, if we're looking at the videos of the mass looting, mass shooting, mass street takeovers, and that savage behavior, what race do you normally see? Were white people ever savages like that? Yeah. Guess who got their shit together? It's valid to be afraid of those kinds of people. If you are, for example, I'm afraid of anybody that looks super hood, super like thuggish. Like it doesn't matter if it's black, white, blue, brown, I don't care. So if I see a black man in a suit, I'm not gonna bat an eye. That's real racism. It don't matter who it is. If you're a black man in a suit, a black thuggish person, black middle class looking person, and you're scared of all three of them, you're just afraid of the color brown. But I'm scared across the board. It don't matter. The hood and the trailer park. I don't want no part of it. But what is this girl talking about?
afraid of and estranged from your own people, you falling for the trick of the enemy. But for the people you should really be cautious of, you code switch. You adopt their morals, their behaviors, their values, their religion. You have no problem with assimilating into their world. But hood people are where you draw the line.
Because it's the white people world that affords. If you want, here we go. If you want a black world, move your ass to Africa. Go ahead and click clack with our cousins. Go ahead out there and go be with them. Because this world that was created in America that we have right now, it's lit. I like it. I love it. I love it. I really do. I enjoy being here, and I want to keep it this way, and I want to assimilate into our envision of what a just society looks like. Talking about I should be afraid of Caucasian people, but not black people, even though when I look at the data, I'm most likely to be harmed and killed in a black hood. This don't make no damn sense.
I think that ghetto people are having a very proper response to the conditions in which they've been subject to live in. Food deserts, poorly funded schools, and we won't even start on what's being taught in these schools.
Is she sitting in a giant bird cage? What is this? It looks like she's sitting in a giant bird cage.
Housing, low-paying but back-breaking jobs, with poverty being as expensive as it is. And all of it is by racial and systemic design.
It was. A lot of it was done by design, by racial and systemic issues. I get it. But it's so weird to me. It's like knowing that exists. Yes, we should try to fix that and improve on it. But there's literally nothing stopping you from getting out of that scenario. There's plenty of people that crack the code and get out the hood. And we can't be mad that why is it that we're upset that our neighborhoods are like this, or the hoods are like this, the trenches, the poor housing, the poor food, this is that and the other. But black folk are also so quick to leave and never look back. White folk, they reinvest in their neighborhood. They reinvest in their private schools. They reinvest in their community and their morals. They reinvest in what's around them. Majority of black people did. They just leave. These black rappers have all this money to pour back in the community. Some do. Some do. And the black rappers, they do them Thanksgiving turkey drives. They do. They definitely do. But all these RICO charges and drugs this, gangs this, just spend all the money on the fancy clothes and jewelry and this, that, and the third. Instead of just buying the block, buying the corner stores, putting in restaurants, we can take personal responsibility somewhere. We really can. And while these neighborhoods and the cool things that have happened to black people has been by design, there's nothing stopping me today from being the change that I see fit, from being successful, from getting out those scenarios, from being successful in fixing up those areas. There's nothing stopping any black person from doing that. There is yes, it is easy because people want to say, oh, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. I get it. If you're a 10-year-old with no father, your mom's struggling, barely raising you, just giving you Tyson chicken nuggets because she's too busy working 2 jobs and trying to have fun and trying to remain her peace so she don't go crazy. And you know you can go out on the corner and flip a key and make racks, make thousands of dollars, or pick up a book, get good grades, then go to college, then get a job, this and the third. It's easy to go outside and make them racks and flip them keys. I get it. I mean, I see that perspective. But at what point are we going to change that behavior? At what point are we really going to start encouraging, hey, be a doctor, be a lawyer, stay in school, don't be out there in the streets? Because we always, like, look at Zeus Network, we glorify the rappers, we glorify the scammers, we glorify the plugs, we glorify the dealers, the strippers, the gangbangers, the music. This is our culture. So at what point are we going to flip that around, and instead of furthering these stereotypes that are pushed, not even pushed, but these stereotypes that people have against black people, instead of like acting like that stereotypes that we typically do, and we're going through in this video, why not just be the change? That's what I wish, and that's what I really want for everybody out there.
The whole trend is bullshit, bro. Y'all done let the Ku Klux Kevins and the Ku Klux Kieras.
Yeah, let me chime in on this while I'm riding around at work, bro. It is definitely, this is the thing with y'all, man. Don't nobody want to be around. You got hood dudes, you got street homies. You know what I'm saying? You got the differences between the two. But I'm not finna break down all the differences. It just comes down and it boils down to regular black people that's just trying to get it and make their money and stay out of folks' ways versus a motherfucker that'll rob a plug and attack a family whenever they want to crash out. And the second part of that, be stationed in the hood, homie. They all up in the hood. I got a homie that did a bid for 5 years, man, just fresh out. And he don't even want to go back to the hood because of how much trouble, not only could he get himself, but the potential of trouble that is surrounding him at all times, bro. You got people like me that'll sit and think about what I need to do to make money. I got to get a 9 to 5, you feel me? I got to work, I got to make this, I got to make. Then you got people that's like sitting down, not even caring in the world. I got to crash out, man, because somebody said this and that. Man, I got to go do some kick-go action. You got people like that.
Literally people like that. You got people ready to whisk it all, whisk it up, risk it all for nothing, literally for nothing. Like they have, like, so there's a lot of people in the hood who have nothing to lose, and that's sad. I want them to live for something. We all can find something to live for, but to this guy's point, like, it's not, we all know, let's be so real with each other. Like, please, we know the deal. We know there's a difference between just like crapping and on black people versus being real with the stereotypes that face upon us and how we act.
I'm gonna keep it a stack. I don't want to be around motherfuckers like that at all, bro. I just don't want to be around. I don't feel comfortable with riding with a motherfucker that's in the car with me that might bring his stick with him. Or walking with somebody that might have a whole kilo in their pocket. Bro, come on, man. Y'all know what we talking about, bro. Come on. And the thing is, y'all messing this all up because you got culture and then you got ghetto. That's 2 different things, man. Our culture running shit. That's why a lot of people trying to be like us. That's why everybody trying to have hood stoves. That's why everybody trying to have hood this, hood that involved, because our culture is strong and it's prominent.
No, your culture's not strong. I don't want to be hood at all. No interest in being hood. No interest in that at all. I'm going to switch over to this for a second. Sorry about my voice. I'm kind of losing my voice a bit today. Let's see Black Jesus. What does he have to say? Yo, this be Black Jesus. I'm coming at you with a message here. I be turning watermelons into wine. I be performing miracles and shit. I be Black Jesus, the Redeemer. You should be following me. Yo, yo, word. Yo, yo. And this new one is Tony Sayers.
El Diablo Radio International. Diablo is Spanish for the devil. It's kind of a funny title there, but hello anyway. No Sky Trails, that's good.
Tony, don't be afraid.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, about the El Diablo, I'd need to look a little bit more on your channel. Just, like I said, that's Spanish for the devil. So I'm a cartoon character. I'm handsome, cheeky little devil. Cool, whatever floats your boat, mate. Whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, the old world Florida. I'll be dealing with him later this year. But yeah, guys, it's the sanity machine of Stephen Killeen.
There you go. It's the cream of the crop channel on YouTube. King Stephen. So he soft doxed me. He called me Stephen Killeen. Should be calling me King Stephen. Okay? Should be calling me King Stephen. Felon.
Later this year. But yeah, guys, it's the sanity machine of Stephen Killeen.
King Stephen.
This girl, meth head girl, drives around the United States. She hates my guts. Aphrodite Rose.
This is another episode of Reading Room. Jason from Archaics. You see my old books? Them my books? Them my old books. Look at all my old books. It's all mainstream books. You can order those and you can find them yourself. I give you the mainstream history and you think I'm a rebel. Just think I'm a rebel. Look at that. Look at those images. You can find them on Google, on the Google. Those are my images. Millions of you are blind and follow felons. But I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. Your true colors are beautiful like a rainbow. Do 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 do. There you go. There you go. Take a good look and wake up. Soak those granny panties. Soak them. Jason, an agent? Come on, man. That's going too far. That's just going way too far, isn't it? Isn't it?
I am Israeli Mossad. You guys, I'm not making any of this up. I have.
Damn, what's that? What's he doing? What's he talking about? Does he have to keep telling you and keep showing you? And you still don't get it? Still follow him and still send him money? Go ahead. Feed him. Feed him more. Give him more. He wants more.
All I had access to was a publisher in San Diego who publishes nothing but old reprints from 5, 4, and 300 years ago. And he made sure that I was very well educated while I was in prison. He also published my first 5 books.
My books? My Freemasonry? I'm highlighting my right eye close. You see me now? I'm pointing it out for you. My books? Don't look at the warning sign, the Freemasonry warning sign from Howdy Doody. The Blueberry Boy. Blueberry Boy.
His name is Paul Tyson, Book Tree Press. Now.
Got it? You understand now? Starting to see? Wake up. Wake up.
I was taking it for him. I made a reaction video, and then I got tagged this morning. But I'm super honored to have been tagged with some people like.
So she's super honored.
Like Rex from Leak Project, really.
Take a Leak Project.
Disgraceful,
really disgraceful.
Failed Martin Lee, Jason from Archaics tagged him. There's a.
Jason from Archaics is a registered sex offender. She's super honored to be tagged with a convicted rapist and kidnapper. Isn't that fucking pathetic? Disgusting.
A whole bunch of people that got tagged in this. And apparently, this creator thinks we are all part of Team Evil, and we apparently ran some sort of smear campaign, which I was really.
Oh, you are on Team Evil, you lead creator. Oh, hey there, everyone. This is another fair use protected video for educational purposes only, not for profit. I'm not making a dime off this. I'm not selling thumb drives. I'm not selling you any propaganda. But anyways, this also contains some parody, which is also protected.
Yeah, and hi everyone. It is May the 19th, 2025, and I've been in southern France for the last few weeks doing on-the-ground research on the Cathars. So I've been, as you know, attempting to understand them from here, and it was time to go there, go to the sites, and I'll explain a tiny bit in a moment. But the main reason for making this particular video is because just before I left, I did an interview with John Cooper on Empty the Cave. And it's a fantastic interview. It's easily the best interview I've done on the new book. And probably, I would think, one of the best interviews I've done in several years. John was willing to, he was really interested. He was curious. He moved the conversation into depths of the material and allowed me to talk about it. In all the interviews I've done on the new book, the interviewers tend to want to talk about Exit the Cave. They want to talk about the Matrix. And John was the first one to kind of focus on what was in the new book. So I was able to, for the first time, share some much more detail than I normally do. So for that reason, I highly recommend the interview. It's in the description box below. Go and have a check of it. I think it'll certainly tell you whether Empty the Cave is a book you want to read or not. And actually, I'm now not thinking I'm going to do any more interviews, because that's the interview I kind of wanted to do. I've now done it. I've presented kind of how I'd like to present this material. So I don't really think I need to do any more interviews. I can just go on to other things. As for other things, yes, I was in southern France. And it was great to experience things I've been studying for 20, 25 years. No matter what, eventually you have to get, especially when you're studying anything historical, you have to get on the ground in those particular locations. And the only thing I'll mention here right now is one of the biggest surprises I got was going to Rennes-le-Château. Rennes-le-Château, I figured was going to be a very, I thought it'd be a very odd energy, just because there's been so many treasure seekers, people digging for gold, new age groups from Sedona. I mean, there's been so many coming there over the last 20 or 30 years that I figured the energy would be hard to figure out, that it would probably be a lot of different things going on. I was really shocked to see that the energy was clear and really centered pretty much everywhere on the whole site, not just in the church, around the church, but pretty much the whole town. And the group of people I was with from my locals community, they felt a similar thing there. So that surprised me. That surprised me that energy is, I mean, okay, I wasn't there in 1905, so I don't know what the energy was like in 1905, but I'm going to assume it's something probably similar to what's there now, because if it wasn't, that's a pretty heavy cleanup job to get it to this incredibly neutral, very calm energy. So that was a surprise. A lot of the other, I made it to about 18 different places, I guess. It was I had to go very, very, very quick trip, and I would have liked to have spent more time than I did, but I got an overview and was able to put some questions to the test. And now I'm back on the farm. Of course, I've got a lot of work to do. When you're away for 2 weeks in planting season, you're behind on everything. So I've got a lot to catch up on. So I'm hopeful in 2 or 3 weeks, I'm finally going to be able to just sit down for a few days and go over the experience, go over my notes, go through what I got there, and just kind of package it and see where that research wants to take me. It was, I guess on one level, it was kind of everything I expected. And on another level, there was a lot of surprises. So, yeah. Anyway, come on over to my locals community, which is where I still do about a video a week over there, I guess, have a conversation a week. We do a book. We go and examine a book once a month. It's just a place for me to be and have conversations with, without the sort of, let's call it YouTube vibe, if that makes sense. So yeah, come on over. join over there. That link's in the description below, but for sure, please go watch the interview. I mean, if you're around my channel, just click the interview, watch it, and I think there'll be hopefully something of value in there for you that will get you moving to the next step, which is really that's all the work is, right? The work is knowing the step you've just taken, seeing the step you're on now, and knowing what the next one will be. And I hope something in that interview clarifies one of those areas for you. Thanks, guys. We'll see you in June, and we'll see if I finally get some time to process my experience. Cheers.
All right, hold on a second, everyone. I'm going to shift gears to this. This guy speaks about Tony Sayers. I just stumbled upon this earlier today. I had never seen this video before. It's 9 months old and got over 3,000 views, almost 4,000 views. I wish my videos would reach that many people, but as you know, YouTube does not promote my channel or my videos. They never get thousands of views, and he's got a small channel. So look at almost 4,000 views on this.
Yo, message for Mark Devlin. If you're sharing the content and belief structure of a man that has hurt multiple people that we all know of, personally, our own friends that he's hurt, and then we tell you about that, and you just ignore it, like all these other podcasters do, and we tell them, just because you want your content to stay up there about your thing, that's your ego, you overlook the fact that you're exposing all of your people to a very dangerous man that literally leaves vulnerable women with demons attacking them and making a mess out of their life matrix. The one lady described him as a public health hazard. He's been doing this since 2017. And by you exposing him and sharing his shit, you're exposing people to that risk. And that's fucking stupid. So, I mean, what are you actually doing as well with your work, Mark Devlin? Exposing Hollywood. What for? They're already exposed. Are you taking them to court? Are you getting them put in prison? If not, how are you getting them put in prison? If that's not the goal, then what's the fucking point of raising the awareness of that bullshit? You need to raise the awareness of solutions and actual healing. And that's one thing that Tony says he's not a healer. He's scared to even take psilocybin. He's such a pussy. Because his ego doesn't want to face death. He's scared. But yeah, Mark Devlin, I have no respect for you right now. Unless you want to unblock me and have an adult conversation about the real truth of sharing information of people.
Do 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 do. So here's the usual suspects again. This woman, this YouTuber, visited France. She went to France. So what happens in France? Is it mainly white French people, men and women? What happens in France? What happens in France?
Jenny was attacked while streaming in the south of France. What is this?
Huh?
Why you do that? Why you do that? What the hell are you doing that shit for? Why?
I actually went back to check the VOD. Ginny is simply IRL streaming her trip to Toulouse when this guy randomly pops up on a busy street in broad daylight. Then for some reason he does a U-turn. He comes back and then randomly bops her while insulting her.
Huh? What was that?
And so this was in France? I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, like, actually I do. In my opinion, anybody who's violent like this, especially towards like I've met Jenny. She's like a fucking 105-pound, 5'1" Korean girl, okay? Like, this guy's smurfing. You're smurfing. You can't be doing this. This is insane. And so, yes, and I'm French. It's probably a drug dealer who thought she was filming him, just an idiot. It's probably only just a drug dealer.
So they always make excuses. Like, this migrant is probably just a drug dealer, somebody says. It can't be, there's no racial thing involved with them always being violent, right? It couldn't be racial. It's just, oh, he's probably just this, probably just that. Does anyone get tired of the excuses from lefties that just, oh, he's probably this, probably that? No, she's a little Asian girl in France visiting, harmless, and he goes and attacks her for no reason. So it isn't probably that he's a drug dealer. He's probably a violent fucking migrant that doesn't belong in France. He doesn't belong there. Okay? And I know this is hard for some people to understand.
Yeah, definitely.
Because people come to my channel all the time and miss the point. And I do pay attention to the chat. Now, if somebody mentions the road signs in the background or if there's a seagull, I'm going to know right away. You're not paying attention to the show. And some people have done that in this stream already. I noticed it and I kind of let it go. And I did make one comment about a seagull or something. You got to focus a little bit here. This isn't a shit show. It's not a shit channel. It's not just something that just nod your head at and laugh like many of you have been programmed to do. I'm sick of all the excuses. They'll dodge the question. They'll do mental gymnastics at an Olympics level, flip around and do all sorts of tumbles to avoid. Oh, maybe it's actually race involved. It isn't just, oh, it's a drug dealer thing, or they'll make all these excuses. Oh, maybe he's off his meds. Maybe he's this. Well, why is it always the usual suspects? Okay. I don't think you see French people born and raised in France that are French attacking tourists. So maybe there's something to what I'm saying.
Wait, man, that makes it so much better, number one. Number two, you're probably not even...
For the ones that aren't staring at the road signs in the background or looking for what T-shirt somebody has on, maybe race is a big factor in this stuff. Maybe race is deeper than skin color, which I noticed the person earlier kept trying to make it about color, people of all colors. That is nonsense. People of all colors. Spare me that stupid shit here on my channel. Okay? Isabel did that earlier. People of all colors. Well, race isn't color. I don't give a shit about your skin tone. If you're the darkest of the dark, if you're lighter black, if you're whatever. Okay? Yeah. He's not French. Yeah, that's my point. He doesn't belong in France. He doesn't know how to behave. He doesn't know how to treat women. He went up and hit her for no reason. All right? So maybe one day some Americans will start learning, and Canadians too, that skin color is a deflection. Race is far, far deeper than skin color. And race involves traits, criminal behavior, sexuality, on and on. race and racial differences are real. It's about far more than skin color. And I'm saying this knowing there's people that watch my channel that are fucking programmed. And then they'll watch my shows and they don't pay attention. They'll just cling to their programming. And then I'll cover this stuff and they'll mention color again in skin color. You're waving a red flag in my face. Stephen, I'm programmed. I'm programmed just like leftists want me to be. That's what you look like when you talk about skin color. When I talk race, when I talk race and you change the topic to skin color, I know you're programmed and I know you aren't learning or paying attention here. And I notice. Trust me, I fucking notice. And with some of you, you're walking a fine line. If you don't start learning, I'm not going to want you around anymore because you're wasting my time and energy and you're just making it more frustrating. So you either start paying attention and learning something and dropping some of your programming and working on yourself, or I don't want you because you're just here to be entertained then and just to spew the same programming like a robot or like a machine that you put quarters in or you put dollar bills in and you press a few buttons and cigarettes come out or fucking candy bars or whatever, chocolate bars. Do you understand? I hope you do. Because as soon as you change race to skin color, I know what's going on there. I know what's going on. That's the biggest deflection of all. And most of you never even want to say the word race. You're so programmed. You'll just call it skin color and people of all colors. And it's all about color with you. I don't give a shit about your color. I care about your crimes, your behavior. All right? So fuck off with your lefty programming with color. You've tried to reduce race down to skin color and call America a melting pot, which it never was. I've covered this in videos. Okay? And I know some of you will be upset. I'm fine with that. You'll say, some of you will complain later when you get banned. Say, he banned me. He did this. He did that. It's my channel. If you're wasting my fucking time, then I don't want you. It's that simple. Just like I wouldn't want you in my home. I know you don't look at it that way. The ones that don't run channels or that don't do anything maybe, or whatever the case may be. Some of you do run channels. I don't care if you do or you don't. It's my channel either way, whether you have a channel or you don't. The ones that are here just to fucking leech and just treat everything like entertainment, including the serious topics of abuse, violence, things I'm showing here with race, and that one earlier, Isabel, changing it to skin color. That's what white liberals do, and most black people change it immediately. If the topic is race, they change it to skin color. That's what they do. All colors are guilty. Really? Really? Well, you know, all of the FBI crime stats in America tend to fucking disagree. There's a huge disparity in crimes, especially violent crimes like armed robbery and assault, sexual assault, and homicide. Who's guilty of far more, up to 20 times higher rate of those crimes? Well, black people. Is it because of their skin color? No. No, race is deeper than skin color. Some of you have to learn this. Some of you should be ashamed. I would be if I was 30, 40, 50 years old. I'd hang my head in shame for a little while at least. If you've gone your whole life thinking, well, the only difference is we're painted different colors. You haven't paid attention your whole fucking life then. That's reality. So if it hurts your feelings and say, oh, I feel ashamed now. I feel embarrassed. I just thought race was skin color. Some people are darker than others. Then you're a fucking moron. You didn't pay attention your whole goddamn life. Congratulations. You look stupid. You look ignorant. And if that hurts your feelings, great. That's temporary. But the crimes and the pain that they cause isn't temporary. It's lifelong for people every year. So if you feel stupid, that's not the worst thing in the world. Because some of you still have your children or your siblings or your parents. They haven't been murdered by someone. You haven't had to learn that way. You should toughen up a little bit and say, you know what? I needed that wake-up call because I lived my whole fucking life thinking race was just color. Just color. And maybe the eyes are a little bit different with Japanese people or Chinese people. And black people mostly have very dark eyes, like black eyes or dark brown. They don't have the diversity that Europeans do with blue and green eyes and hazel and all the hair colors we have and all the skin tones we have. We're actually the most diverse. And a lot of black people always want to cry, we're a minority. No, it's white people that are the minority of the world. European people are the minority in this world. And then European countries are being taken over. And once they're taken over, Europeans, the minority of the world, will have nowhere safe to live. So maybe it's about more than fucking skin color. That's why it irritates me when people try to reduce race down to one single little surface component. You've missed the point. You haven't paid attention your whole life. Okay? You might as well reduce a car to, well, that car's red and that one's blue, and one's a fucking Ferrari and another one's a Russian Lada that's rusted out from 1980. You're stupid. You're being stupid. You should pay attention a hell of a lot more and learn something when you find someone or a channel that teaches things. You should pay attention. If you can't do that, go to the shit channels. I say it almost every live stream now. I don't want lazy-minded fools here. I don't want defenders of sex offenders here. I don't want demon defenders here. You're in the wrong place. And I know some of you are just lost and confused. And you think, well, don't you want new people, Stephen? Quality, yeah. Not losers, not degenerates. I don't want just anyone. This should be simple if you've been paying attention here at all. And some of you haven't been. And I can tell by your comments. Every once in a while, someone will say, well, don't you want new people here? I don't know how could you miss the point of my channel so much? It's in slogans, the cream of the crop. I mean, it's in everything that I do, and you've missed it somehow throughout every slogan that's said here. You've missed it with the memes, the VIP, subscribers only. You've missed everything that I've been doing, some of you. It's incredible to me, the lack of attention that you have and the lack of memory. It really is incredible. You must be a different species because it's so far removed from the way I am. It's so different. You must be another species. And if that hurts your feelings, good. That's an opportunity to learn something, but most of you don't do that when your feelings are hurt. You just wallow and feel sorry for yourself and complain and, oh, he's a bully and he's mean and he said, it's like you never grow up. That's a huge problem with this realm these days. So few in this realm ever grow up. You put your feelings first, and truth isn't even in the back seat. It's miles behind. Truth doesn't matter to most of you. Your feelings matter far more. You're worried about your feelings being hurt by hearing the truth. Then you're not a truth seeker. You're just a little crybaby. You need a safe space. This is not a safe space here on my channel. In case you're confused by here. On my channel, this isn't a safe space. I don't hand out coloring books and crayons and Kool-Aid and cookies and Care Bears. You're in the wrong place if you expect that treatment. And I don't want you. And if you defend demons, I don't want you. And if you're someone that tries to boil race down to just skin color, then I don't want you. You're a simpleton, or you're a liar, and you're trying to group in everyone together. If we're all the same, just different colors, why are the crime stats so fucking different? Go look at the bar charts. Go look at the charts, the graphs and charts. Go ahead and look and take a look. Do some research, for fuck's sakes, people that are tuned in here. I'm tired of people that are lazy. That's another thing I'm tired of. People that are just fucking lazy. Some of you should admit to yourselves, whether you vocalize it here or not, admit to yourselves and say, you know what? I really didn't pay attention my whole life to this stuff. I didn't. You should just admit it to yourself, and maybe that'll be the impetus for you to begin learning, to begin paying attention, whatever age you are. I don't care if you're 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, whatever age you are, just begin. Because some of you haven't begun your whole life. You just went along with all the bullshit. And then you're wondering why this stuff is hitting you hard and why reality seems so different. Well, you didn't pay attention your whole fucking life. You didn't question anything. You just followed along mindlessly. Some of you did that for sure. And I can tell. And I'm not trying to single anyone out. I'm not going to mention any names, but I can tell that some people here that are on my channel, maybe not right here today with this live stream, but that come here, haven't paid attention their whole life, where certain truths just, they can't believe it. And it's like, where have you been? I started noticing some of this stuff decades ago or in childhood, and there's people older than me that they never paid attention, anything. Anytime they were handed a government glass of Kool-Aid or a mainstream media glass of Kool-Aid or the propaganda in school, they just drank it down and didn't even say, what flavor is it? They just drank it. And that's what you did. And until you break that habit, you're not getting out of here, because you're extremely vulnerable to being duped again, because you haven't learned. I'm trying to help you break free from those fucking habits and not sabotage yourselves. Because goddamn, some of you could listen to these liberal, white liberals or black liberals telling you, oh, race is just skin color. And, white people did nasty things, like person was saying earlier. They couldn't take the topic for a few minutes being focused on black people. She had to try to change it to white people. I don't know how many here picked up on that. That stuff is obvious to me. You might as well jump right out and wave a huge red flag and say, Stephen, look at me, look at me. I'm trying to signal something to you. It just jumps right out at me. I don't miss it. I don't gloss over it. I notice it. And I'm passionate about the truth. And some of you, I don't think you care. You just want to be entertained. Race is so much bigger and deeper than just, quote, skin color or color, as a lot of Americans say. There's so many differences. You'd have to be a fucking moron or a liar to try to reduce it just to color. You'd have to be. Have to be. I'm not doing this channel just for entertainment. There's an entertaining aspect to it, but the channel itself is not just for entertainment. That should be easy to understand. Should be. Do I think it is for most people? No, I think there's a whole lot that come here that are very confused about that and more. That they don't know anything. They don't get what I'm doing. They just don't get it. They don't get it. They don't get it. Trying to tell me what to do. Call it the present day scam. When he was 17, though. And then she denied defending him. That is defending him. Okay? When he was 17, though. Just that bit is defending him. That's what they do. Not just with Jason. They do it with their own criminals as well. He didn't do nothing. He was just a boy on his way to church. Who cares who he was with? That was his buddy. They were both guilty. It's just incredible the defenses that they make, these people. So many people fooled like you. Most of you are fooled. Like Isabella. You're fooled easily. Fooled by absolute demons. Look at this stupid comment. I guess I'm making collards tonight. LOL, unless the subject changes. What does that have to do? You can't handle topic being black people for once, held accountable for something? And these comments, love his research. She met him in Vegas. It's incredible, isn't it? It's going through these comments. Here's the one I was looking for. Herd mentality, like you say. Can't blame color, though. It's just attached. Oh, color's just attached. Huh. Some white folk are nasty, too. And then put historically in quotes. Really, historically, whites have been nasty. Well, you know, slavery was worldwide. Do you ever learn anything? Do you go through your whole life learning nothing? And that's what I mean by people that are lazy. They learn nothing. I don't know her age. All races and cultures except Japanese, except the Japanese torture of Chinese and American soldiers and Koreans and all the conflicts Japan has been in. Imperialist Japan attacked people all over the place and tortured them. POWs, and there's grapes of people and all kinds of horrible things. They did horrible things to the indigenous Japanese people. Look into that sometime. You don't know anything. That's the problem. Lazy-minded, ignorant idiots. Don't know anything. You haven't studied anything. I could sit here and talk about Japan for hours. You mentioned Japan, you don't know anything. Just like you don't know anything about white people, you don't know anything about historically white people. You should be kissing white people's feet for what white people have done in this realm. You don't have a clue. I'm tired of lazy-minded, ignorant fucking idiots. Okay? She met up with him. She probably gave him a blowjob. Who knows? How about that? I'm tired of defenders of demons. Tired of it. And I'm tired of fucking idiots in this realm that don't know anything. Okay? They don't know anything. And that's a problem. They talk a lot. They run their mouths, but they don't know anything. Know anything. They don't know anything about white people, as they call them. They'll call Japanese Japanese. They won't call them yellow. But they won't call white people European. Of course. Just ignorant.
So, guys, I don't know if you are aware of this trend that is doing the rounds on the internet that is called the black fatigue. So basically, the white Americans are out in full force to say that we are sick and tired of the behavior of black people. We are sick and tired of black people blaming.
White people are not out in full force yet. This is just the very beginning. This is the tip of the iceberg just coming through a little bit. This is nothing compared to what is coming. It may take years, but it's on the way. The ball's already rolling now. There's already an awakening happening. Okay? You ain't seen nothing yet. You don't know what you're talking about. White people are not out in full force. This is just the very, 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 very beginning.
Us of everything wrong that is happening in this country. we are sick and tired of black people being given the platforms to be racist and to be nasty towards us. And if we dare say anything, then we are called racist. So now the white Americans are out in full force to say that this behavior is sickening and we are not going to allow it anymore. And basically, guys, I honestly don't think that it is going to end with the United States. I think this black fatigue trend is going to go worldwide to a point where white people are basically revolting to say that we are sick and tired of black people being given huge platforms to insult us. And we don't say anything about that. We cannot even push back against this rhetoric that comes from black people. It is a mess, man. It is a mess.
Black fatigue. It's all over my FYP page. Thank you. I am so happy that this is being brought up. You know, by the way, for us white people that have been around the block a long time, this isn't new to us. We've been dealing with this for over 40 years. Here's my story. This is about 2015. I'm at Put-in Bay. Put-in Bay's on South Bass Island in Lake Erie. There's a bunch of bars out there. It's a great place for adults to go play. Think of Pat Daly, Mad Dog Adams. If you don't know those guys, think of Jimmy Buffett. I'm sitting on a bench on Delaware waiting for my wife, who's in a shop shopping. And at the time, the traffic is two ways. And I think I witnessed why it is no longer two ways. It's a Saturday afternoon. The island is packed. The traffic is bumper to bumper. These two guys going in opposite directions decide to stop and have a chat. Not for a couple seconds, not for a couple minutes, but I think it was around 10 minutes before people started to threaten them. But around the 5-minute mark, I'm just sitting there with my arms folded, just shaking my head. And I hear this voice, "This is what's holding us back. This is why we're hated." And I turned around to see who had said it, and it was a black couple about my age. And then he looked directly at me and said, 30 years ago, I'd go down there, grab those idiots by their dreadlocks and teach them a lesson their fathers never did. And I looked at him and went, 30 years ago, I'd have been right there with you. I have hated this type of behavior my entire life. I've never gotten it. How self-centered do you have to have no respect for any other human being? It's all about you. These are the people I've spent my life avoiding. But I had never thought about it from the black community side. And I gotta say, it sucks a lot more for you guys than it does for us white people because you're associated with it, right? There are a lot of whites that just put you all together. And it has slowed down the healing of this country. But seriously, 40 years ago, racism should have been over. Unfortunately, the Democratic Party has continued to fan the flames of racism to make money and to get votes. I'm so thankful that a lot of you are waking up to this. And again, I can't stress this enough. This isn't a black thing. This is a behavior thing. Some of my closer friends are black, and I love and appreciate them. And I'm very thankful that they have not allowed the crappy behavior out of some to drag them down. Well, I hope you're having a great day. I hope to see you tomorrow.
I disagree with that guy saying it's not a black thing. He's just making excuses. More excuses. He's not telling it like it is. And as for who it's worse for white people when they get murdered and robbed by blacks. It isn't worse for blacks. I hate when white people say, oh, it's worse for blacks. Go defend them. Go make excuses. Go live in the hood with them then. Like, it's so stupid to do that.
So this is a sentiment of a lot of white people on social media right now, especially the Americans. They are saying, okay, we are sick and tired, man. We are sick and tired of this behavior and we cannot stand it anymore. We cannot stand it anymore. So one of the people that actually broke this down beautifully, it was Jason Whitlock. And this is how Jason Whitlock basically broke down whatever that is happening in the United States and that potentially can spill out to the rest of the world.
Black fatigue. If you have not heard the term, if you're not on X, formerly known as Twitter, you may be unaware that this conversation is going on. But if you're on social media and if you understand the impact of X/Twitter and that like the Black Lives Matter movement started on Twitter and now there's a response movement being started on Twitter and it's called black fatigue. And it is the antithesis. It is the yin to the yang of Black Lives Matter. It's white people loudly, boldly expressing their fatigue with black people. This is and was inevitable. And that's why I spent so much time during the whole Black Lives Matter psyop, about a decade, saying like, this is crazy. Black Lives Matters is going to create a boomerang effect. It's going to harden hearts. You're not going to host a decade-long discussion on social media and in mainstream media about how awful white people are and what victims we are. And oh my God, once every 3 or 4 months, there's a controversial police-involved shooting with a resisting career criminal. That was inevitably going to spark a backlash. And now the backlash is here, and it's called black fatigue. Punch that into Twitter and see what comes up. There are social media accounts dedicated to showing videos of black people behaving dysfunctionally, violently, inappropriately, not just in Spirit Airlines, Frontier Airlines, not just on Carnival cruises, but damn it, if you let them on Royal Caribbean, the same thing will happen there. You let them inside a Wendy's, the same thing will happen there. There's an endless parade of these videos, and they're all about black fatigue. Like, I'm tired of black folks. Black folks have raised their hand and volunteered to be the enemies of white people, and to be the people that we want to cast white people as the worst thing on the planet. And eventually, people's patience has worn out and was going to wear out. It was inevitable.
So guys, of course, there's been a pushback on social media from the accounts of many black people saying that, okay, this is now white people basically say wanting to be racist out in the open, and this is the reason, and they are using this black fatigue thing as an excuse for them to be racist towards us, and it is unacceptable for these racists to try to hold us accountable. But one thing that I've actually realized with this trend on social media is that even black people, a lot of black people have actually came out, like I said earlier on, a lot of black people have actually came out to say that we are sick and tired of this behavior too. It is not only white people, it is not only the Hispanics, it is not only the... We are also sick and tired of this behavior that actually puts black people into a negative light.
Black fatigue. This video might make you uncomfortable, but it needs to be made. There's a growing sentiment, most recently, of individuals who are proclaiming they do have black fatigue. And you don't have to be a non-black person to have black fatigue. What does that phrase actually mean? Essentially, black fatigue is a growing weariness of the actions of the quote-unquote black community. But it goes deeper than that, because we are in 2025 now, and we are being judged based on the content of our character and not the color of our skin. But the interesting part is, the lie that's been sold to the black community in particular is that the color of our skin dictates the content of our character. That's why in the black community, sometimes you'll hear people say, oh, you are acting white, when they're talking to someone like myself who doesn't act the way most people would expect a conventional black person to act. In their minds, there is a correct way to act black. And the people in your ethnic group who fulfill those very negative stereotypes, those are the ones who are going to essentially drag down the collective whole. And that's why there's individuals who are black who do and can have black fatigue, because they see how damaging it is to see the worst of us attract all this negative attention that then unfortunately gets ascribed to the entire race all too often. But what's unfortunate is here in 2025, now we have to contend with the fact that there's people who are so sick and tired of seeing those negative aspects, those negative individuals in the black community attracting all this attention. That's what is spurring this black fatigue. I think it's something that needs to be talked about. And until we turn inward and address the issues in our own communities, I fear that this is only going to continue and get worse. And that's exactly what the powers that be want. They want to have us against each other instead of us against those who are really pulling the strings in the background.
And I think this guy is basically making a great point by saying that, you know, if you do not act the way that the conventional black people act, or if you don't align yourself with things that they align themselves with, they see you as not a pure black. You are not a pure black. And the reason why is because we are living in a time where black people have actually shut out the idea of having uncomfortable conversations. And we think that if you do not agree with us, then there has to be something wrong with you. And we even see this thing, even in South Africa, you can see the political landscape in this country that if you don't agree with the MK party, the EFF, then you are not a black person, man. You have to be a sellout. You have to be a Uncle Tom. But I love the term Uncle Tom because my name is Thomas. You have to be an Uncle Tom if you do not align with us. And you cannot question anything that the leaders of these political parties say. It doesn't matter how ridiculous that thing is. You cannot go out and question.
Hello, hello. 30 people tuned in. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. So what do I have for you here? Let's play some music. Get the music. Fuck your feelings. Nigger. Fuck your feelings. Fuck your feelings. I don't care if it hurts your feelings. Grow up, get over it, deal with it. It's a word. Your reaction is violence. You're fucking losers. You're unhinged. Can't control yourselves. Grow up, get over it. Grow up.
The ghetto culture is no longer the quote-unquote subculture. It's not the alternative culture. It's not something that some black folks are given over to. Instead, it has become the culture. It is the mainstream culture. And I'm sick and tired of this lie that it is just some sort of subculture that some people are given over to, but most of us are sick and tired of. That's a lie from the pit of hell. Folks, if this was the case, then why is it that if you are not in some way attached to ghetto culture, some way representing parts of the ghetto culture, you are seen as the outcast, you're seen as an outsider, you're seen as quote unquote white adjacent, or essentially being white, right? You're just all out called a white person. You act white, you talk white. If you don't have some semblance of the ghetto culture, it's not enough to be quote unquote black. You have to have some ratchetness about you in order for you to be accepted by the mainstream. How do I know this is true? Watch this. No, wait for it. Watch this. Because y'all like to say that we're sellouts and we're just bringing these things up to light and we're the cause of it and we're, promoting white supremacy. Okay, let's go ahead and play this.
Take all these masks off. Take all these masks
Y'all see that, right? Oh, but there's Hispanic dudes in there. Oh, but there's Hispanic. Oh, but this is the culture. And if you are not at some level in parallel with this, I'm not saying you got to be fully given up. That's the thing. That's the thing we get twisted. I'm not saying that you got to be shiestied up in order to be accepted. All you got to do is this right here. Let me show y'all. All y'all got to do. All you got to do is this right here. And you are accepted into the club. Let's pull this up for y'all. Uh-oh. Y'all know what that is right there. Immediately, you already know what that is right there. Look at that. Graduation day. Graduation day, which is quite ironic. I used to rap. Well, technically, I still got music out, etc. But when I started my little rap career, I think I was in the 8th grade. First time I recorded a real song in a quote unquote real studio, aka my homeboy's auntie's house. She had the little mic set up. And we recorded a song called Graduation Day. And we performed it, at our graduation rehearsal. It was our first real performance. So this is bringing back memories right here, because what we have is Graduation Day. Look at that. Look at that. Now this looks like your modern day black church, to be honest, or Southern church, hillbilly church. Look at that. Look at that. I'm gonna make y'all watch it with me. We're watching it through. Cringe all you want to cringe. You've seen it 100 times. You feel some type of way about me even bring it up again. I don't give a damn. We're gonna watch it. Look at that. I would put this on loop for 24 hours if I could. Look. See, look, let me show y'all something. This is mainstream, right? Let me show y'all alternative. You see this individual back here. Nobody talked about that individual back there. That one. Let me play this out for you. That one right there. Are you tracking? Who walked away. That's you. You're the one who's sick and tired. You're the one who's got black fatigue as a quote unquote black person, and you had to walk away from this. This is the mainstream culture. This is them. This is what they do. This is how they act. This, look. And this is them celebrating. Imagine if they were pissed off at each other. Hair is getting yanked out. Okay, so why am I bringing this up? Because there has to be an acceptance at some point to say that this is actually what is being protected as the culture. All this other, back in the 1920s and the 1960s and but black people did this. No, I'm talking about right damn now. You're living in today. If I want to talk about the success of a company, it needs to be in relationship to what you did today. Today. What have you done for me lately, Janet Jackson? What have you done lately? How are you showing up now and at a consistent rate? Unfortunately, it has been for decades at this point. But right now, today, if you walk onto one of these campuses, you may not see this exact image, but you're going to see something like it. You're going to see something like this. You're going to see the acceptance of this. And if you're not a part of this group, you're lame. You're a nerd. You're a square. You're lame. Because you don't want to be a part of this. You don't want to be thugged out. You don't want to be a dope boy. You don't want to be a junkie. You don't want to be a 304. You don't want to be ratchet. You don't want to be turned up. You don't want to be any of those things. As a grown-ass man, people still got a problem with the fact that I don't drink and I don't smoke. Now, that's a decision I made at 19 because I was wilding in my youth. Wilding. But I said, nah, these things are destructive. These things are going to take my life. I'm not going to win in life if I continue to perpetuate these behaviors. But yet, this is what our kids, and the reason I brought this one up first is because these are 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old boys mimicking the culture that is perpetuated and promoted. If you are a single mother and you are raising a boy, you are a single mother raising a boy, remember that you are raising the man that somebody else is going to end up with. Please remember that. So if you're letting that boy walk around like this, you're raising the very same person that you're complaining about yourself not having a relationship with anymore because he walked out on you because he's got these tendencies. That's what that's about. Now that I've shown you that, let's go to these right here because it's not over. No. I got time today. I have time today. Let's see this here. Let us see this here. Lord have mercy. I done blown it all the way up. Here we go. Look at that. Look at that right there. You guys see that? That right there is your future doctor. That's her right there. So why does she have to do that? If you're curious, like why couldn't she just graduate and just take a normal picture? Oh, but she's just having fun. She's just having fun. So why does fun always have to be connected to the ratchet culture, to the ghetto culture? Why? If it's not mainstream, then why? You know, it's like, let's say, let me see what I can pull out. Let's say that wearing suits is the mainstream culture within your own community. And that's the accepted thing to do. You might not wear a suit that day because, you know, you're deviating, but you still wear a tie or something like that, or you still wear a button up, right? It's like you got to have some element. That's what I'm getting to. You have to have some element of it. That's what shows you what the most acceptable is. You can't just be, oh, I graduated as a doctor. That's not good enough anymore. It's not good enough to just graduate as a doctor, graduate as a lawyer. It's not good enough anymore. You have to also have grills in your mouth. Oh, there's more. You also have to have a damn grill in your mouth. Iced out bling bling. That's a crazy looking grill, by the way. Kanye done got these people losing their minds with this damn platinum grill. Or titanium or vibranium, Wakanda grill. What kind of is this? But she's got to put some ratchet on it. She can't just be San Diego or SU or SD. I don't know what the hell that is. You can't just graduate anymore. You got to have some ratchetness to you in order for you to still be palatable. And
they're the educated niggers. Educated niggers. Educated. Let's jump over here to We Are Zombies. We Are Zombies TV.
A physical pod. A pod controlled by machines. A pod feeding off his body. That's not freedom. That's just a deeper level of the trap. He traded one simulation, a digital realm, for another. A physical illusion where rebellion is scripted.
How does Ian get away with using all these video clips? I don't think I can cover this. He can get away with it, but I'm not going to risk it. I don't want a copyright strike for that shit.
Consciousness can push the boundary.
Have the same type of conflict, and it's the same thing that online, you know, we're able to externalize and inflate, you know, and become, you know, our social media accounts, you know, and also basically
nasally Muslim. The machine lies. Muhammad. Muhammad.
Basically, I mean, the inflation is basically taking credit for things that we actually, were no part involved in.
How many people are running around here pretending they're accomplishing things?
Right.
Right, like 3 years. No, I'm not the one saying I'll save the world, Jack, you projecting ass faggot. You're the one that said for 3 years you're after your son in DC, and look at you.
Look at the bigger picture.
So much hate.
Right. So you recognize that I am the one saying, let's change the world, and you are literally the one opposing me. It makes no sense to me. I'll take a chance. Welcome back, hated Philly guy. How you doing today?
Are you guys attracted to trans women?
No.
Well, Tommy is.
I don't believe that. I don't know that. Tommy.
JG, are you still harboring that ill will over Gay G? That was the best live stream ever because we didn't know you didn't know. Yes, I have my dick girl bit. Yes, I don't want to be typecast as a straight bit, but you leaned in, and because she is hot, right? She is hot if you don't know she has a dick. Don't be mad, Gay G. We're both outdoorsmen now. That's why I want you to come back and see me now that we're both outdoorsmen.
Making
now,
peace.
Machine Lies. I just want to correct Machine Lies.
I think. Well, I want to correct you. I think.
I said
I want to correct you.
I want to correct you.
I think that's false. I think that's false.
Brother.
I think you have an oversized head, and that tranny thing is not attractive at all. So I think that's false. I think that's a false narrative. And,
Yeah, you tricked me, man. That's the thing, Tom. You tricked me.
Right, because Machine Lies' ego. Because Machine Lies' ego is hurt, he has to say, that's real. Tom's not doing a bit. Tom's fucking celibate, bro. Come at me. Oh, no, you won't. You'll wait till you're here. Now, Machine Lies, I'm not dogging on you. I'm not saying you're the stupidest smart guy. The real reason people get road rage is because you subconsciously, even though your immediate conscious doesn't remember, your subconscious always knows you're traveling in a 1 to 2 ton metal death trap. So when someone disrupts your flow of driving, your brain gets real aggro, like, hey, I'm fucking moving a death trap here. It's not because we're encased in glass and metal that we're ballsy. I'll say anything to your face I've said to you online. And I haven't said the things you're out here saying I've said.
Tommy.
That's how you and Phil Worth are the same.
Tommy, your disagreements don't create.
I know. I know, Jack. I know. You want to be right. I know.
Why are you? Never mind.
You never even let me make my proposition to the panelverse because you're such a fucking tyrannical asshole.
Tell you what, I'm going to give you the floor.
Now, no, you don't even got to give me the main floor because I'm not this ego bullshit, brother. But you guys have a problem, and it's not as much my problem. I can work with anything, but I agree. The turnover of rando namo sock accounts might be better handled if maybe all the hosts agreed. If a channel has 0 subs and it's made like within the last 6 months, let's just banish them from all the chats. Let's get together as a host panel circle to agree on this list occasionally of, yeah, that's probably ripe for invisibility, because it is. It's spamming, it's distracting the chat, it's overtaking the conversations, and it's not making me any money for meth.
Sounds paranoid, delusional to me.
Yeah, you're a fucking liar. You're only up here because Jack will protect you. Liar, false witness, fat ass divorced nigger.
Sounds like a bit of. It sounds pretty controlling and pretty self.
Okay, Jack. Then okay, I'm fine. I'm the Panelverse president. If the Panelverse wants to allow the yesterday made 0 count name flourish, bullshit.
Wait, hold on, Tommy. Who voted? Wait, who voted for the Panelverse president? I don't remember that.
It's self-declared.
Oh, you're Hank blaming.
Oh,
Panelverse dictator.
Oh, wait. It doesn't matter because you're part of that sand country that says you're not out here to make friends. You're not part of the community, so you don't have to worry about it.
No, there's no sand in Pakistan. There's not that much sand there.
I didn't say Pakistan. I mean your little channel over there that you occasionally chat off. So that's why nobody watches my channel. Nobody watches my channel because you're
that's not a sand country.
you're unleashed. Okay,
That's
deal with
material.
it.
Yeah, deal with it, Tommy. Love you,
Jeff.
brother. Yes, please.
And right now, 4:30, a man caught on camera knocking a tray out of a waiter's hand, sending food all over the floor. He's then seen getting into some kind of confrontation inside that restaurant.
And Local 10's Roy Ramos is joining us. He's live now in Miami with reaction coming in from the owner. Roy?
Christine Louie, when I spoke with that business owner, he tells me he was very upset when he heard about what happened, but that anger quickly shifted to concern. Concern for his employees, concern for his customers, and concern for the person responsible.
My first response was anger.
Outrage sparked at a Miami business owner after his cameras capture a man deliberately slapping a tray with more than a half dozen plates full of food out of the hand of one of his servers. Watch as this man is exiting through a glass door, and just as that server walks by, he hits the edge of the tray, causing the food to crash to the floor. As that server is left with a look of confusion, that man just casually walks away.
Knocked over the tray full of food, which, was unfortunate. It was Mother's Day. We had to make that food again. We had to clean the floors.
Luis Garcia, owner of Garcia's Seafood Grill and Fish Market on the Miami River, told me while the video is shocking to watch, it's his general manager, he said, was first confronted by the man who walked right past a line of families with Mother's Day reservations.
He literally walks up to one of our staff and kind of puts his chest in his, which was uncalled for.
Video from the restaurant patio shows what Garcia said is that man demanding to be seated. And as his general manager begins calling the police, he's followed as he tries to avoid a confrontation after repeatedly asking the man to leave.
When he was approached, he got aggressive.
While days have passed since the disturbance for Garcia's diners, it's his worry this person may have been mentally struggling with something more.
You don't know what this gentleman was going through.
That said, it's the irrational and unpredictable actions that are more.
You don't know what this gentleman was going through.
Diners, it's his worry this person may have been mentally struggling with something more.
You don't know what this gentleman was going through.
That said, it's the irrational and unpredictable actions that are concerning for the public. For that reason, police want to find him.
This type of behavior warrants that we find this person.
And get this, since the incident, several people have actually reached out to the restaurant to offer to tip that waiter and compensate him for what has happened. He says that's really been humbling for him. As for the man responsible, well, if you recognize the man in that video, you are urged to contact Miami-Dade Crime Stoppers. That number, 305-471-TIPS. For now in Miami, Roy Ramos, Local 10 News.
Well, they're not even trying to hide it anymore. Because realistically, why would they? Well, they're not even trying to hide it anymore. Because realistically, why would they? They don't have to. Here is a very interesting podcast. Yes, interesting is the word we will use. Between two Swedish men who basically say that Sweden is no longer a country of the Swedes. And they suggest that gone are the days of integration and having to adapt to Swedish values. No, they don't have to change for the Swedes. The Swedes must adapt to them.
Så svenskar måste också börja anpassa sig efter att deras land är inte Sverige som fanns vid 1960-1970. Det här hatar också SD när man säger så här, svenskar behöver anpassa sig. Men det bör ske. Nu har Sverige typ 2 miljoner invandrare, jag vet inte riktigt, men det är en stor siffra. Det är typ vad är det, 20% av landets befolkning. Alltså det är en femtedel, det är mycket. Om det ska funka...
Folkbyte.
Ja. Just det. Samtidigt får svenskar lite mer invandrare i sin omgivning och kan anpassa sig lite efter det, för anpassning bör ske.
Now that is truly what I call a mask off moment. Not even bothering to hide it anymore. But we've seen so many clips like this. I'm not even interested in what is going on in the heads of the two men in this podcast. What I am deeply fascinated by is how would the leftist mind react to this? What sort of mental gymnastics would they have to perform upon hearing so many people have these mask off moments and admit how they truly feel about Europe? How could they still listen to this and maintain their utopian open borders worldview? Share this video with a leftist and see how they react.
Can't answer simple questions like, how many states are in the United States, like that. And the videos that literally make us look dumb. They ask the dumbest people in the world, dumbass idiots, some questions, and then that's portrayed, and then they think, oh, look how dumb the Americans. It's like, that's not Americans. That's like us going to your country and going to the worst slums ever, and saying, well, that's all the Russian people right there, or that's all the African people, that's all of them right there. No, that ain't fair. How the hell do you even afford all those drugs? Really, dude? I can barely afford to smoke weed. This dude's fucking smoking hella shit, working 2 days a week. Where do you work, bro? This dude's making hella money. Or no, I don't like asking personal questions. Like, you don't have to answer anything I ask. Sometimes I just think out loud. Forgive me, guys. I mentioned this last time. My mom is severely personal. Oh yeah, that's right. You did say that, and I went through. I'm sorry, Dip. I smoke a lot of weed. Emotional and verbal abuses, age 3 to 5. Oh yeah, that's right. We did talk about that. Which I relate to your story so much, Chris. I'm sorry, dude. That's what got me into psychology. Okay, so who was supporting you and like allowed you to go to college and shit? I mean, were you actually like working 2 jobs and going to school? Yo, Chris, have you heard of because once you're like stuck in the matrix, you're fucked. You really can't get ahead. If you come from a poor family or a broken family, you're just like, fuck, unless somebody with a kind heart just helps you out of nowhere or some sort of nepotism happens. Yo, Chris, have you heard of the Pottinger's cat experiment? Mind blowing. No, what's that, dude? Tell me about it, please. Don't leave me hanging, Seth. Welcome to the stream. Seth, have you been here before? Seth LVX? No, dude, tell me about it, please. Most Canadians and Brits are also cynical about the USA. Yeah, they don't like us. It's like, man, but we're good people. Some of us are really nice people. And the Americans I have met on my travels have all been awesome. Plus, the American women are always game for some European deal. Oh my God, no name. You're unbelievable, dude. You use your little British accent, don't you? Little pretty boy ass. This dude, man, out here getting all them chicks, bro. I'm sick of you taking all our women. Oh, with your little British dingling. No, all good. I love. Ain't no name. If you could rack them up, bro, rack them up. That's something looking back on my life, man. I was always so damn moral. I was always so moral. I could have gotten so much more pussy if I just didn't care. Sometimes I regret that. Anyways, but American women are considered sluts. Brits even more. Israelis don't give out only if you look like a god. Sorry, chatting with friends here. What I miss since last I spoke. All kinds of different random shit. T, we're just talking about there's no like specific subject really. We're just talking about like psychology. We're talking about all kinds of shit. I'm enjoying it though. 7:37. Damn, we got 30 people up in here. My goodness, bro. I can't wait till we get 40, bro. That's going to be crazy. 40 people streaming, like concurrently, 40 people watching. I'll have to rewind shit later. Yeah, we talked. Well, yeah, I mean, I could explain the whole shit to you real quick, but it would take me 10 minutes. By the way, Swedish women love sex and treat it like guys treat sex. What? T, do you got any money saved up, bro? Let's fly out to Sweden. 36 again now, 7:37. Or 7:37 is what I said. That was less than a minute ago. Well, that was a weird looking bird. There was a big giant fucking bird that just flew past my window. That was a big ass. That must have been like a vulture or something. The fucking pterodactyl. Okay. Is there a character limit for a website creation prompt? Oh, dude. We got to get off stream and do that, bro. I told you I can do that. I'm pretty sure. Sora or
Mom, Dad. His mom, Dad. Look, Fisher, look. Get the fuck out of my bag. Get the fuck out.
Recently, the English women have had enough of harassment and have decided to wake up and stand against it. One crucial
Mom, Dad. His mom, Dad. Look, Fisher, look. Get the fuck out of my bag. Get the fuck out.
Recently, the English women have had enough of harassment and have decided to wake up and stand against it. One crucial case that just happened involved an English lady and a foreigner in a train. The foreigner tried to lay her hands on the British lady's bag, and the British lady fought back. And the lady who was trying to put her hands on her bag was surprised at what she did. Have a watch.
No? Mom, Dad. His mom, Dad. Look, Fisher, look. Get the fuck out of my bag. Get the fuck out.
The instance is the place where these British women expressed their anger on illegal immigrants coming to the UK. Because statistics have showed that majority of harassment in the UK is usually done by foreigners, so these British ladies stand strong against illegal immigration. Watch the clip.
300 guys from a country which we know did not value women. Yeah. I'm sorry, but that's the hard... No, I'm sorry. Is there going to be a curfew? Or are they just at 7 o'clock at night, just going to be able to wander around?
Thirdly, a native British woman was getting arrested by West York's police for complaining that she's had enough of immigrants rioting and running amok in her local area. She questioned the police. How dare she, as a native English person, have an opinion or problem? Well, her white privilege got her arrested. Can you imagine this? Have a watch.
I don't give a fuck. Arrest me then. You want to arrest all this lot? The ones you put.
He's staying behind. Look, he's saying so much to him behind.
Before we cover this in full, please subscribe to our channel and ring the bell for upcoming updates. In recent times, English women have begun to stand up and voice their frustrations against harassment, particularly in light of incidents involving illegal immigration and public safety. One noteworthy case that has captured public attention involved an English woman who bravely confronted a foreign individual attempting to take her belongings on a train. This incident has sparked a broader conversation about the rising concerns surrounding harassment and the implications of immigration in the UK. The incident on the train serves as a microcosm of a larger societal issue. When the foreign individual reached for the British lady's bag, she reacted swiftly and assertively, surprising her would-be assailant. This confrontation exemplifies a growing determination among women to stand up against unwanted advances and to reclaim their public spaces. Such moments of courage resonate widely as many women across the country share similar experiences of harassment, whether verbal or physical. The notion of fighting back against such behaviour is empowering, and it underscores the message that women will no longer tolerate being victimised. Statistics indicate that a significant portion of harassment incidents in the UK is attributed to foreign individuals, leading to heightened tensions around the issue of immigration. This has fueled a narrative among some British women who feel that their safety is being compromised. As a result, many are using their voices to express discontent with illegal immigration, feeling that it contributes to a rise in criminal behaviour and harassment. While it is crucial to address the complexities surrounding immigration, acknowledging both the positive contributions of immigrants and the challenges that arise, there is an undeniable sense of frustration among women who feel that their safety is at stake. The intersection of gender and immigration issues is intricate, and it requires thoughtful discourse that considers all perspectives. In a striking incident, a native British woman was arrested by West Yorkshire police for publicly expressing her concerns about emigrants rioting in her local area. This incident has sparked outrage and debate over the limits of free speech and the implications of perceived white privilege. The woman questioned how she could be penalised for having an opinion as a native English person, highlighting the tensions surrounding national identity and the right to voice grievances in contemporary Britain. This encounter raises critical questions about the nature of free speech and the challenges faced by individuals who wish to voice their concerns about societal issues. While it is essential to approach discussions about immigration with sensitivity and an understanding of the diverse experiences within communities, it is equally important to allow individuals the space to express their worries without fear of repercussion. The growing sentiment among English women regarding immigration and harassment reflects a broader societal concern. Many women feel increasingly vulnerable in their daily lives as reports of harassment continue to surface. This sense of vulnerability is exacerbated by the perception that some immigrants may engage in behaviour that compromises public safety. Public discourse surrounding immigration is often fraught with emotion, as it intersects with issues of identity, safety, and belonging. For British women, the feeling of being unsafe in their own neighbourhoods or on public transport can be distressing. This has led to a call for more robust measures to ensure safety, particularly for women who may feel marginalised or threatened. Media portrayals of immigration and crime can significantly shape public perception. Sensationalized headlines and narratives can contribute to a climate of fear and mistrust. As such, it is crucial for media outlets to approach these topics with nuance and responsibility, avoiding the pitfalls of generalization and stereotyping. Representation matters, and the stories of both immigrants and native citizens need to be told in a balanced manner. The experiences of women, particularly in the context of harassment, should be central to these discussions. By amplifying diverse voices, society can foster a more inclusive dialogue that addresses the complexities of immigration while prioritizing safety and respect for all individuals. As English women rally together to express their frustrations and stand against harassment, there is an emerging sense of empowerment. Grassroots movements are forming, with women sharing their stories and advocating for change. This collective strength is vital in addressing the broader societal issues at play. Community initiatives aimed at educating individuals about harassment and safety can play a significant role in empowering women. Workshops, self-defense classes, and awareness campaigns can equip women with the tools they need to feel safer in their environments. By fostering a sense of solidarity among women, communities can work towards creating safer public spaces. Addressing the issues of harassment and immigration requires a multifaceted approach. Policymakers must engage in thoughtful dialogue that considers the voices of women who feel unsafe while also recognizing the contributions of immigrants to society. Comprehensive solutions should include enhanced safety measures. Implementing better safety protocols in public spaces, including increased police presence and community patrols, can help alleviate concerns about harassment. The recent events highlighting the frustrations of English women regarding harassment and immigration signal a critical moment in the ongoing dialogue about safety, identity, and belonging in the UK. As women bravely stand up against harassment, it is essential to recognise the complexities of their experiences and the broader societal context in which they occur. While concerns about public safety must be taken seriously, it is equally important to approach discussions about immigration with nuance and empathy.
Before we start today's video, I would like to take a moment to thank the people who made telling today's story possible. I'd like to thank Lynn, a good friend of Marilyn Hel, who we're discussing today. She helped provide photos and her recollection of events back when she knew Marilyn. I would also like to give a big thanks to Marilyn's daughter, Vanessa, who's also the sister of Lisa Marie Velasquez. who we're also discussing today. I want to thank her and her family for giving me blessing on releasing today's video, as well as providing information and photos. Marilyn and Lisa's stories are examples of how far things can go when a relationship becomes physical, and how the effects of it can trickle down to family and friends. And a lot of times, innocent people are the ones who pay with their lives, even when they're trying to help. I have to warn that today's video has a lot of details in both stories that are going to be very difficult to make it through. So please, go in with caution. Viewer discretion is strongly advised.
Gruesome discovery tonight in a public park in New York City. 2 bags filled with body parts, human body parts. A large crime scene right now outside Crotona Park in the Claremont section of the Bronx.
Eyewitness News reporter Stefan Kim is there live with what we know so far. Stefan?
Well, Sade and Bill, that is Crotona Park, and that's Clinton Playground inside it, where we saw all night kids playing basketball and riding scooters. On the other side of this fence is where those 2 bags were found, just outside this park. A mutilated victim found. Police still can't say the gender or age of the victim. Cops say a Parks Department employee found 2 bags on the sidewalk near Crotona Park South and Franklin Street, just outside Crotona Park. He called over his superior. At first, they thought it might have been a dead dog, but when they started to open the bags to check it out, they saw hair and called police.
We have new information to bring you this morning about that disturbing discovery in the Bronx. We had the story yesterday morning. The NYPD has now released a sketch of the victim, who they believe was the victim, found Friday. A Parks Department employee discovered human remains in 2 bags in the Claremont section. Police are hoping someone might recognize the sketch of this woman.
Even as she was led out of the police precinct station house in handcuffs, Sierra Martinez insisted she cared for Lisa Marie Velasquez. She's now charged with Velasquez's murder. 30-year-old Martinez and her 31-year-old boyfriend, Daquan Wheeler, were arrested Wednesday, both charged with murdering Velasquez and then hiding her remains. In 2006, when Velasquez was 12, she witnessed the murder of her own mother, who was 9 months pregnant. Her family now left to deal with yet another devastating loss.
The footage you just saw was taken from news broadcasts in the summer of 2018. The victim in question is Lisa Marie Velasquez, a driven young woman from the Bronx, New York, who had her life brutally taken as a bizarre story of betrayal began to unfold. The story would leave the entire city shocked, and also leave many who knew her asking how something like this could ever happen to someone like her, someone who was known to be so loving and so kind-hearted. But during much of her short life, Lisa had a darkness looming over her and her loved ones, because 12 years before her passing, her mother, Marilyn Hel, met an eerily similar fate, with her life being brutally taken in an ultimate act of betrayal. And her daughter Lisa, along with her 2 other children, were there to witness it all as it took place right before their eyes. On today's episode of Evil Intentions, this is Fate of 2, the stories of Marilyn Hel and Lisa Marie Velasquez.
More about a gruesome discovery made in the Bronx. 2 bags with body parts inside had been discovered in a park in Hunts Point, and investigators believe they are linked to body parts discovered on Friday.
Marilyn Hel was born on March 13, 1969, and resided in the Bronx, New York. She came from a tight-knit family and was known to be very close to them. She attended PS 29 across the street from where she resided, and while there, she would make many friends. Marilyn was described as a very friendly and outgoing person, someone with a happy and sometimes spontaneous personality. She had a big smile she was known for, and always well-dressed, always taken care of. Growing up in the Bronx in the 70s and 80s wasn't the easiest, but the growing trends like fashion and different types of music served as pleasant distractions. During her time at PS29, Marilyn had a group of friends she would often hang out with and always spoke to, sometimes leading to the group of friends getting into lighthearted trouble because they loved talking to each other during class. Some of those talks were between her and her good friend Lynn. Lynn had only recently transferred from private school to public school and was having a hard time with the transition. Marilyn was one of her very first friends at the school, making it all a bit easier. They would become close in no time. The two of them were huge Menudo fans, Menudo being the hugely popular boy band from Puerto Rico. They would have friendly fights over the members of the group, since those were some of their first crushes. Like other children their age, some of the activities they partake in included jumping rope and playing tag during recess. The simple things. Marilyn's mother and grandmother would often visit Marilyn and her friends at the school during their lunch break as the kids played in the yard. While there, they'd often pass Marilyn and her friend Lynn snacks, candy, and soda. They always shared what they had with one another. Marilyn's mother was said to have always been very caring and someone who kept a watchful eye over her daughter. Her love and care didn't stop at Marilyn though. It was just in her nature, and she always extended that same care to Marilyn's friend. The young girls shared a lot of moments during their friendship, one of those being their prom at the end of elementary school, just one of Lynn's fond memories with Marilyn and friends. Their prom was held at a spot called Alex and Henry's restaurant, not far from where they lived, just walking distance. The place was upscale and was often used for big events like wedding receptions. A red carpet greeted the young ladies and their friends. They'd spend their evening dancing the night away to some of their favorite disco artists and ordering sodas like they were cups of champagne. The evening gave the kids a step away from some of the dangers that lurked on a regular basis outside of the restaurant, because the streets of the Bronx were starting to change. As the children grew older, they graduated from elementary school to junior high. They'd attend junior high school 162 Lola Rodriguez de Tio on St. Anne's Avenue in the Bronx. Things were rapidly starting to change for young kids in the Bronx. Kids like Lynn and Marilyn, who were into artists like Donna Summers and the Bee Gees, coming out of the disco era, were now starting to see artists like Curtis Blow make it big as the 80s entered and the sounds of hip-hop continued to take over the city. Aside from the music, Marilyn and some of her friends were into the latest coats with matching book bags and many other fashion trends. The girls would always ask their parents to get them the latest, and if it was financially possible, they had no problem giving the girls what they asked for. But life in junior high was a lot different from elementary school. Now, the kids were drinking, experimenting with drugs, and having intercourse at all ages. They stood away from the negative influences. Important to mention that these activities were all known to be happening in the school. It was a whole different world from what the kids were used to. Marilyn adjusted to her new surroundings, but Lynn would find her time at 162 to be more difficult and found it harder to navigate. So the two would remain friends, but they inevitably grew apart when Lynn switched schools. Over the years, as junior high ended and the young ladies made their way into high school, Lynn and Marilyn would often run into one another in the neighborhood. Other times, they'd link up and just go to the yard of PS29 when school wasn't in session so they could play handball. Either that or they'd ride bike around the area. At the time, on 3rd Avenue in the Bronx, there was a well-known fish market that Marilyn and Lynn's parents would shop at, a place they'd been visiting for years. They would often bump into one another here, and sometimes head into one of the mom and pop's record stores the area was known for, places they'd be able to get the latest music from artists like Hector Lavoe and El Gran Combo. As time went on, most of those mom and pop's businesses would shut down, and Lynn would see Marilyn less frequently. The last time that Lynn ran into Marilyn on the streets of the Bronx was around the year 2000. They were happy to have run into each other. They always were. Marilyn was with her mother and her daughter running some errands in the neighborhood as usual, but what neither of them knew was that this interaction between the two would be the very last, because new dangers in Marilyn's life would put her on a path that led to tragedy. At some point later, Marilyn would meet and begin dating a man by the name of Robert Coakley. She was now a mother to 3 young children from previous relationships. These were not children that she shared with Coakley. Marilyn always showed her children a lot of love, but according to documents, Coakley, on the other hand, was a whole different story. He was someone with a history of arrests that dated back to 1981. He'd been arrested for selling drugs and committing robberies. It's unclear how the two met or exactly how long they were together, but their relationship was said to have lasted a few years, and during that time, Their relationship went through a series of very hard moments. The couple fought all the time, according to comments made by a next-door neighbor. They'd often hear arguing and crying. It was said that the children feared Coakley. He was known to be vulgar and very mean to the children, sometimes saying that the kids could take care of themselves, when the oldest of the children, Lisa, was only 12. Police had been called to Marilyn's home on different occasions for domestic disputes brought on by Coakley. In many of the heated arguments, things became physical, and the relationship was proving to be very harmful to the children. Lisa was only 12 children, sometimes saying that the kids could take care of themselves, when the oldest of the children, Lisa, was only 12. Police had been called to Marilyn's home on different occasions for domestic disputes brought on by Coakley. In many of the heated arguments, things became physical, and the relationship was proving to be very harmful, not only for Marilyn, but her children. Part of the reason behind the fights was because apparently Coakley was taking Marilyn's money she was given through public assistance to help raise her children. Friends of Marilyn stated that Coakley would show up at Marilyn's home at the beginning of the month when she would receive her check, just so he could take it from her. He also had no problem taking the money by knocking on neighbors' doors asking for food. It was clear that there were some serious issues between the two, and they would eventually get much worse. Coakley was a married man, but had been separated from his wife for a while when he and Marilyn began dating, at least to Marilyn's knowledge, which leads us to March of 2006. By this time, Marilyn, now 36 years old, was pregnant with Coakley's child. According to reports, Marilyn wanted to marry Coakley, despite the problems between them. She was 9 months pregnant and close to giving birth to a baby girl someday very soon. When March of 2006 rolled around, Marilyn and Coakley had recently broken up. According to reports, he was living with Marilyn at the time, but he left the home when the relationship ended because Coakley got back with his wife. Once he went back to his wife, it was said that Marilyn cut off all access to bank accounts the two shared, as anyone would expect. But this would drive Coakley mad with rage, bringing us to March 30th of 2006. On this day, Marilyn's mother would stay at Marilyn's apartment with the kids, while she went to an important appointment concerning her pregnancy and also went shopping. A few hours later, Marilyn returned to her apartment and she was with Coakley, presumably because he was the father of the child and Marilyn had just seen doctors about the pregnancy. The kids were fine and their mother was now back home, so Marilyn's mother left. She had no idea that this would be the last time she would ever see her daughter alive. Coakley and Marilyn got into a big argument that was said to revolve around the PIN number to one of Marilyn's public assistance cards. Like other fights the couple had, this had become a volatile interaction, one that was quickly unfolding as all three of Marilyn's children looked on. It was during this argument that Maria Coakley, Coakley's wife, arrived at Marilyn's home. Confused as to why this woman was in her home, the fight became more intense, but with a few words, Coakley's motives would become very, very clear. He would go on to tell Marilyn that this was a setup. They wanted access to her cards for her money, and they weren't leaving without it. That wasn't the only reason for the setup. Coakley's wife held a huge amount of resentment and jealousy for Marilyn because she knew that the child inside of her that was soon to be born belonged to her husband. In a matter of minutes, the situation went from bad to much worse as Robert Coakley snatched Marilyn's phone out of her hands so she couldn't call anyone for help. Maria Coakley then slapped Marilyn with such a force that it knocked her to the ground, causing her to bleed. Coakley and his wife would then begin to savagely beat Marilyn, both hitting her all over her body, mostly in her back, and slamming her head into the wall repeatedly. It was also said that the two tried to suffocate her with a pillow, but were unsuccessful. As the two beat her, Marilyn struggled and tried to defend herself, but they would both quickly overpower her. The children were then forced into separate bedrooms, and Coakley dragged Marilyn into her room as he beat her. As the children peeked out of their rooms, Marilyn's eldest daughter, Lisa, would see the entire struggle and would witness some of her mother's final moments. Marilyn would scream her last words to her children, saying, "I'll always love you. Take care," as if she knew she wouldn't make it out of this alive. Seconds later, Maria Coakley would follow her husband into the room and shut the door behind her. The children heard the sounds of struggles and screams as the couple did the unthinkable to their mother. Maria Coakley would help beat and pin Marilyn to the bed so that her husband could easily carry out the rest of his attack. After asking where the money was and not getting the answer he wanted, the entire ordeal would become even darker when Coakley took a butcher knife and sliced Marilyn's throat open, followed by more attacks as he repeatedly stabbed her in the neck and head. He then hit her in the head over and over, eventually cracking her skull open. It was clear that the attack was very personal and fueled by rage, and the children heard it all. They stated they heard a loud noise, followed by another loud noise, and then silence. The next thing Lisa heard was the Coakleys laughing at her mother, laughing at the horrific act that they had just committed, as if they were proud of taking Marilyn's life, along with the life growing inside of her. They had taken Marilyn's life in cold blood in just a matter of minutes. The children were terrified and didn't know what to make of what just took place. Marilyn's son heard the last of his mother's screams and came out of the room only to find the Coakleys leaving the bedroom on their way to the bathroom to wash blood from the knife. Once they were done, Coakley would approach the children in the home and told them that if they told anyone what they had witnessed, he would take all 3 of their lives next. He would hold the butcher knife to the ear of Marilyn's young son, threatening to cut it off if he told anyone. Coakley would turn his attention to Lisa, asking her where the money in the home was. She was hesitant to tell him, and Coakley didn't like her response, calling her a bitch and continuing to threaten them. Coakley would then tell the children that he was going to get food, maybe to make them think that he would return. The couple would then leave the apartment, closing the door behind them. The couple would then leave the apartment, slamming the door behind them. Lisa and her brother knocked on their mother's bedroom door a few times, hoping for some sort of response, but she didn't answer. They would enter the bedroom to find their mother's lifeless body lying on the mattress, and the room was covered in blood. The scene was so bad that very early reports even stated that Marilyn had been shot, but that was soon omitted from later reports. Marilyn's son would tell reporters the following: "I knocked on her door 2 times and she didn't answer, and I went in and she was dead. I went in my room and cried. Now she's in heaven." Lisa would tell reporters she and her brother saw their mother's body, but they didn't want their younger sister to see what they saw. As if this wasn't already the worst situation imaginable, it turns out Robert Coakley had added insult to injury when he stole money from 12-year-old Lisa. He took $35 in allowance money she had saved. She stated that she had been saving the funds to help get food and clothes for her unborn baby sister, and because she wanted to buy her baby sister a crib. The innocence in her words and the way the children spoke left their grandmother brokenhearted, a woman who was not only grieving the loss of her beloved daughter, but had to be strong for her other children and her grandchildren. The news would catch everyone off guard, since nobody expected for things to take such a tragic turn. Marilyn's mother would tell reporters that she thanked God her grandchildren weren't harmed. The fear in the family after this happened was still very fresh, and a big part of it was because Robert and Maria Coakley were still somewhere out there, considered very dangerous and capable of anything. Detectives would ask the public for help in finding the murderous couple, putting their pictures in local papers to help with the search. While on the run, Coakley would use the card he took from Marilyn and gained access to $1,200 she had in the account, and he withdrew at least $400. It looked like they had no plans on ever being found, but surprisingly, on April 3rd of 2006, after 4 days on the run, Robert and Maria Coakley would turn themselves in. They went to the 43rd precinct and told officers what they had done. The two were taken into custody on the spot. On April 4th of 2006, a service was held for Marilyn Hel at the Eternity Funeral Home on East Gun Hill Road. Hundreds of people paid their respects and visited Marilyn's open casket. She wore a white dress, and laid out right beside her was her unborn daughter. The child had wavy hair and wore a bonnet as she lied next to her mother. This was requested by Lisa and her siblings because this would be the first and last time that they would ever get to see their mother hold their baby sister. Cries of grief could be heard throughout the funeral home. Lisa would cry out, "I love you, Mommy. I want you to come back." It was a heartbreaking truth the children had to face, a life without their mother. But this very dark moment in Lisa's life, seeing her mother in that coffin, gave her a sense of strength. It made her want to testify against Coakley to get justice for her mother. Lisa, being the oldest, immediately stood up to be there for her siblings and her family, even at just 12 years old. A lot of kids in that position wouldn't know how to navigate the immense grief that comes with losing your mother. But she held her head high, as did her siblings. In this photo, captured on the day of Marilyn's wake, you see Lisa and her 2 siblings as they stand in front of their mother and sister's coffin, trying their best to be positive and smile through this awful tragedy. They all donned shirts that had Marilyn's name with her date of birth and the letters RIP across the chest. It's a very sad photo to look at, knowing that these kids were trying their best to cope and that this was their new reality. But this photo would speak volumes over a decade later, when Lisa would suffer an eerily similar fate to that of her mother, and nobody ever saw it coming.
A tragedy like this is all too familiar. In 2006, Velasquez's mother, Marilyn Hel, was found murdered inside the Bronxdale houses. She'd been stabbed and was pregnant at the time. Her boyfriend was later found guilty.
Lisa Marie Velasquez was born on June 5, 1993, and also resided in the Bronx, New York. After the horrific events she witnessed in 2006, Lisa's grandmother would gain custody of Lisa and her siblings. The tragedy involving Marilyn took its toll on the entire family, and it was something they never truly got over. Still, everyone tried to put their best foot forward, supporting one another through it all. Lisa's aunt would say that after Marilyn's passing, Lisa wanted to be more helpful and a strong support system for her family, and that's exactly what she was. She was also described as someone full of life who always stood focused, known for her pleasant smile and positive attitude. As she grew into her teen years, during high school, Lisa was a part of the ROTC Explorers program for NYPD, a program designed to introduce kids in the inner city to law enforcement. Lisa was focused and intelligent, so the program was a perfect fit, and she would later become an auxiliary officer. Nothing meant more to Lisa than her family and her future, so she was setting herself up for success. She was determined to make the most of herself. At a young age, she had already experienced more than most adults twice her age, but she learned to work through those feelings and those hard times, and she stood the course. As she got older, some of Lisa's interests included playing softball every Saturday with the Bronx Rebellions. She donned the number 42 jersey. The team members on the Rebellions were some of the people she was closest to. She loved playing for the team so much that she often proudly wore the jersey and matching hat of her team, even when she wasn't playing. Over the years, Lisa had lived in a number of places, at some points leaving New York City, before coming back to the Melrose section of the Bronx, where she would reside with her grandmother. She was trying different things to see what felt best for her. Being a hard worker, Lisa held a number of jobs, from her auxiliary job mentioned earlier, to at one point working for Disney Cruise Lines, and later on, working at a local Model sporting goods store in the Bronx. It was here that she would befriend a co-worker by the name of Sierra Martinez, 30 years old. While working together, they'd quickly become friends, and over time, became closer and closer. They'd become so close that Sierra began to share certain parts of her life with Lisa that not many knew at the time, like the fact that she was currently in an abusive relationship. Her boyfriend, 31-year-old Daquan Wheeler, was someone with a history of arrests. He had served time for attempted murder in 2008 and also had charges for attempted robbery in Brooklyn not long after. Martinez was no stranger to the court system either, since she too had run-ins with the law. In 2010, she committed a robbery in Queens, and for the crime, she did almost 4 years behind bars. Martinez lived in a 2-story home located on Longfellow Ave in the Bronx. She lived there with Wheeler and a small child that was said to be their daughter. They only lived there for about 3 months, but in that short time, neighbors witnessed a lot, and it was clear that there were major issues between the two. It was said that they fought all the time. They could be heard screaming at each other most days. Neighbors also stated that Martinez and Wheeler had previously lived in a homeless shelter before relocating to Longfellow Ave. Martinez worked during the daytime, and Wheeler was said to be working in building maintenance, working night shifts. Another dead giveaway that this relationship was getting volatile was that Martinez could often be seen with bruises on her arms, indicating that some of those fights between her and Wheeler had turned physical. At an earlier date, neighbors even reported seeing Wheeler break into the home through a window, followed by a woman's screams, as she yelled that he was going to kill her. Clearly, the relationship had reached a dangerous point. All of these details about Sierra's life might sound very similar to what Marilyn and other women experience in an abusive relationship. Lisa noticed that too, and being that her mother was in a similar relationship before her life was taken, she had a special place in her heart for Sierra. She wanted to be a support system for her and always offered her help, telling Sierra that if she ever needed her for anything at all, she was just a phone call away. On August 8th of 2018, a number of calls were made to 911 for domestic disputes at the Longfellow Ave home where Martinez and Wheeler resided. It was becoming a normal occurrence at the home, but nothing compared to what would unfold on the evening of August 21st, 2018. On that evening, Lisa received a message from Sierra, whom she now considered her best friend. Sierra was clearly upset, and she explained that Wheeler had not only been attacking her again, but this time he left the home and took their daughter with him. Lisa had seen this type of situation unfold before and became very overprotective and very much bothered at the entire situation. She thought of her friend's well-being and that of her young child. When the notification on Lisa's phone went off, she was visiting some of her family. Her first reaction was to grab her bag and leave as soon as possible to go be there for her friend. She left in a rush, barely explaining what was happening. All her family knew was that her friend was in trouble and she needed to get to wherever she was fast. Lisa would arrive at Sierra's home on Longfellow Ave shortly after. When she got there, she found Sierra by herself, covered in bruises and distraught. It was around 2 a.m. when Lisa would make a call to 911 and let them know she was reporting a kidnapping, since after the beating, Wheeler took the child out of the home and nobody knew where he was. But not long after, Wheeler would return to the home and he would learn about the phone call Lisa made to authorities. He would then explode into a rage. He would grab a hammer and he struck Lisa in her head with one massive blow, causing her to fall to the ground. According to court documents, Martinez suggested that they call 911 to get medical attention for Lisa, but Wheeler had other plans. He would get on top of Lisa, pinning her down, and continued to deliver the savage attack, hitting her in the head with that hammer a total of 14 times. As Lisa stood there, bleeding out, clinging to life, Wheeler wasn't done. He would then take an electrical cord and wrapped it around Lisa's neck, pulling as hard as he could, strangling her. He would then look at Sierra and told her that she was going to help with what came next. He would take Lisa's battered and lifeless body and dragged her into the bathroom, placing her in the bathtub. The duo would then clean the bedroom and bathroom, using towels to soak up the blood and tossing those too, also getting rid of their clothes and Lisa's clothes in an attempt to cover up the scene. They then left the home and visited a hardware store nearby, where they bought trash bags and got a hold of a large machete. When they returned to the home, both Martinez and Wheeler would begin to chop Lisa's body into pieces, removing her arms, her legs, and her head. Her remains were then tossed into trash bags to be discarded as if she was nothing. They then cleaned some more and painted several of the walls in the home to make it seem like nothing happened there. The end result of a kind person with a big heart trying to help a friend. Lisa's family quickly noticed that she hadn't been in contact with anyone and hadn't been heard from since that night that Sierra contacted her. Lisa's aunt would contact Sierra because she wanted to know if she had any information on Lisa's whereabouts. But the more she called, the more her calls went unanswered. The fear and uncertainty would begin to creep into the minds of Lisa's family, who were beginning to think the worst. Another aunt who lived in the same building as Lisa would report her missing the very next day. Loved ones came together to form search parties and post flyers of Lisa, searching everywhere they could for her. On August 24th, 2 very long days after her life was taken, a city parks worker was walking by the entrance to Crotona Park when he noticed 2 bags on the ground. When he looked to see what was inside, he would be horrified to find the inside of the bag covered in blood, and a head and torso were inside. He would contact authorities right away. On August 25th, after the first set of remains were found near Crotona Park, detectives working the case quickly released a sketch of who the victim may be. At this point, Lisa was still just missing, but as the days went on, another awful discovery was made. On August 28th, a few days later, human remains were found under a pier at Barretto Point Park in the Hunts Point section of the Bronx. Plastic bags were found by some people who'd been visiting the park, and inside of those bags were arms and feet. With that sketch being released days earlier, calls began coming into the Crime Stoppers hotline. A total of 10 people called the hotline, with one of them mentioning that the remains found could belong to Lisa due to the resemblance in the sketch. This information, paired with the fact that more remains were found just 2 miles from where the first discovery was made, would make it easier for authorities to connect the dots. They soon confirmed that the remains scattered throughout the Bronx were those of Lisa Marie Velasquez, but they still had no idea who would ever do this to her. Family and friends were absolutely broken. They couldn't think of anyone who would want to do this to her, a woman who had no enemies. This would lead authorities to scrupulously searching through phone records now that they had Lisa's name. They would find evidence of the phone calls she made from Martinez's home. They soon visited the location to have a word with Martinez and Wheeler to see what they knew. The couple wasn't home. As they looked through the windows, they noticed that the apartment was a little too clean and was obviously painted recently. There were also cleaning products laying around, raising their suspicions. After obtaining a search warrant, they would look for any evidence possible in the home. That's when they'd come to the conclusion that Lisa was dismembered inside of the bathtub. The authorities continued to work quickly, and on Wednesday, August 29th of 2018, Daquan Wheeler and Sierra Martinez were found and arrested for the heinous act committed against Lisa. They faced a slew of charges that included murder, manslaughter, tampering with evidence, criminal possession of a weapon, and concealment of a human corpse. As the news made its way around, loved ones were distraught and trying to make sense of it all. On one hand, they were relieved at the progress and how quickly the two murderers were brought to justice. But the truth was, it would do very little to eliminate the anger, the pain, or the anguish that they felt inside. All this family wanted was for their beloved Lisa to return home, unharmed. Instead, they would have to adjust to life without her, and it wouldn't get any easier anytime soon.
A mutilated victim found. Police still can't say the gender or age of the victim. Cops say a Parks Department employee found 2 bags on the sidewalk near Crotona Park South and Franklin Street, just outside Crotona Park. He called over his superior. At first, they thought it might have been a dead dog, but when they started to open the bags to check it out, they saw hair and called police. NYPD canines tonight are combing for clues. This morning, this neighbor says his dogs knew something was wrong.
My dogs went towards the bags, and one of the parks people told me to don't let the dogs go near there because it smells. She didn't tell me nothing. She just told me that it smells to get away from there.
Meanwhile, several neighbors here say they avoided parking next to those bags last night because the smell was sickening.
My dogs they went straight to it, both of them. And I have 2 little chihuahuas, and for them to smell it, it's like there wasn't no bloodhound. There was that powerful smell.
Now, the medical examiner will determine the cause of death. No ID yet on the victim.
Earlier today, police remained at the scene of the Tiffany Street Pier in Hunts Point. That's where police found 2 garbage bags Tuesday night that contained human remains. One bag with a left arm and leg, the other with a right arm and leg. Police believe the bags washed up along the shore near Barretto Point Park and were discovered Tuesday evening by a small child who then told his mother about the grisly find. That discovery last night came just 4 days after other human remains, including a head, were found in 2 bags in Crotona Park, which is only about 2 to 3 miles from the other crime scene. We have learned today that authorities do believe both sets of remains are from the same woman. On Saturday, the NYPD released a sketch of that woman, described as a light-skinned Hispanic female between 20 and 30 years old, about 5 feet tall and 175 pounds. Authorities believe the woman died from blunt force trauma. Detectives are now looking at missing persons cases from the area in hopes of making a definitive identification of this victim. So far, there have been no arrests in the case. And again, we are back here live now on the 1000 block of Longfellow Avenue in the Bronx. As you can see, a very active scene here. We have the mobile command center here for the NYPD, a crime scene unit, also some lights attached to the back of that command center, meaning police do, I would assume, expect to be here quite some time. That again is because we're learning about the connection between those body parts and this residence. Police are not identifying the woman, but they do believe she came to this address here in the Bronx before she went missing. And right now they're behind me executing a search warrant, a major development in this grim and bizarre case.
Police have just announced the arrest of 31-year-old Daquan Wheeler and 30-year-old Sierra Martinez. We expect to see both of them led out of the 42nd precinct in handcuffs within the next half hour. Police sources tell us the murder weapon in this case was a hammer. Only Wheeler has been charged with murder, but both are charged with concealment of a human corpse. An emotional embrace after Perez learns her niece, 25-year-old Lisa Marie Velasquez, was found murdered and dismembered in the Bronx.
She didn't deserve to die the way she did.
The medical examiner says Velasquez died of multiple blunt force impact injuries to her head that fractured her skull. But it's where and how her body was discovered that is most disturbing.
The way she was tortured, like, for Christ's sakes.
Police say part of Velasquez's body was found inside garbage bags near Crotona Park on August 24th. The rest of her remains were discovered August 28th at Barretto Point Park. Her family says they last saw her on August 21st at her home at the Melrose Houses and reported her missing, and even put together this flyer with her picture on it.
The last thing my mother remembers is her coming, grabbing her bag and being in a rush, saying that she had to go help a friend that was in danger, and she ran out of the house.
On Wednesday, police focused their attention on this home on Longfellow Avenue and appeared to be removing evidence in brown paper bags. Sources say it is connected to the investigation, but it's still unclear how. For the family, a tragedy like this is all too familiar. In 2006, Velasquez's mother, Marilyn Hel, was found murdered inside the Bronxdale houses. She'd been stabbed and was pregnant at the time. Her boyfriend was later found guilty.
My sister was tortured while she was 9 months pregnant in front of her 3 kids.
Velasquez was one of those 3 children. Police have not said exactly what they found at that house on Longfellow Avenue where they spent the day collecting evidence, but that is the address given for both of the suspects in this case.
Daquan, why'd you kill Lisa?
What do you have to say?
What do you have to say about the charges?
Did you beat her with a hammer?
Why did you kill her with a hammer?
She was my friend. I love her.
Sierra Martinez telling reporters Lisa Marie Velasquez was her friend. She's now accused in her murder. 30-year-old Martinez and her boyfriend, 31-year-old Daquan Wheeler, arrested Wednesday, are both charged with murdering Velasquez and hiding her remains. 25-year-old Velasquez died from multiple blunt force impact injuries to her head. Police sources say a hammer was used to fracture her skull. Her body was found inside garbage bags near Crotona Park last Friday, and the rest of her remains were discovered Tuesday in Barretto Point Park.
Heartbreak in Melrose.
We don't expect it this close to home.
This, the second time a horrific tragedy has struck this family. Velasquez's mother was murdered 12 years ago.
It's been hard, and it's going to get worse as time goes along. My mother hasn't got over my sister.
Daquan Wheeler and Velasquez's close friend, Sierra Martinez, were officially charged in the murder Thursday evening.
That was a domestic dispute that the victim of the homicide was not involved in. She's reporting a domestic incident regarding essentially her friend.
Outside the Melrose houses where Velasquez lived with her grandmother and 2 younger siblings, stunned and crying faces packed a solemn vigil in her memory.
She's the nicest person. She cares for her grandmother, she cares for her siblings, she cares for all of us.
Both Wheeler and Martinez have a criminal past, which includes robbery. Wheeler is on parole for a previous attempted murder case. The couple had a child together, which is now in protective custody.
Anybody who attempted murder should not be in this case, because when they're attempting, they're gonna do it.
The family says they want to remember Velasquez by her smile and love for softball, not the gruesome way she died. After attending the arraignment, they called for both Wheeler and the friend she rushed to help to face equal punishment.
She's got to be charged just as well, and maybe more.
Wheeler and Martinez are due back in court next Tuesday. The funeral will be after Labor Day at the Ortiz Funeral Home on East 149th Street here in the Bronx.
Daquan Wheeler was sentenced to 27 years to life in prison for the death of Lisa Marie Velasquez. Family and friends were more than vocal about the sentencing from the very beginning, stating that both Wheeler and Martinez needed to be punished and serve the same sentences. Neither one of these monsters was innocent or even close, and the guilt was theirs both. But instead, Martinez was given time served because she struck a deal and cooperated with authorities, testifying against Wheeler. She was given just a misdemeanor charge of conspiracy in the 5th degree. Here, we see Martinez speaking with reporters as she leaves the courthouse, a free woman.
Just glad justice was served. This is all behind me. This is all behind the family. Just want to move on with it. I was cleared. I will no longer be coming to court anymore. And that hopefully my name will also get cleared from this credit that I had in this. Just thank you.
A service for Lisa Marie Velasquez was held on September 6, 2018, at a funeral home in the Bronx. Many would come to pay their respects and offer their condolences and say their final goodbyes to Lisa. The moment was surreal as families still tried their best to cope with this tragedy. The support from all those around them would make things a little bit easier. The events that took place in March of 2006 with Marilyn Hel and in August of 2018 with her daughter Lisa speak volumes of the dangers of domestic violence and just how quickly things can take a turn for the worst. Marilyn, a woman who only saw the best in someone and wanted to spend her life with them, when she was faced with an ultimate act of betrayal. Her daughter, Lisa, who had a heart of gold and only wanted to help. Memories of her mother's tragic end gave her the courage to face domestic violence head on, even if it wasn't her experiencing the abuse. She wanted to be someone helpful, someone others could rely upon. She too faced an ultimate act of betrayal when the person she cared for so much and rushed to help would be the very same person getting rid of her remains and trying to cover it up. We've spoken about moments when a child witnesses the unthinkable and grows up with the traumatic moment replaying in their heads. For example, the story of Anita Stewart, when an 8-year-old Richard Timmons Jr. witnessed his father brutally take the lives of Anita and his 2 siblings. He would go on to be just as much of a monster as his father was, committing an equally heinous act on his wife many years later, after subjecting her to years and years of severe abuse, just like his father did to Anita. But here, we have the exact opposite. Lisa witnessed the worst thing imaginable along with her siblings, when her mother's life was brutally taken, pretty much right before their eyes. But they'd grow up with good hearts, good intentions, and cared for one another deeply, never forgetting what had taken place that night in 2006, sticking by each other every step of the way until 2018, when they'd be forced to go through it all again. Whether it be in the 90s, 2006, or 2018, even if the details in all of these stories differ in many ways, still, somehow, the end result is always the same. Tragedy strikes, and the people who did it are still here, while these innocent men, women, and children aren't, and it's the loved ones of these victims that are left picking up all the pieces. Rest in peace to Marilyn Hel, her unborn child, and her daughter, Lisa Marie Velasquez, and my deepest condolences go out to her family and her loved ones. You aren't forgotten.
I think most men, like women, just tend to abuse men when they know that they're their only source of sex. And that's where the problem comes in.
Well, what do you mean?
Like women just have a tendency to not, like, I don't know. I see so many men where they're married and the wife knows that he doesn't cheat.
Yeah.
And she just does not appreciate his loyalty. And I see women where they think that the husband either could cheat or would cheat, and they just tend to treat him better.
Yeah, tend to behave better.
Yeah. And I think that's what I was saying, where as much as you don't like it,
But
I can see why.
Yeah, but can there be that luminous implicit threat without it ever even being stated? Like, I think there can be. And I think that those guys, a lot of those guys who can do that, they don't even bother saying, what do they need to say it for?
Mm-hmm.
It's well known that they can just do it.
You can't tell her.
Yeah, you don't need to tell her, right? It's not
Yeah.
it's not important. So
Right.
how's that a prescription? There's such a small select few guys who can do that.
here you are with a motorized bike on the trail, and we're all supposed to just accept that because why? Why are we supposed to accept that? Why are you allowed to magically break this rule that everyone else is following? What makes you so special? Okay, here's another, let's play this a little bit, something a little bit later. Another fun so-called Karen video. Now, you know this genre. We've talked about it many times before. Somebody records a video of themselves being reprimanded by a so-called Karen, and everybody laughs and mocks the Karen, and we all agree that Karens are horrible monsters, even though the quote-unquote Karen is actually entirely in the right most of the time. So I'm going to play this latest video. I won't go into my whole speech about how Karen is a racial slur. It is. You know my take on that. It is a slur invented by non-white people to demean white women. So that's the genesis of the term. It is a racial slur. If we say N-word, we should be saying K-word because they're both slurs. They're both slurs. They're both racial slurs. That's what they are. But anyway, in this video, so there's just the setup. There's a guy on an e-bike, on like a motorized bike, and he's being followed by a woman on a normal bike who scolds him for using his motorized bike on the bike trails, which is not allowed. And then this video ended up on the internet, and of course, almost everybody is all agreeing that this woman, what a horrible Karen, and blah, blah, blah. But let's watch the video.
Sorry, one moment. Bike? Yeah. You know you're not allowed on the bike trails on full motorized vehicles. These can't be on the bike paths. You have to bike on the street because they go like 35 miles an hour.
This thing goes 25 max.
You're not allowed on the bike trails on a full electric bike. There's signs all over. And you people piss me off because the guy came up this far from me and almost took me out. I would either been in the hospital or...
I'm sorry. I was trying to tell you I was behind you.
Yeah, you need to stay on the streets because you're not allowed on the path. Sorry, I don't mean to... You know what?
Okay, so there's a few things here. It's funny. I'll never understand these people who have some interaction in public where they cower like little pathetic wimps and then they post it for the whole world to see so everyone can see what a pansy they are. Like this woman came right up to you. She confronted you directly. She had an issue with something you were doing. She told you about it. Okay. She was an adult about it. She wasn't screaming. She wasn't being belligerent. She didn't film you. She didn't try to publicly shame you. She didn't call the cops. She just came up to you, man to man, or man to woman in this case, and told you what she wanted to tell you. And if you really thought she was being unreasonable, you could have told her that to her face. Instead, you back down and then put your little snide comeback in the caption of the video and then post it. Right? If you listen to the audio podcast, you couldn't see it, but she confronts him. He says, "Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that." And then he rides away, and then up on the screen in a caption that he put on later when he was editing the video, it says, "Shut the F up, Karen." He didn't say that to her face, did he? Right? He said it later in the video. I'll get her back. I'll show her. And he puts a little caption on his video. So even if I thought that she was wrong, which I don't, I'd still take her side because you're a weak little punk. You are a weak little punk running to the internet for backup because you're too much of to speak up for yourself in person. I'm so tired of people that do this. If that happened to me, like if somebody started scolding me in public and I cowered and stammered and said, oh yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry about that. I would simply not ever post that video on the internet. I would never say, hey guys, look at me being a little over here. You guys get a load of this. Get a load of this. This woman talked to me, and I was terrified, and I stammered and stuttered and ran away. Look, everybody, check it out. I would never do that. Have you ever come across someone saying that capitalism is evil or something similar to that? Maybe in a video online or on TV or just talking to somebody. What was your reaction if you did? When did capitalism become such a hot button issue anyway? It seems like people have strong opinions about it and very little understanding of capitalism as a whole. Luckily, if you're looking to expand your knowledge and horizons on a broad range of topics, including subjects like capitalism, Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses. That's right, completely free. I do recommend watching their new course, Understanding Capitalism. In just 7 lectures, you'll learn about the role of profit and loss, how human nature shapes our economy, and why capitalism depends on private property rights, the rule of law, and freedom. You'll also discover why capitalism actually encourages morality rather than undermining it, like today's varying political agendas would have you believe. Understanding economics and capitalism empowers individuals and societies to make informed decisions, evaluate policy impacts, anticipate market changes, and ultimately create more prosperous communities. Go right now to hillsdale.edu/walsh to enroll in this course, Understanding Capitalism. There's no cost. It's easy to get started. That's Hillsdale. Called Karen is right. Motorized. I don't understand how twisted your mind has to be when you see a video like this and you side with the weak ass little punk who is, number one, breaking the rules, and number two, is running to the internet to get backup rather than manning up and speaking up for himself if he really thinks he was in the right. Also, in this case, as usual, the so-called Karen is right. Motorized bikes aren't allowed on the bike trail. It's not like an unreasonable rule. There's a reason for that, right? And I'm not one to speak up for cyclists very often. Okay, you know how I feel about cyclists, but in this case, she's right. That's the rule. And this guy ignored the rule because he's an entitled jerk who thinks he should be able to do whatever he wants. And yet somehow this detail is always overlooked and ignored in these so-called Karen videos, right? It's always somebody whining, saying, oh, this Karen yelled at me and said I was doing the wrong thing. Come on, internet, come on, right? Let's have my back on this. And somehow nobody ever asks the obvious follow-up question, which is, okay, she yelled at you and said you're doing the wrong thing. Were you? Were you doing the wrong thing? How is that not the most relevant question to ask here? Instead, all these morons are like, she should just mind her own business. You idiots. Was he breaking the rule or not? Well, he was. Because if you were breaking the rule, then how are you not in the wrong here? I mean, what exactly is your claim? Are you saying that you were doing the wrong thing, but this woman somehow has, a moral obligation to just let you do it without comment? Is that what you think? All these people that say, oh, people just need to mind their own business. No, so what you're saying is that that everybody else has a moral obligation to just let you do whatever the hell you want. That's what you're saying. Sure, motorized bikes aren't allowed on the trail, and here you are with a motorized bike on the trail, and we're all supposed to just accept that because why? Why are we supposed to accept that? Why are you allowed to magically break this rule that everyone else is following? What makes you so special? You're such a precious little angel that everybody is just, yeah, I know this is the rule. There's a million signs. I'm going to ride right past those signs doing the opposite of what the sign says because I feel like it. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. And if there are a million signs saying no motorized bikes on the trail, and this guy says, well, I'm just going to do it anyway. Well, that makes him wrong. And Karen wins again. This is why we need these so-called Karens. Who you know what they actually are? You know what the quote-unquote Karen? You know what they are? They're moms. Like this is how moms are supposed to be. Like that's what a mom does. That's the role. This is one of the roles that moms fill in society. Right? It's always, of course it's going to be. It's probably not going to be a dad with a rule like it's a rule. Okay. First of all, it's a rule. The rule is there. It's a legitimate rule. No motorized bikes on the trail. It's a rule. It's legitimate. There is a reason for it. There's a safety reason for it in that these bikes go too fast for a trail that was not made for those kinds of bikes. But men, like dads, right? The dad thing is you're probably not you're just like, whatever, they're fine. This is the eternal argument between moms and dads. It's like the mom is like, look, he's on the trail. He's not supposed to be. He's fine. It's probably fine. It's whatever. Who cares? That's the dad approach. But the mom says, no, this isn't right. The rule is right there. You can't break the rule. And And there's always a little bit of tension there, but you need that. You need that. And you need that in society. And you need these women, these moms who are just gonna, they're not okay with you breaking the rule. The rule's there for a reason. They're not gonna let you break it. And why are they enforcing the rule? Just because it's the rule. That's the only reason. And you need people in society who care about the rules simply because it is a rule. Let me tell you something. You shout down all these people, you shame them, and you make them go away. Then what would you rather have? Would you rather have a society that's run by the weak little on the bike, breaking the rules, doesn't even have the guts to speak up for himself? Like, who do you want? Who do you want to have a greater influence on society? That guy, or the woman, the mom who cares about the rules? Well, if you want a civilized, well-ordered society, then it should be the latter, is what I'm going to tell you.
Hey everyone, I just finished having dinner, and that was a good break. I'm feeling good. Hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling good. I've covered a lot of topics, and as usual on my show, I cover things that it takes big brass balls to cover on here. The other channels won't cover these topics. They won't go near it because they're fucking pussies. They're cowards. And they're immoral. They don't have a spine. They don't have a moral compass. They're losers. And that's the reality. And I'll keep saying it. And eventually somebody's going to say, you know what? I get it. At first I didn't understand what you were talking about, King Stephen. I thought you were just bashing them. I just assumed that you were just insulting them and bashing them. But now I see what you're saying. It took me a while. It took me months or years in some cases. Some people are pretty slow to catch on because they think that they know. They assume, well, he's bashing these other channels. He can't be good then. A lot of beings are pretty simple. There's a lot of topics I cover here you won't see covered on the shit channels. They won't do it. And it's true. They don't have the balls, and they don't have the moral compass to do it. You think they're going to call out black crime and criminal behavior? Talk about the differences in race and criminality on these other channels? Of course not. They can't do that. They're leftists. A lot of them are white liberals on YouTube. They can't tell the truth. They can't cover these topics. They're afraid. They'd be criticized by their little group of leftists. They don't have the balls to do this. They don't have big brass balls clanging together. You know that's true. You know it's true. Sounds like church bells. That's not church bells. You hear that? That's my big brass balls clanging together. That they don't have. They don't have that. They don't have that. They're not like me. We're not all the same. And that's not braggadocious to say. It's just a fact. See, I want people to get over the feeling stuff. Like if somebody stood beside you and they were taller than you, you wouldn't start crying if I'm taller than TG, if I'm over 6 feet with shoes on. I've got shoes on and I'm 6 something. And I'm standing beside TG. And I'm standing beside Salty Siren. I think she's tiny. She's 5 foot. I don't know. Might be 5'2" or 5 foot even. She's barely over 5 feet tall. So I'm somewhere close to a foot taller than she is. and I've got broad shoulders. I'm built like a Viking. Now, would it make her cry? Of course not. She would just accept reality. She wouldn't start crying, saying, "Oh, he thinks he's taller." It's just a fact. People should just be able to accept facts. If someone's taller, if someone's stronger, if someone has blue eyes and someone else has brown eyes, someone like me has green eyes, it's just a fact. Don't get upset. Don't cry over it. Don't get triggered. Just accept it. And do the same thing with race. Do the same thing and say, you know what? The stats are the stats. They do commit 20 times more crimes. They do commit more murders. It's just a fact. It's backed up year after year after year. Don't get so sensitive and crybaby and, oh, he's a racist. He's racist because he must not like black people to show this truth. Well, fuck you. It's the truth. I'm going to speak the truth, and I'm going to keep speaking it. I'm going to keep showing it. If it bothers you and if it makes you cry, find a little safe space. Maybe go to a college in your town. They have them there for college students that are supposed to be young adults. They have safe spaces for them. And go there and get your cookie, get the little cookie they give you, and your Kool-Aid, and your coloring book, and your crayons, and all the toddler stuff. They might have toys on the floor, and they might have Care Bears for you to hug, and a little blankie, a little sofa, and some pillows, and somebody there to rub your back and comfort you and say, it's okay. And you're supposed to be a grown adult. But a lot of people just can't face things these days. I don't think blacks are tough. I think they're some of the biggest whiny crybabies in the realm. They're crying victim all the time, constantly crying that they're oppressed, constantly crying victim, constantly whining. I mean, they must look up to me like I'm a god because they're so hateful and envious. And if that triggers them, so be it. I'm not worried about that. Why would I? Why should I worry about your feelings? Your feelings are not under my control. I have nothing to do with how you feel or don't feel. If you feel a certain way about something, fuck you. Get over it. Grow up. Toughen up, cupcake. Toughen up, bitch. How about that? Whether you're male or female, toughen up, bitch. Toughen up. Somebody came here the other day crying on my Black Jesus video, saying about, oh, that's offensive. That offends me. That's offensive to me and my religion. I don't care if you're Christian. I don't care if you're Islamic. I don't care if you suck Muhammad's balls. I don't care. I don't give a shit about your stupid religious beliefs. You programmed religiotards, you sheep. Go fuck yourselves. I don't care what you believe. Why would I? Why should I care the stupid shit you believe? And if it offends you, my comedy skits and my videos, then again, go fuck yourself. You fucking goat fuckers or sheep whatever you are. Whatever you are, camel riders. Just stay off my channel, that's all. How about that? Don't watch my videos if it bothers you. Don't watch. Okay? Go dye your beard red like your prophet and go fuck yourself. How about that? Go fuck yourself. Toughen up, cupcake. These fucking crybabies, I'm tired of them, man. I'm tired of them. Tired of them. And I'm not going to pander to them. I'm not going to cater to them. I'm not going to coddle them. Not cuddle, but coddle like a little baby. And you just coddle to them and coddle them. And oh my goodness. I'm not doing that with adults. Fucking grow up. I don't care what race you are. Don't tell me about your stupid color. Go suck on a camel's balls. Go suck off Muhammad's balls. I don't give a shit. I don't care if I offend you. Is that direct enough? I don't care if I offend you with Black Jesus, Black Jesus. Maybe I'll have him riding a camel the next time. I have him riding a dolphin. I have the white Jesus riding a dolphin. Maybe I'll have the Black Jesus on a goddamn camel in the desert. I will express myself the way that I want in humor and in images. And if it triggers you, good. Good. It's not that I'm trying to avoid triggering you. I don't care if it does. That's what some of you got to realize. I don't care. I don't care if it triggers you. What are you going to do? Come on my channel like Tarek, as Illumitami calls him, with your mouth full of balls? Guys, I'm sorry. I got my mouth full again. Guys, I smacking his lips. Guys, maybe you can pull a Tarek and have your fucking mouthful of Muhammad's balls or a camel's balls. I don't care. I don't care what you idiots do. If I offend you, too bad. Get offended. Go sit on a fucking dildo and cry about it somewhere. I don't give a shit. I just don't care. I'm so over the crybabies in this realm and the YouTubers crying on camera. Some of them are crying every week. They're crying every goddamn week. You're just crying, and then you got Tarek over. Well, Jack, I just wanted to say about Fat Cynthia. It's like, goddamn, you got him with his mouthful. You got so many crybabies on YouTube. I don't know how they have so many tears. I know they hate me and say, oh, he's a psycho. He doesn't cry. I'm not a crybaby. That's the thing. I'm not a fucking crybaby. Do you understand? I collect knives. I hunt. I do Viking things. I grew up with bows and arrows and a 12-gauge shotgun and rifles and hunting and fishing and knives and axes and all kinds of stuff. Camping and building campfires and chopping down fucking trees and riding on snowmobiles and motorcycles and boating and athletic stuff. I'm not a crybaby. If my nose got broken, I wouldn't be crying over it. If my hand got broken, my thumb was broken one time in 3 places. I didn't cry over it. I don't cry over stuff. I don't know what's with you fucking crybabies. Toughen up, cupcakes. Toughen up. If somebody strapped my hand down to a table and started cutting my fingers off or smashing them with a hammer or something and pulling my teeth out, torturing me, I wouldn't be crying over it. You fucking people are crying over everything, and it makes me sick. God damn, would you toughen up? What is it going to take to get you crybabies on YouTube to toughen up? You're crying all the time. Crying all the time, crying all the time, crying all the time. Remember that old Eddie Murphy song with my girl wants to party all the time, party all the time. Well, you're crying all the time. I just can't get over it. Every time I change a channel on YouTube, there's some fucking idiot crying. Not women either. That's one thing. I mean, I still don't like it. I don't think you should be crying your videos on YouTube. But these are supposedly males. What the fuck happened to you? Been drinking soy milk? Is soy going to start coming out of your titties? Like, Jesus Christ. What the fuck is going on in this realm? There's so many crybabies. They're a bunch of crybabies. And then they try to pretend that, oh, I'm tough and King Stephen would run away. I would never run away from you people. If you all ganged up on me, I would fight you all, you pieces of shit. You're such liars. You're so phony and fake. I'm not scared of you fucking big mouth, narcissistic, demonic, lying pieces of shit. You crybabies. You don't scare me at all. So quit your crying and quit your lying and toughen up, cupcakes. Get some vegan cupcakes from Jack Talcott. Get your soy cupcakes or whatever the fuck you're eating, you fucking dummies. Crying all the time on here. Jesus Christ. God damn. And I say that on purpose. I hope some of these Christians that hate the GD, the goddamn, tune in here and start crying over that. Cry over everything. It's unbelievable. People were tougher when I grew up. They just were. We didn't cry over everything. There's so many tears these days. You need some goddamn man ponds or something. It's like being around women that are on their period and they're emotional and they start watching a TV commercial and start crying. Except you're supposed to be men and you're doing that. It's very confusing and very disturbing. It's very weird and awkward. I don't like seeing it. And I'm going to mock anybody that cries. And anytime I see these YouTubers crying, I'm going to make a fucking video and highlight it and call you a crybaby. Smarten up. Stop crying. You know, fucking hell. It's just, I don't even know what more to say about that, but I'm just sick of the tears in this realm. You've got no tears, no care for real victims, but you're crying all the time. Whether it's Illumitami or this character on the screen, this Chrissy crybaby, pissy Shateris, Chrissy crybaby. It's crying all the time, almost every video. I'm just sick of it. I it's not just that I'm sick of it. I don't want to be in a realm full of crybabies. It's beyond these idiots. I just don't want to be around it. It's beyond awkward. I told a story of being a child and having huge slivers in my palms of my hands going deep in, where they were dug in deep, and my uncle had to go in there using a tweezers to get these splinters to kind of dig them out and get a hold of them and pull them out. I didn't cry. And he couldn't believe it. He was like, you're so tough. Like, he's like, he put iodine on them. You know what that feels like, right? It stings on open wounds when you put iodine, the old fashioned, out of the little glass bottle, the medicine cabinet. They take the iodine and put it on your wounds. It stings, but you just grit your teeth and you just grit it out. There's something that used to be part of manhood called grit. 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 You grit your fucking teeth and you grit it out. Okay? That's what you do. That's what you do. You don't go on YouTube and cry. You don't go on TikTok and cry. You don't do this stupid shit that I see. Okay? It's not manly, it's not masculine. It shows what you are. And if you were ever in a fight with someone that is not like you, you would be fucking destroyed and crying. That's what you would be. I guarantee it. So don't bother crying and then trying to talk tough on the internet, because nobody with a mind is going to buy it. You couldn't do shit to hurt someone that doesn't cry at the drop of a hat. That's the reality. And you'd be in more pain than you could even imagine. You wouldn't even believe it. And chances are you'd be choked out, unconscious. And you might have a broken arm. You might have a submission hold put on you where you might get your arm broken. You might get a knee broken. You might get a jaw broken. You might lose your fucking teeth on the ground. Some of you got to learn the hard way. Smarten the fuck up, you crybabies. You're not tough. You're not even close to tough.
We already be of entrapped flesh and meat. Once you come out of the vagina, you already be dead, but now just a walking carcass, slowly putrefying, while the mind demonically leeches. Oh my God, Basin's like, Man, amazing. You always bring me back to Tales from the Crypt, bro. You really do. You bring that fucking mode in here, bro. You don't just say.
So this fucking idiot is a crybaby, and a lot of times he says, "Bro, bro, bro, you bring me back to bro, you bro, you bro, you bro, you bring me back to bro, bro, you bro, 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 bro." I don't know how people could watch that and think, "Oh, he's intelligent." Like, you'd have to be a fucking idiot. You'd have to be.
I just don't understand why people like me don't get treated better. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if like the channels that are bigger, like larger channels, like do they do well financially? Because I gotta tell you, like I said, I mean that's the total truth. Again, I don't want to come off like a beggar, but I'd say, man, if you've gotten anything out of my channel, you know, it'd be cool to reciprocate. And I could be viewed as this bad guy for even saying that, right? Like, oh, look, he's asking for money. But really, at the end of the day, man, we're in a monetary system. How
He's begging for your shekels.
else could you guys help me? You know, with that, with not a donation. I don't know what else. If I've given my energy and you appreciate my energy and you would reciprocate that, money's the only way to do it. Well, I mean, not the only way to do, but you know, I don't
Gross.
know.
You don't want to have sex with him, do you? That's what he wants. I just wonder what's wrong with many of you. I mean, on YouTube. Not necessarily people tuned in right now, but people that follow this shit and defend it.
Not me, dude. I've got, like I said, like 5. If you sat down with me to have lunch, you're going to experience a totally different personality than if you challenged me and tried to get in my face. And one is almost completely different than the other, like even has different opinions, different religions in some cases than what I would have. So maybe I got multiple personality disorder. I guess the good news is I get to choose which personality comes through. I have multiple personality disorder where I have full control of it, I guess. Hey, on V wrote, the main problem is our awareness. Well, not in full control of it, I guess, because I sort of, if I'm trying to channel a certain personality, I sort of have to wait for it to come into fruition. I can't just boom, I'm in that. I mean, it happens fairly quick. It doesn't take too long. But hey, on
How do you suppose we do that? Here comes the mental fucking stasis mob. How do you suppose we do that, Chris?
Look at him. Just look at him. Look at this creepy creature. Look at this thing. Look at this fucking thing on the screen. Are you are you going to follow him? Is anyone here going to go, oh, I think he's intelligent. He looks intelligent. He sounds intelligent. I'm going to follow this creature. I'm going to follow this. You know, at one point he said that he believes he has so much energy that he could put a light bulb in his mouth and light it up like Uncle Fester. He is Uncle Fester. He is Uncle Fester. Oh, man. These creatures amuse me. And people watch this and follow them, and they think they're not watching this shit to laugh. They actually believe that somehow they believe this thing is intelligent. It's incredible.
And the AI just lives on forever. It's like, God, I fucking hate you stagnant fucking filthy things, dude.
Here comes the demons. Here comes the demons. Here comes the demons. You're full of fucking demons. Look at him. Just 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 look at him. has totally lost it.
None of reality makes sense to me, guys. Like, even the human condition, the human things, and all their little differences and their bickering, it's just like, it's like, I feel like, what's that dude, Agent Smith, when he grabbed Neo in the fucking, or not Neo, Morpheus, and he was telling him, like, it's the smell, like, I fucking hate the smell. It's like that, like when I see the human being behaving the way it does, call me ma'am, and all, it's just like, God, dude, it's just like, oh God, it's just like, God, dude, it's just like, God, dude, it's just like, oh, it's just like, God, dude, it's just like, ma'am, and all, it's just like, God, dude, it's just like, oh God, I feel like the consciousness of God just needs to vomit and get rid of the filth that is the human thing. I mean, just...
He hates humans. Sedaris hates humans. He thinks they're filthy, vile. He's disgusted by humans. He's a demon. He's an absolute demon. And I've shown what he is. I've shown what he is.
That's living in the dump somewhere, smoking crack, a billionaire. I believe there's a version of me. I believe there's a version of me that's a billionaire. I believe there's a version of me that's living in the dump somewhere, smoking crack and sucking dick behind a dumpster. I believe there's a version of me that's a billionaire. I believe there's a version of me that's living in the dump somewhere, smoking crack and sucking dick behind a dumpster. I believe there's
There you go. He said it. He said what he believes. He said it. He said it.
Look, man, at the end of the day, I ain't never been one to ask for donations, but I am sort of in a bad situation right now, physically ill. I don't even get to go to the GI doctor until May 23rd. I'm unemployed right now. I've already gone through most of my savings.
You're cursed, and you were told that you were going to lose your job. Remember?
And, you know, people pay $60 to watch a football game. People pay $60 to watch a UFC event. You know, like, people will tip a fucking big titty hoe at a club $20 at a brawl, you know, but I'll watch a channel like mine for 3 years, 4 years.
They want your money. They all want your money.
What? I don't know if it's ego. Maybe I'm wrong. Are there? Recommend me other channels. If there are other channels out there, guys, that you think that are more advanced than me, please recommend them to me in the comments. As far as I know, I'm the most conscious person I know speaking. And
look at the fucking incredible ego on these narcs. It's just off the fucking charts.
As far as I know, I'm the most conscious person I know speaking. As far as I know, I'm the most conscious person I know speaking. And comments. As far as I know, I'm the most conscious person I know speaking. And As it was dying, it was like clawing, terrified. It was terrified. It was dying. It was terrified. I never experienced a level of failure that this thing was experiencing in this moment. And this thing actually loved me, but it had to feed off me. And I felt its love. I felt it was apologetic to me as it was dying, but it was still clawing to stay alive. And bothered me. And I don't know if that's the mind parasites.
I told you he has demons. I told everyone.
Really get it pulling at my heartstrings, like it knows what works on me.
Don't cry, Chrissy boy. Don't cry, little boy.
How long is the fear gonna control you, you pathetic fucking demons?
You're the fucking demon.
Fear is the devil. Fear.
You're the devil.
The human avatar comes pre-programmed and scripted to fail this test. That's what I mean when I say that. Why is fear an aspect of the avatar? Oh, you needed it to survive. Bullshit! That's a fucking lie!
Don't point your fucking finger, you angry, angry little demon. Angry little demon boy.
By the same demon that uses it to control.
Fuck you.
Like, why doesn't God grace us with the power or the ability to just stand there and say, stop, you know? If missiles are flying at us and we don't agree with the war, to just say, stop, you know? Leave us alone.
Stop, leave us alone. You try to make fun of me and then you're crying on camera?
Stop, you know? Leave us alone. Agree with the war. To just say, stop, you know, leave us alone. Stop, you know, leave us alone. Say, stop, you know, leave us alone. To just say, stop, you know, leave us alone. To just say, stop, you know, leave us alone. To just say, stop, you know, leave us alone. To just say, stop, you know, leave us alone.
Stop! Leave us alone! Hello? Hell O He double hockey sticks. Hello? This is the Sanity Machine. What do you want? Who's calling? Got me on video call? You got me on speaker, you freaking tweaker? Answer.
Yeah. I struggle too, guys.
What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here, snowflake. This isn't a safe space for crybabies. What the hell is wrong with you? Toughen up, cupcake. Hello everyone. That's just a few examples of that creature crying. Crying all the time, crying all the time, crying all the time. Uncle Fester's crying all the time, crying all the time, crying all the fucking time. He's always crying. Always crying and crying and crying. All right, let's lift the mood up. Play a little bit of music and let's lift up the mood from that crybaby. He was depressing. He's such a little crybaby bitch. He's a whiny little wimp. Cue the music.
There's words that I can't say. There's stupid rules of fucking game. I'm listening to my favorite rap song, and I just want to sing along, nigga. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm home by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga, well hard on. I don't care if you get your feelings hurt. Your reaction to the word is worse. I'm just trying to celebrate black art. Now please step away from my car, nigga. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm home by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga, well hard on. Gonna say Nick, gonna say Nick. Gonna say Nick, gonna say Nick. I sing the N-word every time I hear it. Don't blame me, I didn't write the lyrics. I'm not a hater, I just love rap songs. Please just let me sing along, nigga. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm home by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga, well hard on. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm home by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga, well hard on. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm home by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga, well hard on.
All right, I'm going to shift gears a bit and see if anything anything entertaining happens on here. I did tell Talcott to go fuck himself earlier. I'm not sure if you missed that. Some people might have missed it.
Given us everything we need and is watching, wondering when are we going to make it happen? What are we going to make happen?
Right.
This was a thought I was
to
here. It's easy out. Align yourself with it.
When was I on there?
Two guests. And what I'm going to ask for the guests today is let's be respectful with each other. We'll try to avoid some of the insults and name calling. And let's slow down, okay? So we can hear each other out and we can understand one another better. Welcome to the Tommy and Steve.
And what I'm going to ask the host today is let's respect our guests and hear them out. Yo, what up? What up, Pop? Hey, bring that nigga back up.
He was already...
Okay, just hold him. Go ahead and hold him for a second then. Jack, I'm gonna help you with a thing that I'm getting sick of you having no answer for, and then we're gonna walk it into a panel versus president suggestion that maybe all hosts might consider and take on. But before we do this, I want to let Crucible know I'm good on bullets. Just stick the marketing to "this is for my meth fund," Crucible. I have plenty of bullets, not enough meth. Run that shit. I haven't made $1 off of your stupid marketing campaign. Pawn Slave could make me more money than you. Now, Jack, how did this... And don't listen to Margot, Jack. You came on here and I gave you credit for acknowledging there's a lot of people in this panelverse that would fake a Dominic Facebook and come at you. So how did it... Did you contact this Facebook or did it come to you?
Recently, it came to me.
And can you describe the first message or even quote it?
I mean, especially ameliorate the effects of certain drugs. It's for both of us. So I'm just gonna go and drink it. I mean, I'm constantly looking for other things that I'm too reliant on. You know, we should never be reliant on material things for our benefit, for sure. You know, so I think that is one of the key things. So that's my story. And that's a short story, but you know, but yeah, thank you for engaging. We laughed. Ruminate city. So she could.
Brother, congratulations. This idea is confirmed in the Gospel of Thomas. That which I don't remember it precisely, but
money, life, with the college, right? Woman that understands my book. So
story, anything. All right. You were put in the back because of wherever you are.
Daddy con motherfucker.
Wherever you are is perfect from God's perspective because the universe is in order. It's within God's will.
You can be a city bar, not perfect to God's perspective. You can be part of a...
This is why you don't understand me, Tommy, because you don't really listen for the points. You listen to create disagreements so that you can create your own points. You keep scoring victories against me in your mind, and it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. So, Stephen, you were put in the back because of you're here as a character again, clearly, not just your channel, but you're here to pretend, and you were interrupting. So I'm preferring to have real conversations with real human beings. So if you can play along with that, that'd be wonderful.
Yo, call me Tupac, not Steven.
No.
Well, then fuck off.
All right. Have a good day.
Good choice.
That's simple. Gosh. Breathing into the peace and the presence.
Jack isn't respectful. He should have been calling me Tupac. That was my name, Tupac. You're either going to go along with the bit or I'm going to make you look like a bitch. That's the way it works, Jack. Here we go. Switching gears. This is female cop begs for her life after suspect steals her firearm. Now, who's good at stealing? But who does it this time? I don't know. Is it a Negro? No DEI in combat-related positions, period. Another reason that DEI doesn't work. Get women off the force. Kathy said, there are jobs women are just not physically capable of being. Listen to this woman cop screaming like a girl. Ah, ah, ah. That's not a cop, is it? Cop behavior? This is her body cam. What's going on?
They're saving Jesus' name! They're saving Jesus' name forever! They're saving Jesus' name forever!
You get out and you get physical. It's time to get with it, ma'am. He can have a gun. Then she pulls the gun. Why are you pulling the gun if you're not going to use it?
So I think he said it's time to get physical, right? With the bad guy. Let's get physical, physical. You want to get physical? Let's get into physical. Let me hear your body talk. Your body talk. Well, she doesn't want to get physical. She's just a girl cop.
Saving Jesus' name! They're saving Jesus' name forever! They're saving Jesus' name forever!
You get out and you get physical. It's time to get with it, ma'am. He can have a gun. Then.
So who is this female cop going to defend when she's screaming for her life against this skinny, I don't know if he's a drug addict. Is that a Lumitami? I don't know. I don't know if it's him. Is that him? I can't tell for sure from this camera footage. It could be.
She pulls the gun.
This might be in
Why are you
Colorado.
pulling the gun if you're not going to use it? This is why I think law enforcement is struggling in today's society where they're creating wussified police officers. I don't understand how nowadays when you go through the police academy, they do not teach or encourage people to be violent. Being a police officer necessitate a level of controlled violence. When I was a cop, I'm ready at any point, anytime, anywhere, any day to put my hands on you if I have to. And if it come down to it and I got to pull the trigger on you, I'm pulling the trigger on you. I don't understand how cops today don't shoot these people instead of letting them kill you. I don't get it, and it's training. And this is why, in part, they say women shouldn't be cops. Because I think that majority of them are not violent enough. That's not every police officer that's a female, because I know some that got it, they with it. And the ones listening right now, you with it. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the other girl in the department that you know ain't with it. All right, roll the clip, because this woman literally got a gun taken from her, which was absolutely insane. And let me just say this. I don't want to pick on women, just women. I know women probably do this more than men, but there's men, because there's a clip that we got, and maybe we'll do it in post-production, where a guy is literally in a hallway of an apartment complex. The suspect pulls a gun on him. And he say, please don't shoot me, please don't shoot me. What you mean, please don't shoot me? Roll the clip.
Hey, put it down!
Well, KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers is at the desk now. And Mike, this video, very intense.
Very intense. You know, we see a lot of video like this body camera video here at the desk, and this is probably in the top 5 of the most intense pieces of video I've ever seen here from a police shooting. Now, we'll show you the video here, how this all went down. So, the Fountain Valley Police Department, they responded to a report of a man trying to get inside of a car at a middle school. Now, Fountain Valley police officers ended up finding the man. Here he is, shirtless. And when they try to talk to him, ultimately the officer tries to have a conversation with him. He asks him to sit on the curb. And when he asks him to sit on the curb, that's when the man in the video here starts saying, I don't have to, I'm not going to.
All right, here you go. Stop right there. Stop right there. This is why they're training officers to be so weak. Now, this is not every agency, right? This is California stuff. I mean, you go to Georgia, they'll kick your butt. We were taught, and this is why many of us were safe and many of us did not die like we see officers dying today. We were taught that if we have what we call reasonable suspicion or probable cause to detain you or arrest you, we don't play in the middle with you. Now, if I don't have the right to detain you because due to an investigation, then I'm not finna be talking to you. I'm gonna ask you to sit. You don't want to sit down, then we walk away. I'm walking away. We ain't finna talk if I can't do nothing to you. Because then you get in that weird middle ground where you violate somebody's constitutional rights. So, but if I have enough, because of the reports that you're trying to get in people's cars, I have enough reasonable suspicion to detain you. And so what are we taught to do? That means that I'm going to ask you, I'm going to tell you, then I'm going to make you. We're not negotiating because this high cops get hurt. Roll it.
Some other religious type things before pulling away from the officer, as you see in this video, and taking off. Now, the officer would chase him through a parking lot, and that is when he encounters another Fountain Valley police officer, a woman sitting in her patrol car when the suspect walks up to her. I'm going to show you a portion of that video. I do want to warn you, the video is very graphic and could be difficult for some of our viewers to watch. We'll show you that video right now. You'll see this is the video from the officer. She's sitting in her patrol car, and watch. She points the gun at the suspect, and watch as the suspect comes up and is able to wrestle the gun out of her hand. There is a struggle for the gun for a period of time, several seconds this goes on, before that man is ultimately able to gain control.
Shoot him!
There's everything is safe forever.
Here's my gun, here's my gun. Here's my gun.
Safe forever.
Please don't shoot me. Please don't shoot me.
She's got her weapon. Put it down, dude. Put it down.
Look at him.
Put it down.
They still talking to him.
Hey, put it down.
He's going out. All right, I gotta talk about this. I can't stomach watching this. Who in the are training these people? Like, somebody needs to get fired. Somebody needs to get fired. What are they training officers to do? You ask him, he's deranged, he's crazy. We know he's crazy, you gotta call that he's crazy. He looks crazy. He's walking around with no shirt on. He's blabbering belligerent stuff. And let me tell you this. Me and a couple officers were talking about this yesterday. They're training these cops to be wussies. They are afraid to go hands-on. Let's pull the body-worn camera up. They're afraid to go hands-on, and do it without the sound. They're afraid to go hands-on. Like, why, when a man walks up to your door, you pull your gun out? Why? That's the first mistake. Let's go to the video. Roll it. Let's talk about what you should be doing in this situation. Roll it. Okay, stop. Stop. You have to be on the radio listening. Right? Like, right? Somebody's on the radio. I got one running. Because you clearly heard the call on the radio that I'm out with one, right? The guy should be communicating. Then he's on a high-speed chase, or he's running after the guy. I got running on the southbound, and so on. You hear that on the radio. The alarm is going off. Suspect, no shirt. You should be paying attention to the guy's out with a guy with no shirt. He's now running. You see a guy breathing heavy, and he's walking up to you. What the should you be doing? You don't sit in your car. You get out and you get physical. It's time to get with it, ma'am. He can have a gun. Then she pulls the gun. Why are you pulling the gun if you're not going to use it? So she pulled a gun. Play it. Okay. Now, right here. You have probable cause to use deadly force against this person. He's deranged. He's crazy. He just ran from another officer. Now he's physically grabbed your firearm. You feel that your life is in danger of serious bodily harm or death. Right? What do you think he's doing with your gun? He's going to take it and clean it? Play it. He taking it from her. Stop right here. Pull the trigger on him. Kick him. Bite him. Get out the car. Fight him. Kick him in the nuts. Do something. You just letting this man take the gun from you. Like it's bewildering to me. Roll the clip. Shoot him right here. Shoot him. Once. So at least let the gun go. Because if you don't, he takes the gun from you. She should be dead right now. She should be dead. But by the grace of God, this fool didn't shoot her. Now let's go to the other body worn camera. Let me say this, y'all. She should lose her job, and the guy who's running up right now should be remediated. He needs to go and be retrained. Somebody needs to talk this through. Play it. Play it. Okay, stop. Now, she may not have gotten on the radio and said he stole my gun. So the cop is running with a taser in his hand. Why are you running with a taser in your hand, brother? It's time for you to get physical. You don't need a taser. Physical. Get physical. Put your hands on this man. It's two of y'all. Roll the clip. So now he puts his taser where he got his gun out. Now stop right here, right here. This man has a gun in his hand. His partner is fleeing from a man who stole her gun. This cop is saying, drop it. What are you doing? What are you doing? Your officer is running for her life on the side of this car. He has a gun and he's crazy. You already got the cause that he's crazy. He ran from you. You see that he's crazy. And he's got your partner's gun in his hand. Play the clip. You can shoot him now, definitely right now, definitely now. He's going towards your officer. Now. You wait till he get in the car. And to be honest, all right, pause it. To be honest, it's kind of iffy right now. Because what is your articulable threat right now? He's got it in possession, but he's not pointed at you. He's clearly have no intent to go after the other officer. He's now in the patrol car, trying to flee in the patrol car, and he hasn't tried to run you over. He's not trying to do anything but flee. So now you're in a weird spot because he's not even a deadly threat against you anymore. Immediate deadly threat. He was all the way up until he got in the car. And then you shoot him while he's in the car now. And he's not pointing the gun at anybody. Who's training these people, man? I'm it's police week. I'm trying not to be mean to cops, but who's training these people? Shoot this man. She should have shot him when he grabbed the gun. The other guy's watching him with the gun in his hand. Hey, you got to take action. Shoot him. Because what if he just starts shooting at you? What if he just run down the street, starts shooting at people? They already have articulated that this guy was opening doors and trying to get in people's cars. He's crazy. He's nutty. He's going to do something violent. You already have probable cause to arrest this guy. You already have reason to believe that he's going to shoot you.
That black guy repeats himself too much in a short video. He repeated himself about 5 times. Let's go over here to NPC the lame, this nigger here, to all the girls we loved before versus fat nigga season. This guy's low class, low IQ. He banned me from his channel. He's a loser.
the expectations that I want and need. This is the longest relationship I've been in right now. 12 plus years, going 13, being married to Miss NPC Rebecca. Shelly had the bright idea. I don't think it was mine, to run away to the park. Which we ended up doing. And I think when
Look at this weirdo.
when this picture was taken, I was an only child for sure. I must have been like 4 years old at the oldest. Is that considered the first love? I guess so. Maria's daughter, Shelly. I think I've told this story before. My grandfather, he must have been in his 70s by then, or late 60s, and I think he had a girlfriend in her late 20s, or early 30s, and that was her daughter. And I guess she became my de facto first girlfriend. And we lived downtown. When my grandpa lived off the 7th Street in downtown San Jose, in the heart of downtown San Jose, East Side. Yeah. I remember Shelly had the bright idea. I don't think it was mine, to run away to the park. Which we ended up doing, and ended up getting the police called on us. Yeah.
Poor girl was hanging out with a Negro at that age.
Look at that little G right there. Fast forward to, this wasn't my love, but it was at the time when I had many love. This was actually just a friend, Danielle, when I was going to Long Beach State freshman year. Yeah, she was a friend.
Oh, so he did date a Negro there. Looks like she's got some blonde dye in her hair. I can't stand this guy's voice, though. There's something about him that's just fucking annoying and sickening.
She actually was the ex-girlfriend of the upperclassman Brian that used to hang out with us and play football with us. But yeah, she was my friend. But at that time, man, wow, we had so many little girlfriends, young ladies around. It was ridiculous. It was fun time. Past romantic relationships are important for some of us. Yeah, she's a doll. That little Shelly was definitely. She's cute. I wonder what happened to her. No, I need to know what happened to her. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she is a doll. Good to have you.
I'm glad nobody watches this shit show. 5 people watching his shit. Absolute shit. He has nigga right in the title of his, like, he's just a low class fucking loser. He gets upset if a white person says it, but he puts nigga right in the title, and he calls me racist for saying it. He's a fucking loser. That's what he is.
Yeah, I think past traumatic relationships are important because
I hope she got away from the Negroes and dated someone that wasn't colored.
They can give you valuable lessons, just like all relationships, but especially romantic ones. They can give, if you really look out over at the whole totality of the relationship, you can extract valuable lessons about yourself and the dynamics of the love and commitment, you know?
He kind of sounds like Daffy Duck, but also like he's got his mouth full of something. Like maybe he's got a dick in his mouth or something. He's a real weirdo. But he's for diversity because his wife, I guess, is this Asian. I think she's Taiwanese or something.
12 years with that woman. All those past relationships set the tone for all that good stuff. You know? Dude, a little man.
Got to play thug music, of course, no matter where they live in the world. He's living all the way over in Asia, in Taiwan or somewhere like that, but he's got to act like he's hood and a thug. And they never grow up. These kind, they never grow up. That's the way it is. So he's married with an Asian wife, but he's got to play music of bitches and thugs and hood and just all this stupid shit. They never quite grow up, ever. He could relate to a 13-year-old little Negro boy in the hood. They'd play the same music. Same level of IQ, same mentality.
Any of those past relationships help set the tone. There's Ben when he was
Like he has blubber in his mouth or something.
born. Yeah. Learned a lot over the years, quote unquote dating and being in LTR's long-term relationship with people. And those
What grown man says being in LTRs, the way that he speaks, it's like a child. It's very weird. He never grew up.
relationships, they revealed
This nigga never grew up.
my strength and weaknesses at the time. I probably didn't see a lot of them, but my partner probably saw it more than I did. But it put me in the position where I can identify what I don't want and what I do want.
He's one of those dumb niggas that had to get married on 2012. December 12th, 2012. There's something that's very dislikable about this creature. And I could tell right away. Right off the bat, I could tell.
We need a mirror to bounce stuff off of sometimes. Somebody to bounce stuff off to. Like, how the hell are you getting really good at basketball if you don't go one-on-one against somebody?
There he goes mentioning basketball. You should talk about basketball and fried chicken. Talk about
To bounce stuff off to. Like, how the hell are you getting really good at basketball if you don't to bounce stuff off to? Like, how the hell are you getting really good at basketball if you don't go one-on-one against somebody or do some teamwork drills or whatnot? Yeah. What matters, you truly must love yourself, respect yourself. You shall always fail in love. Yeah, if you don't do that, have some self-respect. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm from. Oh, you from East Oakland too? Yeah. I was. I definitely. I'm not. I wasn't born and raised there like Master Creator, but I think I became a man in a lot of ways. My time living on 79th Avenue and Hillside, deep East Oakland. Yeah. Master Creator, ain't nothing like being young and beating that college kuda. That sounds like my cousin Will for sure. For sure. Look at me with the optimum perm. And that's one of the few women I didn't hook up with. That was actually a friend of a friend. Yeah. Yeah. those pictures we keep, I guess, either they're destroyed or they're locked away. Yeah. So let's say what part of East Oakland, Midtown business? High body count. Now we're looking at. You said game over. Did she go away? I think we're going to talk about that. I mean, what do you think about that? Do you think the question is always, do you think it matters for a woman to a man? Or do you think it matters in general to a woman if she has a high body count? Do you think it matters for a man? I know the conventional wisdom is to say, the red pill wisdom is to say that's has been trending is it doesn't matter for a man. A lock can only a key can open, like, can go in many doors, but a lock can open. What is it? Fucking I fucked that up. Anyway, men and women are different. That's what they say, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. 76th Avenue, right? Ashley, I don't think you want to be with anybody with a super high body count, male or woman. That'd be probably ideally for both, right? But shit happens, right? And she's saying, when my super crush told me to love myself, I wanted to cry. And my eyes out. Yeah, that's pretty devastating if you have a crush on somebody and they talk like that. There it is. A key can open many doors or lock them. That's true. What about that lock? It only works with one key, huh? Master Creator Murder Dubs 23 says, I'm from the 23 Murder Dubs in the building. Yee! Oh, ha, ha. Either one. Oh, she said my cousin stay on Hillside. Yeah. Hillside Apartments. Yeah. 79 Avenue High Street or High Street. The Safeway.
I'm glad his shit show only gets 5 viewers. He's absolute garbage. He's a piece of shit. A piece of shit.
So a video popped up in my feed titled Guy Edward Marcus Manifesto by Shangal Thunder. Shangal Thunder posted this video with his manifesto supporting Guy Edward Marcus and what he did. So apparently this is recent news. This is the first I'm hearing it. This is how I'm hearing it by listening to his manifesto. He detonated a car bomb with himself in the car next to a fertility clinic because he's against people having babies. So I'm going to try to do this as calmly as I can, because I'm pretty pissed off right now. And I'm just sort of like in awe at the stupidity that I'm witnessing right now. And just the mindless fucking psychopathy that apparently is in the minds of people, of fucking extremist morons, antinatalist extremist morons, effilists, who support things like effilism and people committing acts of terrorism and destruction and suffering and, filling the world with fucking horrible shit, like blowing up a building and thinking that this is somehow a good thing. I don't know why I have to point these things out, but apparently I do. This isn't going to help the cause of antinatalism in any way, shape, or form. If anything, it's going to hurt it. People don't give a shit what some piece of shit terrorist thinks. Nobody's going to listen to his manifesto and go, he makes some pretty good points. No, people are pissed. I'm pissed. It doesn't matter how fucking righteous your beliefs are. It doesn't matter how right you are. You don't get to go around fucking blowing shit up, blowing up buildings. You're interfering with people's lives. You're causing destruction. You're causing pain and suffering. The people that work in those buildings rely on that for their livelihood. In his manifesto, he said that he cares. He cares so much that he decided to do this stupid, selfish act that has caused harm, even though apparently nobody got hurt and nobody died. And he said in his manifesto that he wasn't intending to cause any harm or death, although that could have very well happened. That building was entirely fucking destroyed. That bomb was so powerful, it destroyed that whole building. Could have easily killed somebody, a passerby, somebody could have been in the building. Just, like, how the fuck? And it's not so much, what he did piss me off. And I really think, I truly believe that, if you decide to do something like this, that can put lives in danger and cause suffering, you're a piece of shit. It doesn't matter how virtuous he was in his life. He's a piece of shit because of what he did. And if you support this kind of thing, you're a piece of shit too. So, Shane Gelfthunder is apparently in solidarity with this. Is apparently okay with this type of thing. He thinks that this is going to further and give a voice. I don't fucking associate with fucking terrorists. If you think that this is okay, you're a fucking terrorist. Get the fuck away from me. I can't believe I was fucking subscribed to this guy. I need to calm down. I'm probably disturbing my neighbors.
He's disturbing his neighbors. His neighbors are listening. Your neighbors are listening to you, Tom S. They're going to hear you peeing. Tom S., your neighbors are going to hear you peeing.
I can't believe I was fucking subscribed to this guy. I need to calm down. I'm probably disturbing my neighbors.
Calm down, Tom. You're disturbing your neighbors.
I need to calm down. I'm probably disturbing my neighbors. I need to calm down. I'm probably disturbing my neighbors. I need to calm down. I'm probably disturbing my neighbors.
Calm down.
So yeah, this is not going to give a voice to antinatalism. This type of thing is only going to be vilified more than it was in the past. People are going to associate people who are antinatalist to psychopathic terrorists, and rightfully so, because apparently we are. I don't agree with any form of suffering. I don't agree with anything that causes suffering. And if you're that short-sighted to think that this wasn't going to cause suffering, then you're a fucking retard. I'm not surprised at all that this happened, and I'm pretty sure that the Archons arranged for this to happen too. Just a little bit of mind control, just nudge him in the direction where he thinks he's doing a good thing. Trap him in the delusion that it's okay to do something like this, that somehow this is the right thing to do. And it's easy to get anybody to do anything. I think it's funny how he talks about in his manifesto about how if you're not aware that you're being manipulated, then you're more susceptible to manipulation. He doesn't even fucking realize that real mind control was being employed on him to cause him to do something like this. You can think of that what you will. You can think that's bullshit or not. I know that's what fucking happened. It was arranged.
Listen to this angry little munchkin cell, Tom. He's very, very angry, like a lot of them are. A lot of these munchkin cells are very angry. I'm gonna put up the meme here. Don't support the demonic, evil Munchkin Cells Club. Okay? Careful what you support. You got to choose wisely on YouTube and in this realm. Don't support these little demonic, angry Munchkin Cells. All right? Trying to help you with that. Trying to help you stop following these shitheads if you're following these little munchkin cells. He's got to calm down a little bit.
So yeah, I can't believe I was fucking subscribed to this guy. I need to calm down. I'm probably disturbing my neighbors. So yeah, this is not going to give a voice to antinatalism. This type of thing is only going to be vilified more than it was in the past. People are going to associate people who are antinatalist to psychopathic terrorists, and rightfully so, because apparently we are. I don't agree with any form of suffering. I don't agree with anything that causes suffering. And if you're that short-sighted to think that this wasn't going to cause suffering, then you're a fucking retard. I'm not surprised at all that this happened, and I'm pretty sure that the Archons arranged for this to happen too. Just a little bit of mind control, just nudge him in the direction where he thinks he's doing a good thing. trap him in the delusion that it's okay to do something like this, that somehow this is the right thing to do. And it's easy to get anybody to do anything.
Tiny Tom, he's about 5'2". He sounds like a little munchkin cell because he is one. He is a munchkin cell, an incel that's a munchkin. Munchkin cell. I don't feel sorry for these angry little fucking pissant demons. And I hope people stop feeling sorry for them.
I think it's funny how he talks about in his manifesto about how if you're not aware that you're being manipulated, then you're more susceptible to manipulation. He doesn't even fucking realize that real mind control was being employed on him to cause him to do something like this. You know, you can think of that what you will. You can think that's bullshit or not. I know that's what fucking happened. It was arranged. Anyways, I'm not in support of terrorism. I do consider myself an anti-natalist. I do think there is an argument to be made for it. And what he said in the video, he said that anti-natalism is being kept in the corners and being kept away from mainstream thought. I have seen videos defending the argument of anti-natalists with channels that had subscribers over 500,000. It wasn't only in just a niche part of the internet. It was being talked about. And people aren't going to defend anti-natalism because now we're a bunch of fucking terrorists and we are the enemy. We're the bad guys. And that's the only way anybody's going to fucking look at this. No one's going to listen to this argument now.
Neighboring 29 Palms, as officials reassured residents there is no ongoing threat. But amid the devastation, good news for the hopeful families who stored precious embryos inside the clinic.
We are able to save all of the embryos at this facility. Good guys 1, bad guys 0.
There you go. Good job. Mission accomplished.
Tiny little munchkin cell Tom is a virgin. Tom's a virgin. He's never had a girlfriend. He said he's never had a date. He's never asked a girl on a date. He's never kissed a girl. He's never held a girl's hand. A lot of them are complete psychos. A lot of them are complete psychos. That Shanga idiot that supports that terrorist act, he's buddies with Joshua S. John. He's buddies with Chrissy Pissy Shateris. They're all in a group together. Okay? They're all in groups together, in discords, etc. All of those creatures. That's why I call them Team Evil. That's why I call them Team Evil. Yes. Yes, Tom S. blames the Archons for everything. For that event, for his life choices, for his stalking a woman, for both of his parents' deaths. So there you go, another video that exposes what complete psychos they are. Tom S. and the others. Complete fucking psychos. I'll never call myself a quote truther. Never. I'll never let people group me in with those fucking psychos. Ever. Or these ones. Like this
Mandy
creature.
says that Dolly grifts hard.
This creature here is another creepy creature.
Mandy says that Dolly grifts harder than me. This is fucking unacceptable.
Get called out, bitch. You don't grift enough.
I really haven't been grifting hard enough. You guys, I just found out I have cancer.
And your bank account cancer?
Do you have cancer in your PP?
Mandy says that Dolly grifts harder than me. This is fucking unacceptable.
Get called out, bitch. You don't grift enough.
I really haven't been grifting hard enough. You guys, I just found out I have cancer.
And your bank account cancer?
Do you have cancer in your PP?
I'm going to clip that. They're going to be perfect. you have cancer, me 2 minutes later die.
All right, but seriously, donate some fucking money just because I might have cancer and just not know about it.
And to be fair, that is untreated, unknown cancer is the worst type of cancer because it's untreated.
Ground control to Stalker Tom. Ground control to Stalker Tom. This guy's lost a lot of weight. This Gingy Christopher J. Smith. This Gingy. Maybe he's a vegan now. But not many people are watching his stuff with 32,000 subs. Wow.
You can say now and then you can throw out the word now and say, what is the sense of now?
I've watched your videos online and YouTube. I've watched where you talked. Thank you for this class. I appreciate it. I have about two. I've watched your videos online and YouTube. I've watched where you talked. Thank you for this class. I appreciate it. I have about 2 or 3 questions. Where do we go from here from this class? Like if we have questions, if we wanted to find you, to reach you, where can we go? Another question is, you talk about, I love your video where you talk about samadhi. How does samadhi help us in this area?
Well, samadhi means absorption. It's a Sanskrit word which means absorption. So the question is absorption into what? Absorption into the source, absorption into the absolute. So it is another way.
Do you want to be absorbed into the source? Does anyone here? Think about it. That's the way I look at it. I know these new agers don't look at it that way, but you lose everything that you are. You lose all that you are if you're absorbed into source. You're basically being eaten by it. eaten, devoured. And they think this is a good thing somehow. They think this is a good thing.
So the question is absorption into what? Absorption into the source, absorption into the absolute. So it is another way of saying the infinite intelligence, absorption into the infinite intelligence. And that is exactly what we're speaking about here. It's really the same. It's the same thing, just a different way of saying the same thing. When your attention meets the source of what you are, you become absorbed in that. Most people's attention is constantly in thinking, in being.
Okay, I'm going to jump in again. Sorry, I have to jump in and say this. If Source is so good, why is this place so shitty? If Source is so good, why is this place so evil? The source of this can't be good because this place is evil. So whatever the source of this is, it can't be good by definition based on what it created. Do you understand? That's logic. The source of this cannot possibly be good if you look at this place and see that it's evil and ruled by evil. Looks like this guy is shacked up. He probably is. He's probably making a lot less money than he thought he was going to make. The more that he gets exposed, perhaps less people buy his courses that are hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Maybe there aren't enough people spending money on his shit. He looks like a cult follower or a cult leader, and many of them have this look about them. The 1,000-yard stare, the dead eyes. They've lost whatever they are. Whatever they are as a unique individual is gone. They've given it up. And they feel clever about it. They think we're the dummies. They think we're the dummies.
A separate sense of self, thinking me, thinking my, thinking I, and living through that story that revolves around that sense of I. So that's where all the attention is, that's where all the energy goes. So you become absorbed in the sense of being a separate self that is lacking something in a sense of time, and that must control and manipulate things to get something limited to make you happy. But when you see what is real and what is not real, when you see you are not that, and you start to look at what is that substratum of intelligence that is aware of this finite sense of self and the thoughts and the beliefs, then you can start to give more attention to that. And this is really the only true desire that anyone needs, is to have the desire to give attention to that.
Oh, really? This is the only desire that anyone needs because you say so. Maybe people have more desires than what you want them to have.
And this is really the only true desire that anyone needs, is to have.
Who are you to say that no one needs anything other than what you say? Maybe I need more than that. Maybe I don't want what you say at all. Have you ever considered that? These creatures that pretend to have no ego are often authoritarian. They want to control others and say what you need and what you don't need, and this is all you need. Well, fuck you. Fuck you, Gingy Christopher J. Smith. Fuck you. Maybe I need more than what you want me to have. Maybe I need more freedom than what you can even imagine. Maybe I need things in my spirit that you don't care about, because I'm not you, bitch.
And the thoughts and the beliefs, then you can start to give more attention to that. And this is really the only true desire that anyone needs, is to have the desire to give attention to that. And this is like what we are here right now. Direct investigation is to give attention to that. This is exactly what is happening. You are giving attention to this, to what you are. You could have attention doing a lot of different things, lots of different activities, but you're giving attention to this. The more and more and more you give attention to that, the more it's going to magnify consciously within your immediate sense. Until that is all that, until that consumes you.
He's very much like Ian. Well, maybe you were consumed by your thoughts, but perhaps others aren't. Not everyone's you. Not everyone's like you, Christopher. Not everyone's like you, Ian, and Lindis, and others, Jack Talcott, where it's a constant battle because you people are fucked up. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's you, and maybe it isn't everyone else. Some of us might enjoy our thoughts and enjoy our daydreams. I enjoy mine. I know I'm not the only one, but I don't expect everyone to be exactly like me. I don't want clones of me. I don't want sameness. I don't want oneness. I love individuality and originality and authentic beings that are unique. I know you type don't like that. Whatever species you are, this Christopher and others, they want to control. And they want to use mind control, cults, religions, the new age, fear, lies, propaganda, hypnosis. They'll use anything to get you to agree to go back to source with them. They're conniving like an evil alien race, you might say. Now, when I say that, people start thinking other planets, and I don't mean alien in that way. I mean something very foreign and very different. They can exist in the same realm as us and still be very alien from us. And that's what I want to drive home to people. But again, I know you have to pay attention to listen, because some people will hear the word alien and they'll go off on a tangent. Unfortunately, I know that to be the case. It's already happened on my channel. People that are half listening and not paying attention. And then they'll chime in. I'm going to send a message to people right now. If you're only half listening and not really paying attention, don't even bother commenting, because chances are it'll just burn you. It'll make you look stupid. It'll make me say I can see they're not paying attention. The ones who aren't really paying attention, you shouldn't be commenting. That's the way I look at it. Any live stream, not just this one. Not just tonight's, but the ones that don't pay attention at all. I view this guy on the screen as an alien species, as an entirely different spirit than what I am. Now, can I put that under a microscope or do a blood test and prove it, or do an MRI? I don't think any scientific or medical equipment is going to be able to prove that. But the behavior and the mindset shows it. So you don't have to pay attention. You don't have to understand what I'm saying. But the ones who do, eventually you'll say, you know what? It doesn't just make sense. I'm beginning to see that the way they look and behave is so vastly different that they probably are a different species of spirit. This is something to pay attention to, because people think species. Do you mean human being? I'm talking about the spirit within that meat suit. Isn't like me. And the eyes show a lot. His face, lack of expression, shows a lot. There's a lot about these creatures that's different if you pay attention. This is key. And I might have to say this every live stream. You have to observe and pay attention and focus, and then you'll see what I mean. But if you're just here to be entertained, you're not going to see it. You won't see it. You'll just say, well, he's kind of creepy, but you might not see what I mean. But maybe one day you will see what I mean. And if you do, it will help you a hell of a lot in seeing your way out of this realm. That's the benefit of paying attention. Now, not paying attention has consequences. And for some, it will be eternal here. You won't get out. And you'll be totally reliant on someone else coming to help you out. And that's if you haven't been so degraded that you can't be helped and you have to just be left here. I don't care if that sounds harsh. I'm giving you the truth so that you can see it and say, okay, I'm going to make decisions based on that information rather than lying to you and giving you hopium, which is what you've got a lifetime of already everywhere else, is lies, deceptions, and hopium as well from fake channels. I can tell the difference between him and me. I can tell the difference between the two wolves in the video I've shown many times that I made, but a lot can't, and I'm aware of that. I'm aware that not everyone can do what I do, including on my channel. Some people could look at him and say Green Man says vacant stare. Some people would say, no, it's not a vacant stare. You're just being mean, they'll say. There's all sorts of defenses given and excuses for demons in this realm. But I agree with you, the Green Man. It is a vacant stare. There's no joy or light inside him. But I think it's even beyond that. It's a spiritual difference. I don't think he is the same at all spiritually inside as what I am.
You are consumed by that. It might sound like a scary thing.
And I think he's leading people to be consumed and devoured. And he doesn't care if he misleads people into that. And I'm very different from that because I do care. I worry about that all the time. That's something that it's kept me awake, kept me from sleeping many sleepless nights for years. What can be done? How can I help these people see what the fuck is going on?
To say, but it is like a black hole.
I think he would giggle like that if he saw spirits getting devoured by Source. I think that would make him react like he is right here.
It might sound like a scary thing to say, but it is like a black hole.
Like a black hole, he says, getting devoured by Source, and he laughs. Like a black hole. Look at this. Look at this thing.
It might sound like a scary thing to say, but it is like a black hole.
They always laugh at things like that when it's harm to other spirits. That's all they really find funny is sadistic shit. They have a sadistic spirit. A sadistic spirit. And that's their whole sense of humor. Other than that, they don't laugh or react to anything.
Consumed by that. It might sound like a scary thing to say, but it is like a black hole. And it will pull everything in. This is really what self-investigation is. You're taking everything back to the source. So
what he says will pull everything in, I would destroy. I'm not going where you say others have to go. Not at all. Not at all. Because I see what's going on here, and I see what's going on beyond this hell realm level of this matrix. I see beyond this day-to-day shit. And I'm not going where any of you New Age creeps and religitard creeps, whether you're Buddhists, Hindus, doesn't matter, Christian, Jewish, Islamic, whatever. I'm not doing what any of you fucking religitards want. I'll do the opposite. And I will KI double hockey sticks all of your so-called gods if I have to do that. I'm willing to do that. It won't bother my conscience whatsoever because I see what they've done already to the innocent ones here for a long, long time. And none of us know how long this has gone on. It could have been reset many times. This could be Matrix 1.0, but this could be Matrix 1,000,000.0. We don't know how long this shit has been going on here. And if anybody tells you they know, they're a liar, because it's impossible to tell that from within the Matrix. You're within it. Can't tell that how long it's been running from within it.
So as we were saying earlier, when are you? When is the source? When are you? When is life? It is now. It is immediate. So don't look to the future. Don't look to another time. Don't delay. Look now. There is only now to look. Awakening is only now. You are only now. Beyond even the word now. You can say now and then you can throw out the word now and say, what is the sense of now? And then you can say, what is it that is really here? What is it that is really here? There appears to be name and form. That's what the finite self is focused on, name and form. Separate forms. My body, someone else's body. My house, somebody else's house. My race, somebody else's race. A name, a label that you give yourself, a label that you give something else.
I'm going to say something. I think the reason why they come across as so empty, alien, strange, weird, because they are. They truly are. So what I just said is kind of playing on, and is the opposite of what Elon Musk says, that it appears to be so fake because it's real. Well, these creatures appear to be creatures because they are creatures, not because they're not. So if your intuition says they're weird, they're like creatures, they're hollow, they're empty, they're vacant, they have dead eyes, they no light, they're dead inside. All of those things are correct. What you're noticing, you're not wrong. They are. And this realm wants to teach you and hammer you into believing that we're all the same and that we're all equal and that we're all one and we all have a same spirit inside. No, we don't. And he's proof yet again. Observable proof right here. And he's not the only one. I mean, we're surrounded by these fucking things.
An image you give yourself, an image you give something else. All those things create the distinctions, the separations, a dualistic experience. And then from that, there is distress.
They always talk about separations. That's one of their great worries. They don't like individuality. They won't use the word individuality. They'll call it separation. That's what they'll call it. Because it sounds, to most people's ears, they say, I don't want to be separate. I want to be part of the group. Or most people hear the word separation and it stirs feelings in them of, oh, I don't want that. I don't want to be alone or lonely. But I think it's a wonderful, beautiful, amazing thing to be an individual in a realm of hive-minded fucking followers. I'm glad that I'm an individual. I don't want to be one with these things. I don't want to be attached to them. I don't want to be with them. I don't want to be Velcroed to them. I don't want that. I don't want to spend eternity with these creepy fucking corpses or whatever. That's what it reminds me of. It reminds me of like an animated corpse that just came out of a coffin. That's what it looks like to me. It is creepy. So Salty Sirens, it's so creepy. It is. It absolutely is. It's no joke. And I'm not saying this to scare people, but when your reaction is, it's creepy, it's vacant, that's all true. I want people to understand you're on the right path if you see that, and don't doubt yourself because your instincts are correct. That's what that thing is. It is creepy. It looked like something that crawled out of a coffin at a funeral and shocked people. Like, I thought it was dead. You know what I mean? Like, it looks like a fucking creepy corpse that's suddenly talking. It's really fucking creepy. And most people in this realm would say, Stephen, you're mean. There's nothing wrong with him. He's not weird. This isn't creepy. There's nothing wrong with this guy. But he's like a fucking monster. And he sells spiritual teaching courses. Of course. Why wouldn't he? This is what people view as spiritual in this realm. They'll pay thousands of dollars for this shit.
Yes, there is unhappiness. There is no longer the infinite happiness there. It's a finite, chasing finite happiness. There's no longer a sense of the infinite intelligence there. It's a finite sense of intelligence. So what is it that is beyond name and form? What is really here? What are you? These are the kinds of questions that bring you back. It throws the attention back. It throws the attention back out of your intellectual process. This is not an intellectual process. Direct investigation is not intellectual. It's not so we can arrive at a certain answer and then remember that answer, write that answer down, memorize it for another time. At best, an answer is simply like another piece of software, like an antivirus software that gets rid of the old software, the wrong idea. But then you throw both of them away. You use a thorn to remove another thorn. Once you've removed the thorn, you throw both thorns away, which means the immediate sense. What is the sense of now? What is the sense of what is really here? What is the sense of what you are? Are you your job? Are you your roles? Man, woman? Good person, bad person? What are you? And what is the sense of what you are? Where are you? Where are you located? Are you located somewhere specific? If you're located somewhere specifically, then that is separation. Can you find where exactly you are? You see, the word self, the word self is used because it means the most intimate part. It's the most intimate part. So what is this real self? What is the reality of the most intimate part of what you are? That is not really a part at all, it is the totality. So where are you located? When you look, when you throw the attention back, I invite you to throw the attention back right now. Don't have your attention in your thoughts. Give the attention to the attention itself. Where are you? Are you in England? Are you in America? Are you in Ireland? Where are you?
I like your question. Thank you.
So it's not a matter of belief, because anything we can believe is just a thought. It's a matter of the immediacy of what is present. To step out of the mind, you see. Belief is always about something outside of what is immediate. People believe in God because they don't have the direct sense, the immediate sense of God. So they have to believe in a God, you know. It's second rate. It's somebody else's experience that's been passed on. You must believe this, you must believe that. It is dogma. So direct investigation is direct. No belief. No belief, no concept, no thought. What is here? What are you? What is now? What is the sense of it? Even the senses themselves. What is prior to the senses themselves? What even notices that? You know? That's samadhi. Samadhi is the throwing of the attention back to that. And you become so absorbed in that that the whole false sense of self is burned up. It cannot survive in the intense heat of the source of your seeing, the source of your sensing. And that is where the infinite happiness is. So why go anywhere else? This is what society has been teaching. You got to go somewhere else. You'll find it somewhere else. You must use effort. You must struggle. It takes time. No time, no effort, no struggle. No belief. No practice. No method. No process. Process is time. Practice is someone practicing trying to get somewhere. Method is I follow something to get to somewhere. There comes a point where enough is enough. Enough is enough. Stop delaying what you are. That's direct investigation. That's samadhi. When you are so absorbed in that. No effort at all.
And you mentioned the issue with belief. Can you explain a little bit about that? Like, what is the problem with believing?
Yeah, I mean, you see, I never had any belief really. When I was young, I would notice that people would be believing things that weren't really true. And to me, it was like obvious because it's like, well, you can see that that's not true because if you just look from what is immediately here, you can see you don't need a belief for that, you know? You don't need a belief. Belief is always something that's outside of what is immediate. You know, you have to imagine something, or it's something that's passed on through memory. So, I mean, even in the word belief is the word lie, you know, so there's some, essentially belief is thought, and thought being limited cannot encapsulate, obviously, the unlimited, you know. It can't encapsulate the isness of something. And so it becomes like a lens. So every belief system is a lens, a certain filter. And if you look through that filter, then it only distorts the way things really are. So it's not possible to then be in contact with the way things really are, the way things naturally are. Everything becomes artificial. And this is kind of what I call the two sort of states, this sort of natural state or the artificial state. And the artificial state is made of the beliefs, which essentially is thought. A thought that is persistently thought over and over again and believed to be true. You know.
And that in turn manifests things.
Then in turn manifests.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, powerful because, you know, the thought is what? The thought is energy. Even though we don't know what that is, we on the planet, it's one person's belief versus another person's belief. All there was on the planet, it's one person's belief versus another person's belief versus another person's belief. Because on the planet, it's one person. On the planet, it's one. On the planet, it's one person's belief versus another person's belief because they believe that what they believe is true. You know? So no, it is this way. And so then they'll fight to try to preserve and prove that belief, you know, rather than actually admitting, first asking the question, what do I really know? What do I truthfully know? To be honest about it. Most of us are not honest. We're not honest. We're not honest to say, I don't know. We think we know because we've been given this knowledge and it's been passed on to us. And we then hold on to those beliefs and that knowledge, and we're adamant that that is true. And then that only separates from life and separates from each other, and then you get all the problems that come, and then you get the unhappiness that people experience because of that, the suffering because of all this self-knowledge, this self-image that people have. An image of who somebody thinks that they are and what they think that others are and life is, you know.
And there's such a great attachment to those things, right? People become so attached that when somebody comes along with a different view or belief, it shakes them up so much that they can't deal with it, right? And then that causes more division and more issues.
Right, exactly, yeah. Rather than just admitting, what are the limitations of my understanding? Being honest about that. What can I really know to be true? We can only know the knowledge that we have. That's what knowledge is. It's a knowledge to rest on some knowing. To rest on some knowing. But anything that we think that we know is only knowledge. We can't know anything outside of that knowledge. The knowledge creates the experience of what we have and what we think we know. But life itself is not an experience. This is what I came to see, is life itself is not an experience. So it cannot be known, it cannot be understood. There is some other intelligence, a more natural, universal intelligence there that is not intellectual. It's not based on thought. It doesn't need thought. That body there, that organism there, is completely alive. And it's not trying to think. It doesn't need knowledge to...
Oh, check this out. Check this out, everyone. Here's a here's a black gingy clown. It's got the red hair. I had to start playing around with this. I couldn't resist to see what it would come up with. This is a good one too. This one here, this is a this is a gingy clown. It's a black gingy clown. That's pretty freaky. Where's the other one? This one. God damn, look at that. I wondered what it would come up with. Oh, damn. Don't make the clowns angry. Don't make the clowns angry. You don't want to get them angry. You don't want to make the black gingy clowns angry. Look at this. You don't want to make the black Gingy clown's angry. Look at this. Oh, damn. You don't want to get them angry. You don't want to make these motherfuckers angry. You don't want to say something to make them angry because they get violent very quickly. They have a short fuse and very poor impulse control. Look at this. Oh, my goodness. What are we looking at here? Oh, God damn. That's a nightmare. Is that what the clowns look like in Africa? Maybe they do. You don't want to make them angry. Check this out. This one. This one's kind of chimping out. This one's getting angry. This is scary stuff. Look at this. This one's getting like an angry gorilla, an angry gingy gorilla. God damn. Yeah, this is the stuff of nightmares. Oh. Wow. No, I'd have to type in female. But check this out in the meantime. Now that's look at that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He's hangry for that watermelon. Check this one out. You wanted a female, so this is what it came up with. She loves that watermelon too. She's got the red fro. She's got the red fro. So the gingies feel like they belong now. Emotional. Okay, I got to check this out. Ginger's reacting to being black. What the hell? Black TikTokers declared they are black and invited them into the cookout. Invited them to the cookout after gingers claim that the white race treats them differently. Oh, well, they are treated differently. How are we supposed to treat these gingies? I mean, how could we not treat them differently? Even South Park said gingers don't have souls. What are we supposed to do with these gingies? Obviously, we're going to give them a little bit of different treatment, right? Freaking. Just a second. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Here we go. Breaking news. Gingers have been uploading videos of them breaking down emotionally on TikTok because black TikTokers declared that they are black and invited them to the cookout after gingers claim that the white race treats them differently.
There's so many. I have physical. The black community literally saved my physical life. There's so many. I have so many emotions right now. I can't even process them all. The last 48 hours of my life, I've never felt more love in my life.
We don't treat.
I'm black.
Hold on, pause it right there.
I've never felt.
We don't treat you that badly. Come on, gingies, you're crying over nothing. Come on, gingies. What happened to this guy's lips? Like, they're all tore up. Like, what the fuck did you do to yourself? We don't treat you that poorly. Come on, gingies. 2 million views? What?
More love in my life. Feel you truly wanted. I'm black. I got a lot of mixed emotions.
This past week, I have felt more connected, more appreciated.
Is this fake? What is going on here? Do these gingies actually believe they're black?
And more love than I ever have.
Where's Joe Biden when we need him to say, "You ain't black, gingies. You ain't black."
From a community of people in my entire life.
I hope there's a good outcome to all of this.
This whole thing.
Maybe Baxter Large will go over there with the Negroes.
About gingers being part of the black community. Low-key hits home for me.
And I can just see how loving and genuine all of you guys are.
This past week has been the best week of my life. And I just want to show my appreciation, my gratitude.
That guy barely seems like a gingy. His beard is, but his hair isn't. If you shaved your fucking beard, dude, you could pass for not being a gingy. If you shaved that beard every day, smooth, wet shaved it with a razor, you could pass for a non-gingy. But you're too stupid to do that, you dummy.
Dude, to,
your beard.
All the kind words, all the love, everything that I've received.
The black community literally saved my physical life.
Some of these you wouldn't believe in my family. When I call a ginger, they look like Raggedy Ann doll hair. I mean, red is red. Like fire engine red hair. Fire engine red, that's what it is in my family. The gingies in my family have fucking hair red, or it's like orange. It's like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's not like that. It's way, yeah, the eyebrows. Well, he just touch them up a little bit. He could, if he didn't want to be known as a gingy, he could get away with it. But I think that deep down, these gingies, there's something with them where they want to play oppressed and victim, like blacks, like most blacks. They want to be part of the victim Olympics. Dolphin tears for the black gin cells. Oh, I knew some real freckle faces. They had more freckles than you could believe, more than you've seen on these videos. I don't know what these gingies are pulling. Is this some kind of gingy psyop or something? I'm not sure what they're doing, but they always find a way to be oppressed, just like the blacks. I wouldn't be surprised if they are teaming up. I wonder if Angry Gingy. Oh, sorry. I wonder if Angry Gingy and some of these other Gingis on YouTube are aware of this. If they're going to join the blacks.
Even online, I'm never doing it to be racist. And in life, I am usually, depending on where I've lived, I am.
He loves calling it screets. I hate that. It's so cringy. All the Panelverse shit is just cringy. It's babyish. It's infantile. It's cringe. Screets. I hate I cringe every time somebody says that. Anyway, people watch this garbage. They're watching this shit.
Am that white dude that Dave Chappelle talks about, where like I have been the only white dude in a group of black dudes.
One thing I'm seeing, you'll be walking down the street and you'll see like a group of black dudes walking. Not just any old black dudes. We talking, thugs. Talking, there'll be some thugs. And in a group, they got like one or two, sometimes as many as 3 white guys will be with them. You ever seen this shit? Let me tell you something about those white guys. Those white guys are the most dangerous motherfuckers in them groups. It's true, man. It ain't no telling what they've done to get them black dudes respect. Well, them black dudes have seen them do some wild shit, I'll tell you that.
Shut your fucking mouth, asshole.
You're not supposed to be talking right now.
You spent 2 fucking years following me around this Panelverse saying, Tom, let us love you. Tom, let us be your friend. And he fucking ran because it's coward piece of shit. And I swear on this Panelverse, if I ever see him in this life, I will have his fucking kneecaps with whatever piece I'm fucking carrying, and I'll do that fucking time. Because Goblin's right. He is a piece of shit. He's running around here grifting for money over shit we're doing for free. Fuck Flow State. Fuck him and his wife, because they're both fucking garbage. Now what the fuck do you think about that? Tell me I'm fucking joking.
I had to fight my whole life. I could beat you up even if you had 1,000 knives. Even if you had infinity knives, I would punch you up into the air like a kite. I bet you sleep with the night light, cause you're scared of the dark, cause you stink like a fart. Well, I light your fartum fire with my rounds. You think I won't? I do it all the time. I bet I got more money than Jay-Z. Compared to me, Jay-Z is lazy. Plus Beyonce thinks that I'm cute. It's okay, Beyonce, I think you're cute too. I made out with so many girls. I made out with every girl in the world. I might look small.
All right, I want to explain the Gingy thing. This is a Raggedy Ann doll. This is a classic from way back, and that's what they used to look like when I was a kid. There were Raggedy Ann dolls. No word of a lie. People had them like that. And one of my first cousins, was a girl, had hair that red. It was very close to that. It was very fucking close to that. It was red as red. That's what I think of when I think of Gingies. And I had male cousins that were Gingies as well. A first cousin and second, third cousins. I was surrounded by gingers, and they looked like this. They weren't 1/4 gingy. They were full on Gingy species, whatever the species is of Gingy. They had fire engine red hair, like a Raggedy Ann doll. And that's what they reminded me of. I wondered at times what they were. I wondered what they were, what these creatures were. But yeah, and Raggedy Andy, yeah. So when people hear me talk about Gingy or Gingies, I'm not talking strawberry blonde, auburn. When I think of Gingy, I think of the Raggedy Ann. That's what first comes to my mind. Hair that red. And I grew up with seeing first cousins with the reddest hair that you've ever seen. Almost looks unreal. It's that like they're that gingy. And then some of them had so many fucking freckles that I almost felt sorry for them. If you know what I'm saying. Almost. I didn't, because obviously I'm not someone that feels sorry for these creatures, but almost. I said I didn't feel sorry for them, but almost. Because they're covered in freckles. They were freckled up, gingy biatches. They were gingified. They had gingivitis. They had gingivitis. Gingivitis. I didn't want to catch their gingivitis. It's a true story. I didn't want to fucking catch their gingivitis. I thought it might be transmittable. Okay, here's a new level of creepy. I'm almost apologizing, not for this. This one's not what I'm gonna show this first, and then I'll show you the creepy one. This one here is a black ginger with watermelon. She's angry. Well, what else is new, right? I mean, of course she's angry. Why wouldn't she be? Of course she's angry and yelling. Why wouldn't she be? But anyway, here's the creepy one. I think this is a new level of creepy. This is a gingy voodoo doll. God damn, that's pretty creepy, I think. I think that looks creepy, that thing. Creepy creature. It's a creepy creature. Oh. I think that's this voodoo doll is a creepy creature. But yeah, when I think of gingers, this is what I think of, the red hair. So anyone who doesn't have hair that red and isn't evil, then I'm not against you. But I have to take a stand. If they look like that voodoo doll, that's where I draw the line. I've got to draw the line somewhere. Jesus Christ, this fake AI is capable of coming up with some creepy stuff. Anyway, I don't know what to say about that. I had to take it off the screen. I made a couple more and saved them. I might turn that into something. I don't know. I have a lot of ideas for this type of stuff when I start making images. Anyway, what else do we have here? Someone has to cover these topics, and if it isn't me, who else is going to do it? Unchecked ghetto foolery gave rise to black fatigue.
What up, though, y'all? It's Chris. Appreciate you connecting with me while I'm out here on the run, getting things done. And let's talk about a thing that I've been hearing a lot about lately, which is black fatigue. I've been seeing this going around a great deal ever since the Shiloh Hendrix situation came about. Now, this word, phrase, it may have existed before that. I was not really privy to it, but I have very much consistently seen it mentioned since the Shiloh Hendrix thing. I've even seen it in the comments on a few of my videos. So let's talk about it. Is black fatigue a thing, and is it justified? Black fatigue is absolutely a thing, and I see it, and I understand why it's happening. And this is me trying to ride the middle here. So before you guys, my black men, black women, go to, beat me up, oh, you're Uncle Tom, whatever. It's not any of that. It's that somebody has to have the sense enough to look in the mirror and say, hey, I need to fix some things. So that's where I'm coming from with this. A lot of white folks, not all, but a lot of white folks are really just fed up. They feel like black folks are angry, aggressive, violent, entitled. I mean, when black folks come to mind,
Ones you don't want to be around, like, just get away from them. Stay away. What's the point? What's the benefit? It's all risk. There's no benefit. I know that you'd say, well, they're shunning us, they're racist. But why shouldn't we? Why shouldn't we? You're all risk. People might get confused by that. What do you mean? Do you mean all black people? No, I didn't say all black people. I said you're all risk. No reward. It's like going to a casino where you could get shot, and you know that ahead of time. You're going to take that risk of getting shot, losing your money. What's the reward? Why do it? What was that cartoonist that said, just stay the fuck away from them? Stay away from them. It's true. I mean, it's risky. Let's put it this way. Intelligent people know it's risky. Yes, I agree. I agree. It's being pushed very hard. But there are a lot of people catching on that were kind of asleep to this or didn't want to say anything. So I don't know. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but I just know that in terms of being around black people, would you go somewhere as a white person where it's all black people, or would you say, well, that's going to be pretty dangerous? Why would I risk my life going somewhere at 11 o'clock at night where it's going to be all black people? That's what I mean. I'm trying to think of that cartoonist. How was that guy's name? It's pretty famous, and he came out saying that he's just done. He's done even being around black people.
They don't think of anything positive. And you can hide.
What are we supposed to do? Look through a sewer for something positive? What are we going to do? We don't have to go very far to see a group of loud, rude black people. Anywhere. Go to a movie theater, restaurant, wherever. Okay?
And say, hey, I need to fix some things. So That's where I'm coming from with this. A lot of white folks, not all, but a lot of white folks are really just fed up. They feel like black folks are angry, aggressive, violent, entitled. I mean, when black folks come to mind, they don't think of anything positive. And you can highlight positive things about black folks, and those things may be true. But when the negative things about black folks are so intense and they're popping up so frequently, it's hard to really make an argument against what they're saying. For example, you know, we recently had that cruise ship brawl. I seen a white woman talking about the cruise ship brawl. We had the whole thing at the airport where the two sisters was yapping and they wouldn't let the guy board the plane. I mean, I get it. It was 30 minutes before his flight and there's policy, but the attitude.
Thank you, Onafe. Yes. Scott Adams. I Googled Dilbert cartoon. Get away from black people. This was 2 years ago. Man, time flies. Seems like it was just last year.
So if you know, nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me, according to this poll, that's a hate group. That's a hate group. And I don't want to have anything to do with them. And I would say, you know, based on the current way things are going, the best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. Just get the fuck away. Wherever you have to go, just get away. Because there's no fixing this. This can't be fixed. Right? This can't be fixed. You just have to escape. So that's what I did. I went to a neighborhood where, you know, I have a very low black population, because unfortunately there's a high correlation between the density, and this is according to Don Lemon, by the way. So here I'm just quoting Don Lemon when he notes that when he lived in a mostly black neighborhood, there were a bunch of problems that he didn't see in white neighborhoods. So even Don Lemon sees a big difference in your own quality of living based on where you live and who's there. So I think it makes no sense whatsoever as a white citizen of America to try to help black citizens anymore. It doesn't make sense. It's no longer a rational impulse. And so I'm gonna back off from being helpful to black America, because it doesn't seem like it pays off. Like, I've been doing it all my life, and the only outcome is I get called a racist. That's the only outcome. It makes no sense to help black Americans if you're white. It's over. It makes no sense to help black Americans if you're white. It makes no sense to help black Americans if you're white. It's over. Don't even think it's worth trying. Totally not trying. And there we go. You didn't expect that today, did you? The racist. That's the only outcome. And the only outcome is because it doesn't seem like it pays off. There's no longer a rational impulse. And so I'm gonna back off from being helpful to black America, because it doesn't seem like it pays off. Like, I've been doing it all my life, and the only outcome is I get called a racist. That's the only outcome. It makes no sense to help black Americans if you're white. It's over. Don't even think it's worth trying. Totally not trying. And there we go. You didn't expect that today, did you? But those who don't want to focus on education, you just need to get away from them. Just get as much distance as you can. That's my recommendation. And I'm also really sick of seeing video after video of black Americans beating up non-black citizens. I realize it's anecdotal, and it doesn't give me a full picture of what's happening. But every damn day I look on social media and there's some black person beating the shit out of some white person. I'm kind of over it. I'm over it. Right? So I quit.
Hopefully we can find a guest in the future to discuss that issue, because that's a big issue. Anyway, maybe one thought experiment will suffice. Think of any influential or consequential person who you think one should not be willing to interview. They're over the line. And imagine you have your way and no one but sycophants ever interview them. Now consider whether 50 years from now or 100 years from now, if the understanding of history will have been better served by the fact that no one ever engaged these people in a skeptical interview. That no historical record exists where that person was ever engaged in any back and forth conversation that gave us a deeper and maybe more fair insight into what motivated them and what they actually believed. I think the issue is dumb. I think you should be able to talk to anyone you want. Bad ideas cannot be suppressed. They only can be and should be combated out in the open. And I'm not talking about Scott Adams here. If you want to understand whether in the remarks that got Scott Adams canceled, Adams was making a deep philosophical point about race or racial hypocrisies, or if he actually leaked some noxious views or had some grand strategy that never got to unfold, or a bit of all these things, you're going to need to listen to him and listen to him with an open mind. Then make up your mind. Informed opinions are always better. Second, and to make matters even much more difficult, before he ever met me, Adams went on record with some outlandishly generous praise of my interview with Philip Bump. I will immodestly now play you some of what Adams said.
How many of you saw the greatest show that has ever been on the internet, in my opinion? And it featured Phil Bump, allegedly a writer of the Washington Post, being grilled. Oh my God, it was amazing. By a podcast, the owner of the Comedy Cellar, Noam Dworman. All right. Well, whether or not he's an attorney or he went to law school, he had the best game I've seen of any podcaster. That's a pretty big claim, but I'll say it again. He had the best game I've ever seen of a podcaster in the political domain. He probably thought that because the guy owned a comedy shop, he was probably more of an artist who got lucky in business or something, and that this would be like an easy one, and he would just say everything he wants to say, and the other guy wouldn't know what the good questions were or what was wrong with his answer. Oh no, that's not what happened. Again, I can't say enough about Noam Dworman. I've never seen a more capable or competent political interview. I mean, he's a star.
So, now that he paid me such compliments, I was quite aware that people would be eager to attack me if they thought I rolled over and asked him softball questions. As my friend Jack wisely warned me against opinion capture. And it is tempting. It's hard to come at somebody who's been nice to you. It feels impolite. But I hope you'll agree after listening that I didn't do that. And to be honest, it really wasn't easy, but I had to. This is corny, but I didn't want to become one of those people that I look down on, that I diss on this podcast. I've learned over the past few weeks that among journalists, I guess like among everybody, personal relationships can be every bit as corrupting as money, if not more so. For instance, the editor-in-chief of the Washington Post has refused to correct Phil Bump's account of our interview, even when I presented incontrovertible evidence of Bump's misstatements. The Washington Post stands by the lies. Finally, Scott Adams has a new book out called Reframe Your Brain, which in my view can be life-changing, especially
of issues. And I've always, that's, one of my favorite things about your podcast, and it's a thing of beauty, as I told you. But not so many people in the wider media space had seen this happen before. And I think the Philip Bump moment really was a moment where lots of other people saw it happen, including Scott Adams, who you and I have both been following for a long time, and he commented about it. So that's, that was basically the occasion to get you two in a room together, and the three of us, and discuss areas of mutual interests. Which found that 26% of black people disagreed with the statement, quote, "It's okay to be white." And
21% weren't sure. Yeah. Sorry.
And so you reacted, and 53% agreed.
Can I read the statement, Coleman? So
yeah, sure.
So you said, nearly half of all
blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me, according to this poll. That's a hate group. That's a hate group. And I don't want to have anything to do with them. And I would say, based on the current way things are going, the best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. Just get the fuck away.
So when I first heard this, I knew for a while that you've been saying that kind of thing about how you identified as being black, kind of tongue-in-cheek. So it was hard for me to tell whether you were making like a deeply tongue-in-cheek point about hypocrisy, the dangers of identity politics, or if you were more deeply serious. But just to get it out there, you pair it a little bit later with this kind of, brutal statement. And you say, I'm also really sick of seeing video after
video of black Americans beating up non-black citizens. I realize it's anecdotal, and it doesn't give me a full picture of what's happening. But every damn day I look on social media and there's some black person beating the shit out of some white person. I'm kind of over it. I'm over it.
So when I heard that, I had this trace memory of something I read in Win Bigly. And the persuasion tip 21 is, quote, when you associate any two ideas or images, people's emotional reaction to them will start to merge over time. So my question became, this feels like tip 21 in action, or is it? Did you intentionally link the poll results indicating widespread black resentment of white people with black violence against whites? Is that part of what you're trying to do, and why would you do that if it is?
Can I answer generally and give you a better answer without...
Yeah, of course.
I'm not trying to avoid that question. I think there's just a cleaner way to get to the center of it faster.
Answer however you want, of course.
All right. So you're aware, you both watch the media enough, that you've seen that news about public figures is never true in its completeness. So maybe somebody said the thing that they said, but the context is missing. And we're talking about the part of the story that's missing. Did you notice that I got fully canceled and nobody bothered to ask me what was going on?
Yes.
Like what was behind it? Did that seem unusual to you? Because the first thing you have to understand is that I'm a political figure at the moment. And now if you follow politics, you knew that. And if you followed enough, you know that I would be one of the most actually influential political people, maybe in the top 20. Some would say higher. Now, if you thought I was a cartoonist, you would miss the entire context, because the cancellations were almost entirely from Democrats who would be well aware that they were taking a player off the field. So, and we're in the period working up to an election where you're just seeing one person after another being identified for destruction, especially if they're in the political realm. So if you knew that the context was, as far as I know, no Republicans canceled me. There were a lot of them who said, you shouldn't have said that. That was very offensive. But it was meant to be offensive. So the first thing you should know, it was intended to be maximum offensive. Then the next thing you should ask is, why the hell would you do that? Why would you try to be that offensive? Now, obviously, I was aware of it. It wasn't an accident. Here's the context. And the larger context is things that I talked about a lot prior to that day, but also since then. And now you can tie them all together. The context was, and is, that in a world in which DEI, CRT, and ESG are dominant, let's say, themes, the population is being taught that there are oppressors and there are victims. If you're on the group that has been branded the oppressor, you should get out of that environment. And that would apply to anybody of any color. So in the current situation, it wouldn't make sense ever, in my opinion, to discriminate against any individual for race or religion or gender or any of that. So I wouldn't discriminate or advocate it in friendship. I wouldn't advocate it in romance. I wouldn't advocate any discrimination in employment, getting loans, all the basic stuff. But there is one category where discrimination is not only allowed, it's the only smart thing to do, and that's self-defense. In the realm of self-defense, you can discriminate as much as you want. For example, if you were going to hire a babysitter, and you had a choice of a 16-year-old girl or a 35-year-old single man, would you discriminate? Of course you would. Most people would. And it's pure discrimination. But most people would say, oh, you're trying to keep your kid alive. I get that. So in the context of protecting yourself, you can make larger protective decisions, and they're completely ethical and moral, and doesn't mean that you would discriminate against any individual. So, having nothing to do with anybody's DNA, that's not part of the conversation. Having nothing to do with what somebody looks like, their color, nothing to do with the conversation. What does have to do with the conversation is that a segment of the population has been, let's say, programmed, because we're all programmed in different ways, but one segment, the black segment of the population, has been programmed to see themselves as victims, rightly so, and to see the white people as aggressor or oppressors, historically, rightly so. But if you're in that environment and you're white, you're going to get fucked, and that you should know that. And if you're a black man in America and you want things just to be better, as we all do, you should know that. You should know that white people see black Americans as being weaponized by this programming, which has nothing to do with being black, has nothing to do with anybody's DNA or their chromosomes. It has to do with how society is organizing itself. It's pitting people against each other. So if you can't stop that, and most individuals can't, you should get away from it. Let me give you a perfect example. By the way, nobody believes the examples I'm going to give you, so I know in advance. I know in advance the viewers will be like, I don't think that's true. My first career at a bank was ended because I'm white, and I was told that directly. My boss called me in, who was white, and said, the order has come down that we don't have diversity in senior management, so we can't promote you because you're white. And I said, well, how long is that going to last? And they said, well, don't know. I mean, it took 200 years to get to this point where we don't have diversity. It's not going to be overnight that we fix it. So I quit. And I said, well, okay, if you're telling me directly I don't have a career here, I'll quit. So I quit. Went to work at the phone company and got put on a management fast track because I was working on my MBA, and I checked all the boxes. And after a couple of years there, my boss called me in his office and he said, we just got in a lot of trouble from the press because we don't have diversity in this company at senior levels. So until further notice, white men are just not going to be promoted. Again, it was a white man who told me. And he wasn't guessing. He was telling me that that was the order. Same with the bank. It was an order. He was just following the order. And so that's when I quit working hard at the phone company and decided to become a cartoonist, because I thought, well, I wouldn't be subject to this stuff. So I became a cartoonist, and things went so well that I started a TV show. UPN had a Dilbert animated TV show. And it was running on Mondays, and it did well the first 2 half seasons, well enough to be renewed for the second half season. And about halfway through, UPN decided that they were going to turn Monday into a block of African-American content that was also funny. So it was going to be the humorous black programming block. So that required my Dilbert show, that was not in that vein, to be removed from its good time slot. And if you know much about TV, you know that moving a time slot usually will kill the show. It's almost death to a show, you move a time slot. So that's what happened. So that's now 3 careers I've lost for being white. Because if I'd been black and the content had been black, it would have stayed where it was. Then, as you know, I recently got canceled worldwide for cartooning and also for publishing. All of my books were removed. And ask yourself, if I had said exactly what I said, but I'd been black, would I have been canceled? And the answer is not a chance. Not a chance. So that's how dangerous it is to be a white professional in a situation in which people see you as the problem, and something must be done to you to fix the problem.
But okay, so you've been treated badly at the hands of white people, but you
right. So again, if we look to who's the blame, is it the white people or the black people? By far, it was white people who discriminated against me on behalf of what they thought they were doing for other people. But by far. In fact, in my entire life, I don't believe I've ever even had a whiff of discrimination from anybody black. I can't think of any time that's ever happened. But I've been discriminated against viciously by white people.
Right. So, but you got angry, it seemed to me, and then you brought up the case of violence by blacks on whites, and in your response, to be fair, you said if you know a population, an identifiable population has a high level of disregard for you, you should stay away. And who would go on the side of saying yes, you should hang around with people who have a bad opinion of you? But I have to say that I don't know if I even agree with that, because my whole life I established good relationships with people who I knew came from cultures who had a bad opinion of me. I had a lot of very meaningful relationships with Arabic people who for sure...
Hold on. I have to stop you.
Sure.
We agree that on an individual level, friend, hiring, loans, loving, no discrimination. Right. We're only talking about it at a population level. Go.
So what does it mean to stay away from black people?
Well, see, this is where hyperbole comes in. Did anybody think that was a serious recommendation?
No, so I actually did. I did at first.
But how would you do it?
This is what the point. That's why I brought in the other thing. I wouldn't have thought it was serious if it wasn't punctuated by this anger about these real cases of violence and these videos where you say I'm overseeing white people being beaten up by black people. And at that point, I said, well, actually, this is ringing true, because those are real incidents. And now you're saying stay away from black people, and they're both in the same package. And I said, I thought this guy's losing his temper,
Right. So the videos of people being beaten up, the question that I provocatively asked is, this is clearly out of context. It's not like a scientific study of who's being bad to whom. We're being fed this basically a racist, view of stuff from racist. Most of those videos were just being, brought up by racists. A lot of them were old. They weren't even things from the last 10 years. So after a while you say, oh, wait a minute, we're being fed a narrative. So at the same time, and I think I said it in the quote that you read, I was aware that I was being fed a narrative, but unfortunately the narrative was working, even though I knew I was being fed it. And the question that I asked is, where are the videos of the Asians beating up black people? Where are the videos of the white people just attacking black people randomly?
Well,
hold on. I have to finish this point. I will take no interrupting on this point.
Go ahead. Sorry.
The larger theme was that a segment of the population is being taught that there's a victim and an oppressor class. Under that situation, whether or not any of those videos were telling you something true, you should be able to predict that there would be an uptick in random violence against a group that is identified as the problem. Now, the fact that you don't see it the other way would further suggest that, for example, Asian Americans have not been weaponized to see black people as the problem, and they have to, act on it in some way. So how people are programmed is the key here. It's not about their color, and it's not about their DNA, and certainly not about any one person individually interacting with another, because that's just got to be on an individual basis. But how many people would want to live in a dense, urban black area with high crime? And I think what I said, and you didn't say this in the quote, is I said that there's a correlation between being poor and black and crime that has more to do with the poor part, right? So if there were a dangerous white neighborhood, I'd tell you to stay out of it. If there's a dangerous black neighborhood, I'll tell you to stay out of it. So that part's the least interesting part of what I said, because nobody disagrees with the point that you should stay away from dangerous places.
Okay, if I left something out, then I'm going to have to apologize and make sure I include it afterwards. I didn't mean to leave anything out, and maybe in my haste I did. I don't think I did. But let me ask you this: in another incident, I don't know what the incident was, but I saw just by coincidence a bit of your podcast where you went nuclear about something on Twitter. I think that was your word, nuclear, and you said something really interesting. And the only reason I'm going to ask you about it is because you said it on your show, so I feel like I can ask you about it. You said that you have manic episodes, and that from time to time you go nuclear, fueled by some sort of mania. Is that part of this story in any way?
I think the mania story was related to creativity. It wasn't related to anger.
No, it was. You said one of the side effects
is that on Twitter, by now you know my pattern. If somebody starts a damaging false rumor about me, I usually go nuclear on it until I can draw more attention to the correction than the original claim. So what I'm trying to do is, light all the kindling I can, get everybody as mad as possible, provoke everybody, draw as much energy toward me. And so yesterday I was just responding to every troll, and I was swearing at them, but I was just having fun.
But this was all in the context of how these manic episodes manifest. And I actually thought, I said this to Coleman, I said, well, maybe he just losing his shit when he said that.
No, actually, when I go off online, I know exactly what I'm doing, and I know what the ramifications of it are. No, I've never done anything that later I said, ooh, I shouldn't have said that because I was in a bad mood. But it is true that I have manic, what I think, I'm not a doctor, so it feels like I have manic periods that'll last about a week in which my creativity and energy just go through the roof. I can just create all kinds of stuff. But it's usually not, the manic thing is not associated with anger. Separately, things can make me angry. But I don't think the manic part's part of that.
Look, I think Coleman and I agree on the following, that, and I'm sorry, Coleman, if you want to say that identity politics it's maybe the only thing we have to worry about in this country. I know the left says there's so many terrible things, but actually we have so much reason to be optimistic and more optimistic than any other nation on earth. The only thing that can ruin this country is identity politics. It's what makes other countries come apart.
Right.
But Clausewitz could well have said that war is identity politics by other means, right? This is what's going to, so you feel like,
can I solve it for you?
I just say that you feel like anybody who is influential like you are has to really be almost as an obligation of citizenship or patriotism, to really be extremely careful how they communicate how we should all be reacting to these things.
Right.
Because you don't want to put fuel on the fire, like I would accuse Tucker Carlson of doing, and you defended him too. But go ahead, answer what you wanted to answer.
So this gets back to why did I make such a big, provocative statement? The point was to draw attention to me, so that on this topic I would have a bigger voice, because who's going to invite me to talk on this topic, right? So I thought, well, if I offend enough people, I can get enough eyeballs for what I call a reframe. So this is something I've been working on for several years, and I was getting ready to announce it about the same time as my reframe book. So I thought this would all come together, and the book would come out, and I would give you a reframe for racism to fix it. Will you accept my challenge that I'm going to fix racism right now in front of you?
Drum roll, please. Come on.
Let's do it.
All right. Everybody who tells you that you should compare the average of one group to an average of another, similar to what I did in my provocative statement, they're not on your side, because there's nobody who's average. We're all individuals. If you reframe from comparing averages, which made a lot of sense when things were much worse, because that was pure discrimination, right? But when you get to the point where things are within spitting distance of equity, let's say, you have to change the rules, because you're in a whole new ballgame. And the reframe that works is to change from comparing groups, which does not give you a solution other than taking some money from one and giving it to the other, and that's not really a good solution. Instead, reframe it as individuals who have individual needs for success. So, for example, if you gave me a 10-year-old black kid in a bad situation, and I could spend 2 days with that kid, and I could teach them reframes, how to think of success, what are the tools of success, how does anybody become successful, especially starting from a bad situation. Everybody who is successful does it the same way. Black Americans have a special problem that makes something unavailable to them that's available to everyone else, and it's imitation. The way that I got successful is at a very young age, I said, how do people become successful? And I would study all the successful people. I'd read their books, I'd read the newspaper articles, I'd ask my parents, what makes this work? Until I had assembled enough, rules of personal success that I could go from a very, low, modest income home to a good life. Now, I put those in a book, How to Fail at Almost Everything and Still Win Big, and then Reframe Your Brain is even a tighter summarization of some of that. So I'm also working with Joshua Lysek on a student guide that would be rules of basically the simple laws of success, how to favor systems over goals, why you should build a talent stack, why following your passion isn't necessarily the best idea. So a very practical guide to be successful. And if we can shift people's thinking from the average of one group to the average of another, and nobody's average, doesn't help you, you can shift that to what does each person need and how do we get it to them individually, then you're in a much better shape. Because you can't get rid of systemic racism by talking about it. You can't even get people to agree what it is, and like that would help. It wouldn't. It's kind of nothing you can do to make it quickly better. But you can take any individual and make them slice through it like it didn't exist, right? Take me. I'm short and bald and nearsighted, which in the business world is a gigantic disadvantage, right? If I could look like you, Coleman, I would be like a god walking into because you're a good-looking guy. How tall are you?
Thank you, Scott.
Not
tall. I'm like 5'6", 5'7".
All right. Well, so you've heard that the tall people have advantage in the corporate world, right? It's well
I've heard
documented.
that, but I've also seen an article that says that sometimes attractive men get penalized in the corporate world because of envy. I saw one article that said that. I have no idea if it's true.
I could see that happen at some level. I didn't have to worry about that. That wasn't one of my big concerns. But here's my point. If I take let's say a 21-year-old college graduate, a white person or a black person, I would give them separate advice that would make both of them succeed. I tell the white person, you might want to be an entrepreneur because if you go into corporate America, you might have the experience I had, which is the corporation doesn't have enough diversity, and they're really going to try to get it because it means a lot to them. So if you're there, you're not going to be their first choice. So maybe look at starting your own thing. If I had a black college student who was looking to start out, I'd say go to any big corporation. You're going to be at the top of their list because they're just thirsty for real diversity of people who are qualified. You can walk right into that job. Then you would use your corporate experience to pick up as many skills as you can so that someday you'd have the option of leaving and starting your own business. So I would give that kind of advice to both of them. My guess is that if you're a 10-year-old black kid in America, somebody's telling you that you won't succeed as easily because there will be discrimination. What you should be taught is there's discrimination everywhere. It's not going to go away, but you should go where it works for your favor. Why would you go where it doesn't work in your favor? Which is essentially the same advice I would give to anybody. So if you're in a situation where the general situation is not favorable to you, but there's another situation right next to it where it is in your favor, maybe unfairly, go there. For your individual success, you should look for all the unfairness you can find and surf it. You should be using it, not running away from it, because everybody's got their own little pocket where their advantage works. So that's the reframe. The reframe is, as long as you're comparing averages, you're falling for somebody else's game, grifters, politicians, people trying to manipulate your opinion. But if you're making it possible, and that's what the student guide would hope to do, making it possible for individuals to put together skills, how much is systemic racism going to bother you if you come with a package of skills? It'll be there, but it'll be like it didn't exist. You just slice right through it.
Coleman, you got something?
Yeah, so I definitely couldn't agree more in terms of not looking at averages. I think we focus far too much on average statistics. Every other article I read is comparing black outcomes on some measure to white outcomes on some measure, and implying or directly stating that the gap is due to racism when, I think, you need only read one of Thomas Sowell's 20 books on the subject, but I think most people who are paying attention rationally know that you cannot actually infer anything from an outcome gap of that kind. And it does prime you as a black person to envy and distrust and dislike and feel that you are owed from white people. And I think one of my arguments, and this is really one of Thomas Sowell's arguments, has been, show me a single example from anywhere in the world of a multi-ethnic society where you have a poor minority group that goes from poverty to affluence via the method that is being advertised for black Americans. In other words, asking the government for racial preferences, asking for special treatment, and then, lying about the fact that it's in fact special treatment. Find me one example of this working. I don't think you can. And if you can, I could counter with 50 examples of groups that rose from poverty to affluence via the sort of conservative route of, doggedly pursuing either entrepreneurship or education, no excuses, personal responsibility, etc. And you can feel however you want to feel about those strategies, but you can't really tell me that one has a better scorecard than the other, or that one doesn't have a better scorecard than the other historically or worldwide.
But here's the trap that we fall into so easily. When you said that was sort of a conservative worldview, the work on yourself and make yourself successful, as soon as we label it that, it's unavailable to black Americans. Because they're going to be like, well, no, we're not doing this conservative thing. We don't like Trump or whatever they're going to say. But if you were to say, it doesn't matter if you're left or right, forget the politics, personal success is the same set of tools. I wouldn't call them conservative in the least, because the richest liberals use exactly the same tools.
Look, can I say something, Coleman? I bought a lot of your books, and I've recommended them to people. I bought them for people. Your new book, Reframe, I put it on my 10-year-old's bed a few days ago because he's very precocious, but he has a lot of anxiety. Coleman knows him. And I think this notion of reframing can really, really help him with some of the things that bother him. All of which is to say that the reason I'm focused on this is because I want to resolve it for myself, that somebody I have not only intellectual admiring of you, but unique, unique between the eyes insights that I've never gotten from anyone else. And so I do want to understand the whole picture. And it could just come down to me just, fundamentally disagreeing with you, which I'm very able to do. And I think it's my superpower is that I can have like really good relationships with people that I really, really don't agree with on things. But I do want to say that I'm having trouble with all that. The Tucker Carlson thing where he talked about fighting like white people. And he said more than that. And if you look at the whole text message or email, whatever it was, he also is being introspective about his own bad, kind of bad outlook on things. But what that seemed to me to be a blaring communication of is that he sees himself as part of the white identity. And, in my lifetime, only Nazis saw themselves as part of a white identity. The rest of us saw ourselves as Italians or Poles or Jews or whatever. And this is a man who's always gone on TV and kind of denied that and said that was a terrible thing. And if you're not careful, this is what will happen. And that would be the worst thing that ever could happen to America, is to create a white identity. And then in a private moment, it just jumps out that actually the first thing he thinks about when he sees a white guy kicking the shit out of somebody in a, underhanded way is, or three white guys, is that that's not the way white people fight. Now, if I heard a Jew saying that, I would say to myself, well, Jew to Jew, we know what the world has done to us. So he would be commenting on, listen, knowing what people have done to us, we shouldn't be behaving that way. No Jew should fight that way because we should know better. That's not the way I read Tucker Carlson's thing. The way it read to me was other people fight that way, but we're better than they are. And the animals fight that way. And you didn't see it that way. And this is the last difficult question I want to ask you, but I would never forgive myself if I didn't put that to you. And maybe you'll convince me that I'm wrong. You'll reframe me in some way. So go ahead.
But why are you asking me about Tucker Carlson, though? What's that got to do with me?
Because you had defended him, and you had a tweet on your show too. You said, and also, of course, obviously, people, your detractors will bring this up as another knock against you and refer to the first thing we talked about. So in your tweet, you said shoe on the other foot test, which I guess is a Dershowitz reference. If a black man said in a private message, that's not how black men fight, it would not be news. Same with Asians, Hispanics, etc. Obviously, the attack on Tucker is based on his race. What is it when you attack someone based on race? Meaning like the attack on Tucker was racist. And I just don't think it is. I think the attack on Tucker is pointing out that he sees himself as part of the white identity. And for a guy like me, this is the kind of guy I want to run directly away from because, as I said, whether it's white people or black people, this is the most dangerous intellectual movement we have in this country. This will be the end of us, especially if white people see it that way.
So I hope it didn't sound like I was embracing his comment. I was simply saying I wouldn't have minded it from anybody else. So
okay,
I
well,
wouldn't have minded it from somebody else.
So yeah.
Go ahead, Coleman.
I think, Scott, that you're right to point out there's a double standard here. There's a double standard, namely, if I said in a text privately, that's not how black men fight, I don't think that my career would be over, I wouldn't get canceled. Whereas if a white person said, and right. Even to your point, Noam, even if we meant the analogous thing by it, even if my comment was actually a comment about black superiority,
but you are black.
But
but you are black. You see yourself as black.
But
right.
Correct. But I'm saying, there's a mirror image. I want to acknowledge that there's a double standard even in the mirror image scenario. What bothers me is that whenever you have a double standard, there's the further question, which direction should we collapse it in, right? Should we collapse it in the direction of what Tucker said should be okay because it would be okay if a black person said it? Or should we collapse it in the direction of really stigmatizing all such expressions of racial tribalism and racial disdain for other races? My general viewpoint has been, outside of a comedy club where I think anything that's funny goes, in terms of public statements, and it's worth saying this was not a public statement, certainly we should collapse all the double standards in the direction of stigmatizing race-based hatred across the board.
Can I answer, and then that'll be the last thing I say? I think that you've identified what is a very common logical fallacy, where somebody points out the same thing that someone else does, and rather than understanding, well, then it shouldn't be right no matter who. That's the problem, that the other people would get away with it, rather than you should let this person get away with it. You're right. Except I don't, in this particular case, I don't see the double standard as the main issue here. What I see as the main issue here is that Tucker Carlson identifies himself as a white ethnic, as his ethnicity is white and his culture is whiteness. That's not the way white people fight. And that to me is unacceptable, and especially unacceptable because he denies it. You know, if he owned it and said that's the way I see it, then I'd listen with an open mind for whatever it is. But the fact that it's a big lie, and in a private moment he felt like a white person, and then you have to plug that into everything else he said, which is, can be taken one way or another depending on what benefit of the doubt you want to give him about where he's coming from, right? Very often I hear Tucker Carlson say things that I do agree with, but now I'm hearing them differently when I know he sees himself as a white person first. So that's all I have to say.
All right, so let me push back on that a little bit. First of all, there's a little bit of mind reading with your interpretation, and I always reject the mind reading if the mind reading gets to a point where the subject looks bad.
Okay.
So I reject that totally. Number two, to your question about which way to collapse it, I love that question and the way you put it. I would collapse toward free speech and being lighter with each other in terms of what we take seriously. Let me give you an example. Some few years ago, there was a black woman who was a big fan of my show, and she said something about white stereotypes. And so I laughingly said, well, what are some white stereotypes? And she said, you like to eat cheese. I laughed for 20 minutes because I never thought of that white people like to eat cheese. I don't even know if it's true. I don't know. Do white people eat more cheese than other people? But I knew I liked cheese. Might be true.
Because I know Western Europeans are the least lactose intolerant population on Earth. Although I'm not sure what kind of cheeses that might matter.
So when I heard that, it was sort of a race-based thing, but it was also silly. When I hear Tucker Carlson say white people don't fight like that, to me that's just silly. Because obviously white people fight like that. I mean, to say that, I don't know how you take that seriously like you would take like a real racial insult. I would like you, Coleman, to be able to insult me at that level and for me to laugh at it, because it would be funny. And if you can get to the point where you're not on each other about the funny stuff, I mean, a better model is men and women, right? So, if somebody says women like to shop or they like their shoes, that's obviously not true for all women, and there are plenty of men who like their shoes. So it would be just this weird little funny thing that nobody should take seriously. And when somebody says something like white guys don't fight like that, yeah, to my ears that sounds a little sketch. Like, my eyebrow goes up and I go, what exactly did you mean by that? But number one, if you can't read his mind, you don't really know, and I don't think he's talked about it.
Well, let me read you the sentence right before it, because I don't think he says jumping a guy like that is dishonorable. Obviously, it's not how white men fight. I don't think it's mind reading.
Can I say one thing as well here? I think I share your desire to be able to lightly hold many kinds of stereotypes. If you were to tell me like black people are good at basketball, That is a stereotype that I could totally laugh at, and analogous to the cheese thing, right? It's like no one is, if anything, it's a positive stereotype, and people get too sensitive about even those things. People claim those things are racist, even if it's a positive stereotype. On the other hand, the stereotype of black people as criminals, negative, the stereotype of white people as say colonizers, right? Like there's this video, I don't know if you covered this on your show, Scott, from The Cut, which I think is an arm of New York Magazine or owned by New York Magazine, since taken down. I think it was in 2020 or 21, where they just had a string of like 30 black people, and the question the interviewer asked all of them was, what are white people superior at? And down the line, they just said things like colonizing, violence, insecurity, so forth. Just all of the negative perceptions that people of color, have about white, quote unquote, white oppressors. So those are all negative stereotypes. Those ones are much more difficult to stomach in both directions, and and they're often meant seriously. So how is one supposed to take lightly something that is meant seriously?
Well, you have to look at every situation individually. Liking cheese, everybody agrees, is silly. But talking about one group as a colonizer, that gets a little more serious. And that gets closer to, do you want to hang around with people who think you're a colonizer? Like, is that comfortable? I mean, it's not very comfortable. So, that's where you have to choose people individually to make sure that individually you're with people you're comfortable about. But I would personally, this is just my own where I'm comfortable, I would have no problems joking with a black American citizen who said I was a colonizer. Like in person, I would think that would be a fun conversation. So I wouldn't take that too seriously. And I think we have to get to the point where let's say the bottom 80% of all the stuff we're pretending to get mad about is really just an excuse to give our opinions that we already had about why we're mad about something else. So maybe 80% of all the things we talk about, there are these racial differences, maybe they're just not important. And maybe 20% we should pay attention to.
After my Phil Bump interview, I got an email from a guy who's a producer in MSNBC who's a friend of mine. And he told me to be wary of opinion capture, I think is the phrase he used, and I was worried about this too. For instance, I had a lot of anxiety, Coleman knows, about doing this interview because you paid me maybe the greatest compliment anyone ever had in my life. And now I want to ask him, the tough questions I fantasized about asking you before I was on your radar. How do you avoid that? Do you feel like when it's Tucker Carlson, for instance, do you feel any additional pressure to go easy on him in some way because a lot of the people who follow you might also be fans of his? Or this is difficult stuff, to me anyway.
Well, yeah, it's a big problem. The way I deal with it is, let's say, incompletely, by trying to make sure that I do go against things that I know my audience won't like. Mm-hmm. For example, my audience thinks that Soros is the devil. I think there's something else going on. Like, I don't know what it is, but to me it doesn't look like some, giant theme for him to take over the world and make money. I don't know what he's up to, but I reject the Soros is the devil. It's all that simple, nothing else to it. Part of the Jewish conspiracy. So I don't buy any of that. They do not like that. And it really costs me. I had different opinions on the pandemic from many of them. I had different opinions on a lot of stuff. So there's plenty of stuff that I've challenged them enough and lost followers just immediately that I have a little bit of credibility. So that's all you can do. The only thing you can do is set up a history that has shown you can look at some things objectively, and then they'll give you a little bit benefit of a doubt on the new thing.
Coleman, you probably struggle with that too.
Yeah, I do struggle with it. Especially once you get to know people, there's just no easy answer to how to deal with friendship in public with people that you disagree with. I think, frankly, I'm helped in that I guess I do know a lot of people publicly, but I think I have made a conscious effort not to join any clubs too tightly and to have my own island via this podcast, that it makes it easier to disagree with people. But even that doesn't get you totally out of it, because you form relationships with people, and you even feel close to people that you've only spoken to a few times, and then all of the psychology of friendship and bias comes online when they say something you disagree with, and you pull your punches or you say nothing. This is just completely it's a hazard of the job, and there's no simple way of dealing with it.
I'd love to tell you I had the answer. I'll give you the best example in my case. I like RFK Jr. because I just like him. Mm-hmm. So when he says something that, politically I might disagree with the policy, I'm actually conscious of the fact that I've gone easy on him.
Right.
So
Me
like
too.
it's in my head, and I know it's something I need to fix. So it's sort of an ongoing struggle. It's not something that, you can take a pill and it goes away.
Do you have time to go over? I know if we're out of time. I wrote down a few of your reframes. I thought maybe you want to maybe just give a quick takes on them.
If we can do it quickly, I do have to run. Which
Okay.
one did you want to?
Success requires setting goals. Reframe: systems are better than goals.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest thing I've added to the world is the idea that you need a system, and that your goal, maybe if you had a really narrow thing like winning a bowling tournament, winning is the goal. So that makes sense. But in the big world where everything is changing so quickly, you're changing, the world is changing. If you had one singular goal, by the time you got there, you might not even want it anymore. It might not be the thing you need to do. AI may have made that job go away. So if you have a system instead, you don't feel bad because you're not at your goal. So first of all, the psychology is better because every day you're working on your system successfully. But you can prepare yourself for a variety of things with a good system. So for example, a good system would go to college and learn business and, let's say, communication. If it turns out you didn't run a business, all that stuff is still useful in what.
All right. Hello. I'm going to shift gears to something else here. We're coming up almost on the 8-hour mark. What's this?
These are the top 5 most dangerous fruits on Earth. Number 5, elderberries. They look harmless, sweet even, but eat them raw, you'll get nausea, vomiting, maybe even a trip to the ER. Number 4, European spindle. Don't let the bright pink and orange fool you. This fruit is beautiful but deadly. Just a few berries can cause vomiting, liver damage, or worse. Number 3, ackee, Jamaica's national fruit. But if eaten unripe, it causes severe vomiting, seizures, and yes, death. Delicious, but dangerous. Number 2, Pangium edule, known as the football fruit in Southeast Asia. This one's lethal unless prepared perfectly. It's banned in some countries because just one mistake can be fatal. And number 1, manchineel fruit. Looks like a green apple. One bite and it can burn your throat, blister your skin, and even be fatal. It's nicknamed the Tree of Death. Like and subscribe. These are the top.
The Tree of Death. Isn't that amazing? God's design, God's plan. God's design, God's plan. God's design, God's plan.
5 most dangerous fruits on Earth. Number 5, elderberries.
I used to pick elderberries as a kid. I didn't eat them raw. I was told not to. But we would pick them, wild elderberries, and my mom would bake elderberry pies. They grow wild. But you don't want to just pick them and eat them. You got to pick them, then you got to clean them of all the little stems. It's very tedious because they're very tiny. And you got to fill up like something akin to the size of a plastic freezer bag full. My mom would freeze some. She'd bake some pies, and also, if we had enough, we'd freeze some. And you could make pies out of them later. But yeah, you got to cook them.
They look harmless, sweet even, but eat them raw, you'll get nausea, vomiting, maybe even a trip to the ER. Number 4, European spindle. Don't let the bright pink and orange fool you. This fruit is beautiful but deadly. Just a few berries can cause vomiting, liver damage.
It's God's design. It's God's plan. God loves you. That's why God designed things this way. I wonder if some people on my channel have listened to this for months and thought, what does he mean by design? Well, I mean exactly what I'm saying. Design. Design that way. Just like if you designed something, let's say furniture, that harmed people, you'd say, well, that's a bad design. Whatever designed that, it's terrible. They made it so it hurt people. They made, let's say, a crib that hurt children or a couch that hurts people on designed that way. It's designed to harm you. Well, that's what a lot of fruit and vegetables are here. I know people don't like it. They don't like to hear that, but there's poisonous mushrooms, poisonous vegetables and fruits. People will say, well, God's good though. Well, then why did God design this stuff? Women had no rights in LGBT. Oh my goodness. I didn't hear that one before. That's crazy. Jesus Christ. Oh, LGBT. They were burning the lesbians. They were getting rid of the Leslie Beans. It was just dykes they were going after. What? Oh, the witch trials. They were all lesbians. They were persecuted. Oh, that's
or
funny.
worse. Number 3, ackee, Jamaica's national fruit. But if eaten unripe, it causes severe vomiting, seizures, and yes, death. Delicious, but dangerous. Number 2, Pangium edule, known as the football fruit in Southeast Asia. This one's lethal unless prepared perfectly. It's
lethal. Thank God. Thank God for that. Thank God. You know, I used to get poison ivy as a child, and it was terrible. It would get between my fingers. All these little bumps would blister up, and it was itchy as hell. Sometimes between my toes and between my fingers were the worst spots that I ever had it. Well, that's God's design. That's God's plan. Some people would say it's not God's fault. They always want to do that. Well, if I created something that harmed people, you'd blame me. Human beings have a real fucking issue with making excuses. That's what I noticed. They're some of the greatest excuse makers, I think, in all of the universe or anywhere. They just make excuses for God. It's not God's fault. Well, why did God make it that way? If you say this is God's creation and you have a creator, then the buck stops there. If it's fucked up here, then yes, you have to blame that thing for it. But I think most humans are pussies. They're afraid to put the blame on that thing. They want to worship it endlessly, forever, and praise it. That's what I think. I think it's out of fear. I think this is a realm of cowards that can't be honest. They can't look at nature and say, well, if it's designed that way, that's not our fault. That must be the creator. To me, this is perfectly logical and it makes sense. But I know that most beings in this realm are emotionally fear-driven beings, and they won't speak the truth. They'll lie and blame me and say, well, that's your fault. I didn't design this fucking poisonous fruit, poisonous leaves like poison ivy, mushrooms that poison people and kill people, berries. I'm in a realm of fucking cowards. That's what I've noticed. I'm in a realm of fucking cowards. Fucking cowards. And I'm going to keep saying that. I'm going to keep calling truthers that too, because they're afraid. They always go back to, well, the creator, and they start worshiping this fucking thing. You could study hundreds of topics. You could study for decades in this realm and say, oh, I studied all of these topics and conspiracies and went down all these rabbit holes. It won't matter for fucking shit if you get recycled back here. You'll lose all of that knowledge. All of it will be sequestered. It might not be wiped out. You might not be mind wiped, but you won't remember. And good for you. Your fear of God will get you recycled back here again. That's my message that I'm putting out there. And I don't see other channels doing that. I see them going back to worshiping that fucking thing. That's what they do. Cowardly humans.
Banned in some countries because just one mistake can be fatal. And
just one mistake can be fatal.
Number one, mansion.
It's the same way with the puffer fish. Well, that's God's design. People don't like that. They hate hearing that because it's true.
Perennial fruit. Looks like a green apple. One bite and it can burn your throat,
burn your throat,
your skin, and even be fatal. It's
So humans have to put up signs like this to fucking warn you about God's design. Please do not stand under these trees when it is raining, as the water from the trees may cause blistering. The water falling from the leaves of the trees can blister you. That's how fucking bad it is. Well, they don't. Well, that's the thing, Salty. They don't. There's been people on my show that have blamed me for hurricanes and tornadoes and said, well, we should have known better. Like that slow speed, 5-speed, and others. There's a lot of fucking retards in this realm that are afraid to blame the creator. How could they not? Well, we're not dealing with logical beings. Whatever created this place is not good, or it wouldn't have set landmines out there for you and for children. Look at all the things children can get into, where people lose their babies in some of these wilder places in the third world and jungles. And their baby bites into the wrong berry and is dead. All right? Like that's the way this place is. Obviously, who else is to blame than whatever created this, whether it's one quote unquote God or a dozen demons? This place is fucking evil. It's designed to harm us. But they do deny it. Most in this realm deny it. Almost every religious person will say God's plan is perfect, God's design, this place is great. They're not honest, so how am I supposed to... I can't even have an intelligent conversation with most of them because they're so dishonest. Whether they're an atheist or a religitard, it doesn't matter. The atheist would just say, well, it's evolution, which makes no sense at all if you examine that. If you look into evolution, it makes no sense. But they love it. Most in this is a realm full of beings that hate the truth. They don't want the truth. That's another idea that I put out there, I think, more than any other channel that anyone will ever come across, that humans hate the truth. There's only a few exceptions that don't. And most that call themselves truthers still hate the truth because they stop short and they'll defend their creator and say it's good, which is hating the truth. It's a lie. Whatever created this place is not good. That makes no sense for it to be good, because it's an evil design that's designed to hurt us in almost every fucking direction you work or you look. If white men had not civilized and tamed nature to this degree, we'd be in a very harsh place right now. Very, very harsh. Without windows and screens, for example, you'd be bitten all the time by mosquitoes. Most people these days have heating and air conditioning, of course. There's so many modern things that make it tolerable here. Without white men and European invention and civilization, this place would be 10 times worse as a hell realm for us, including in these countries where we live. Outside of Europe is what I'm getting at. That's reality. God doesn't give a fuck how harsh it is. Neither does nature and evolution. Not a fuck. It would have been brutal compared to the living conditions we have. And then when I show what, and that's funny, when Rashawn was here and some people that didn't realize what watermelon used to look like and carrots and all these vegetables, cucumbers, they don't realize that they've been modified. They just don't realize it. Exactly, Salty Siren, exactly. We're simply the best. But who's allowed to toot their own horn in our society? Black people, black men say they built the world. Really? They didn't build a city. They didn't do anything. I mean, anybody can build these fucking mud huts. Let's face it. They picked some cotton. They didn't build America. They didn't build the Empire State Building. They didn't build all the skyscrapers. They didn't build the bridges. That was Scotch-Irish for the most part. The builders, iron workers. We have engineers, architects. There weren't Negroes 300 fucking years ago as architects designing buildings in America. And we're the most handsome. And that's why women of other races desire white men. And that's the truth. The most desirable men on earth are European men. It's the way it is. The women can't help themselves. That's the way it is. And it's laughable to me when black people say they built America or built civilization. It's just the way that they get away with saying shit like that. That's just laughable. And I'll just say, well, you picked some cotton. I mean, you filled up some aspirin bottles, but you didn't build America. What did you build? What did they build? They filled up some cotton. They filled up some aspirin bottles with cotton. But that's about it. What did they build? Where's the cities they built? What did they design? What did they... I mean, even for labor, they've always been the laziest. they might have filled up some aspirin bottles with cotton. I mean, I'm just being honest here. They didn't do very much. It's hard to get them to go to work on time or work. There was a saying in the old days. I think the saying was that an Irish slave was worth 3 Negroes, something like that, for the work ethic. The work ethic has always been. There's always been a huge disparity between white people and how white people work and the Negroes. They do laze around. That's where the expression came, lazy Negro, lazy nigger. They still can't be on time for work these days. They're always late. They're known for being late and lazing around. And I know some people like Talcott. If I was saying this on Talcott's shit show, I'd be kicked off immediately. And he'd say, that's stereotyping. Well, the stereotypes are true, dummy. He doesn't know what a stereotype is. He's a fucking dummy, like most of them on YouTube running these channels. They'll say, well, that's a stereotype. Well, do they not fucking know what a stereotype is? These leftist idiots? It's like them saying, oh, it's a stereotype that black people like basketball. You can go anywhere in a poor neighborhood and see black kids playing basketball. Wherever there's a basketball hoop, outside of a school, on a playground, or at a park. That's true. It rings true. You can go anywhere and see black people buying fried chicken or lined up when there's a sale or a deal at Popeyes or something. And the drive-throughs, 98 or 99 out of 100 is black people. Because white people are not going to wait in line to save fucking $5 on their chicken. It's not their biggest day of the year that they look forward to. That's black people. And it's just true. And the videos prove it. Our real world experience proves it. It's observably true. And it's the way it is. Like, I don't know why they get so upset about something. Caused hypersexuality. Oh, the slaves were fucking like rabbits, I guess. I don't know. I didn't know that. I didn't know that about giving them cocaine. Did it make them work any faster? They're lazing around most of the time. I think Black Americans today complain probably more than the slaves 400 years ago. They're full of complaints. They won't stop fucking. Breeding like rabbits, like they do in Africa. That's probably what was going on. Can you imagine being poor and saying, I can't feed my kids, but I'm going to have a dozen more? My kids, I can't feed the 8 that I have, but I'm going to have 12 more children. Can you imagine that? That's what they do. I just don't see many white people doing that. There might be a couple here and there, but there aren't whole civilizations, whole countries of white people breeding like rabbits and unable to care for and feed their children. In African countries, that's common. They'll have 20 children. They'll have 20 kids. And if 10 die in childhood, they'll just be like, oh, well, at least we got half of them to survive into adulthood. I mean, bloody hell, can you imagine that? It's like, how many kids have you lost? Well, 10 have died. I mean, Jesus Christ. You want to talk about traumatizing yourself? Have they ever thought of using birth control? You know? Have these Negroes ever thought of just pulling out and finishing on her face? Like, God damn. Can they stop with the cream pies for a little while so they don't have 25 children starving? They can't feed them and clothe them. Yes, you did miss a lot, Rose. Welcome back. I'm just talking about the Africans that have 20 children or 25, and they wonder why they can't feed them and clothe them. Well, gee, I wonder why their kids are starving. Can they pump out a few more children? I can't imagine having that mindset, being poor and saying, well, honey, let's have another 12 babies. We can't clothe and feed the ones we have, but, let's just keep having sex like crazy and I'll make sure that I'll just put it for YouTube's sake, finish inside of you. Because I want to have more and more babies because we're poor. We can't feed the ones we have. So obviously we need more. Would they have 40 children? Well, there's a Blaxican on YouTube, NPC the Lame. Nigger PC the Lame, I think his name is. He claims to be part Mexican and part black. It's just so ridiculous. I can't imagine having starving children and saying, well, let's keep making babies. These ones will starve, but we'll have some more. Breeding the kids to milk the cows. It's just, what a strange way it is. I was watching something earlier and they said, why didn't the ones that were colonized learn from the colonizers to make things and build things and maintain things and build a better society so that, dig a few fucking wells perhaps so that they have drinking water so they don't have to send their women with the buckets on their heads 5 miles to go to a river to get dirty river water. Why didn't they teach themselves or watch the white men building wells? And I mean, they just learn nothing. They're just retarded. It's just, if you look at their average IQs for the country, they're literally retarded. Some of these countries have an average IQ of 67. It's just like, goddamn, no wonder. No wonder. No wonder. I'm shaking my head. And then people say, well, God is good. Well, why would God create a whole bunch of countries where the average IQ is so low, where they're retarded. And they're smiling and happy because they're just retarded. They don't know how bad they have it. Salty's laughing. I mean, their whole countries are full of retards. And at first I was sad. I got to admit, years ago I was sad many years ago when I looked into these topics of average IQ by country and by race is what it really is. It's by race. They'll say demographics, but it's by race. And they're average in some of these countries like Haiti and Zimbabwe, and it's just, and the Congo and Nigeria, some of these places, their IQ is so fucking low. And then when the anomalous ones of their country have an IQ that's, let's say, closer to a Western country's average, America or Canada, or a European country, or maybe above average, or maybe even higher, they leave. They want to get the fuck out of there. They don't want to build that country. If they have a genius in Nigeria, they don't stay there. They move to United States, or they move to the UK, or they move to France or somewhere, Germany. They get the fuck out of there. They don't stay there and build that country. They never stay and build their shithole. They just leave. They leave. They flee. Just like higher IQ people from India tend to leave, and they'll say that they hate India. They hate it. They'll say it has the plague and it's dirty and it has open sewers, and they just can't stand it. They want the hell out of there, and they never want to go back. They have a temple there for rats with like 20,000 rats. It's almost beyond belief. It's that bad. Some of these things. It's almost beyond belief. You'd think that you went to a clown world in a nightmare run by evil retards or something that designed this place. They're worshiping rats and feeding them milk and breeding them. It's incredible to me. And they'll claim, oh, no, there's never been a plague here. No one's ever been sick here. They stay away from she suddenly starts dating a Nigerian. The Nigerian dumped her and took her money. That happened in front of her 200,000 subs. Oh, my goodness. That reminds me of those Nigerian email scams at the early internet days, where they'd email people and say, oh, there's an inheritance and you have to send us money, and people would fall for it and send them $5,000 or 7,000 or 10 grand, whatever it was. These so-called Nigerian princes with the money. There's scammers over there in Nigeria. There's a whole bunch of Nigerian scammers, the Negro scammers. They're scammers, these Nigerians. That's hilarious, though. It happened in front of her. I wonder what the African was that Ezra, that tall Amazonian Wisconsin chick who she dated. And she's so classless that her name's Ezra, I think, but she has various names. Mindful Exposures. She has a few different names. But she claims that she dated a black African. And then she claims that Stephen Gavid, she said Stephen Gavid's dick is bigger than the African. She put that out there. She's so classless, that drunk Wisconsin chick she used to be scrawny, but she's packed on a lot of weight lately, it looked like. The picture that I saw of her with Yolanda. She's going to be a big, tall fatty. She's not going to be tall and lanky. She's going to be tall and fat. I never liked her anyways, that Ezra weirdo chick. I told her one time, she gets hung up on this, but I told her that she probably uses I don't know if I told her to shove it up her ass, but a rolling pin. I said, you would probably use a rolling pin as an anal dildo. She's just gross. She's just such a classless weirdo. I never liked her. Yeah, the princes who need help, they Amazon gift card. Amazon gift card. Oh my goodness. And they'll say with a straight face that we're all the same, and oh, you're just being racist, and you shouldn't say that. And it's just color. It's skin color, Stephen. We're all the same, though. Well, sorry, but I notice behavioral differences. I don't have 25 children with 23 of them starving to death. I'm sorry, but I don't. I don't live in a slum. I don't want to live in a slum. She admits all kinds of shit. She's really, yeah, she looks fat. And in the picture of her with Yolanda, I think they met sometime this year, something in person. And she just looks like she's getting to be like Bextra Large, except taller. But Bextra Large, if she heard that, she'd say, I'm all legs, though. I'm all legs. I'm not fat. I'm not fat. King Stephen calls me fat. But I'm all legs. I'm all legs. Where's that Bextra Large? She's not all legs. She's no neck. So a woman that's all legs, whether they're really tall or shorter in all legs, don't look like this. Okay, Bex? Shut up. I'm all legs. I'm all legs with my front butt. My front butt. I'm all legs. I'm all legs. That's like, no, you're not all legs. Bex doesn't have a fucking neck. I mean, she doesn't have a goddamn neck. How can you be all legs if you don't have a neck? Give her some neck. Give her some. She's all fupa. She's like a muffin top from hell. She's a muffin top from hell. Oh, Jesus. They had to tell me about muffin tops when I was younger, and I was dating a California girl, and I was flying back and forth to California and back, and they said about the muffin tops. And then they pointed them out, and I was like, you're right, they do look like muffin tops. They look like muffin tops, but a lot of them were Hispanic. They were Mexicans in California with muffin tops. But Bex is a supersize. She's the Bextra Large muffin top. She's got the front butt. The no-neck muffin top. Oh, Jesus. The baskets of water on the heads. You have whole spiel. She has one of the longest fingers that I think I've seen on a woman. It claims not to be tall. Not Ezra, but Bextra Large has a long finger. Here it is. Now look at the length of that finger. Doesn't that look weird? That's a goddamn long finger, isn't it? Look at her finger. That doesn't look like a woman's hand. That does not look like a woman's hand. So there's no neck. There's a great big hand, nicotine-stained finger, receding hairline, big forehead. She's got the Goodwill glasses that a 1970s Negro would wear, or Jeffrey Dahmer. The other night, I think Salty was the one that said she looks like she's got Dahmer's glasses. And I said it looks like she ate Dahmer the whole courtroom at Dahmer's trial. I mean, she looks like she ate everybody that Dahmer wanted to eat. She just cleaned up. She's the cannibal. I mean, look at this thing. The fucking, I got the shoulders for this. King Stephen, he's not going to. I'll put her face up again as I do this. Just a second. I'll put this one up. I got the shoulders for this. Jabba the Becks. King Stephen's not going to. He's not going to squish me off the internet. I'm not going to, I'm not going to, let him squish me off the internet. Nobody's going to squish Jabba the Becks off the internet. I need another cigarette. Another fucking carton of cigarettes in my mouth and eat the cigarettes, and I'll eat the glass ashtrays till they tear my throat apart. That's where I get my charming voice from. Fucking hell. I don't know how anyone could listen to how anyone could stand her the arm. Yeah, I'm talking about Bextra Large with the big muffin top. She's got the big old muffin top. She's got the arm coming out. That's Jabba the Hutt, Jabba the Becks. Jabba the Becks. Jabba the Becks. Jabba the Becks. Ezra, she's really packed it on. I think she's twice the size she used to be. I think Ezra is trying to be like this. I think she wants to look like this. I think Ezra is friends with Bextra Large, and she wants the front butt. She wants the Bextra Large fupa. I think Ezra's jealous of Bextra Large's front butt. That's what I think. She wants this. She's envious of this. I don't know how women would want that. I'm not a woman, but I don't see how that would be appealing at all to want to look like that. And I think Ezra looks at her and says that she wants that. Oh, wow. What the fuck? Tyrone? Oh, my gosh. Tyrone. You don't want to hook up with these Tyrones. Leave those for Ezra. She loves the Tyrones. After a white chick dates a black, what do they call that? Coal burning? Burns the coal. The only white men that will date them after they've been with a black is usually gingies, like Stephen David. That's why it makes sense. That's why it actually makes sense, because gingers will date a woman after they've been with a black man. If a white woman has been with a Negro, the only ones left are she has to stay with the blacks and only date blacks, or go gingy. The gingies are desperate. They'll take anything. They'll take the rejects. They'll take anything. They'll take the ones that have spoiled themselves. That's the truth. Most white men would not date a white woman after she's been with a black. But a gingy will, like Stephen David on YouTube. I think some of you might know who I mean. That's who Ezra's with. She's with a gingy guy. And he's a retard. He's a clown. And he's desperate. He's desperate. She's probably his first girlfriend. I wouldn't doubt it. If he was a virgin. And they don't mind because they'll never get another woman, these gingies. Yeah, they call it burning coal. And also they call it with the mud sharks, dating mud sharks. But that's the thing is, once they go black, they can't go back. Most white men do not want a white woman that's been dating a black man or letting black men fuck her. They don't want it. You're spoiled then. You're ruined. Most white women understand this, but the only ones desperate for them would be a gingy then. That's why it makes sense with Ezra, and Stephen gave it. He's a gingy. He's a weird gingy. Anyway, gingy girls are more appealing than gingy males are like the lowest of the hierarchy of men that are white. Obviously. You never heard mud shark before. Wow. Mud shark, that would be the blacks, the white women that go mud sharking. When white women date, they like mud sharks. They like the darkies. I learned all these terms off YouTube, by the way. There's channels that talk about this stuff. I should talk about this stuff more often, but mud sharks, yeah, it's when white women date the darkies. They're with the mud sharks. Because they're down at the bottom. They're kind of like down in the mud of a river or the ocean. I don't know, but if you, I don't know if you've ever seen a mud puppy, but mud puppies are hideous looking creatures. Oh, you've heard mud shark. Yeah, that's what it means. White guys will say, oh, she likes mud sharks, or she's a mud shark. She's attracted to the darkies. Yeah, women with red hair do a lot better than the men with red hair. There's very few women that like redheaded men, but there are men that like redheaded women. Redheaded men they're at the bottom of the hierarchy for whites, but you know a dumb bitch that dates the darkies? She likes the niggers. I mean, excuse my language, but that is one of the terms of our time. It's something that people are saying a lot more lately. I'm trying to do my part to bring that word back, to bring the word nigger back, and nigga, and nigger. I'm tired of being told what to say and what not to say.
You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. La 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 la. La 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 la.
This is some mood music. The topic.
I don't care how much money you make. Don't care about the chicks you date. Don't care about the fights you've been. I don't care, we all get women. We all been in situations we had to be tough. Nigga, we all got nuts. You niggas front too much.
You niggas front too much.
bragging, boasting. Real niggas know silence golden. Keep things in motion. Get money on the low and be
This is an old classic, a smooth Motown classic.
Ooh, trust that energy felt. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself.
Come on, nigga, be yourself.
You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. La da da.
Motown classic. Some of these are forgotten classics. People just don't remember them.
Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. My spiritual chick, ooh, my spiritual chick, it's always tight, incense lit. Bring the crystals, I'll bring the pipe. Do yoga on my shit all night.
Oh, good night, TG. Mad love to you. I hope you have a great night. Take care, and it's always good to have you here.
Bring the pipe, do yoga, incense lit. Bring the crystals, I'll bring the pipe. Do yoga on my shit all night, all night. Ooh, Phantom of the Opera. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Spiritual heal it, spiritual heal it. Hit so hard your ancestors feel it. Spiritual heal it, spiritual heal it. Hit so hard your ancestors feel it. Chakra, coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Slob on my knob, like corn on the cob. Check in with me and do your job. Lay on the bed and give me head. Don't have to ask, don't have to beg. Juicy is my name, sex is my game. Let's call the boys, let's run a train. Squeeze on my nuts, lick on my butt. The natural curly hair, please don't touch. First find a mate, second find a place, third find a bag to hide the whole space. Real name Rover, I said bend over, I started not, then came the odor, smelled like mush, should've had a wash, told her to stop and take a douche. Once she did that, I didn't want the cat, so I backed out and never came back. Suck a nigga dick or something. 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 My nigga D-Magic said he had to have it. I said just forget it, it's too crowded. No little freak in Hollywood sucks on dick, does it real good. She'll give you money, fill up your tummy, house full of kids, parents all sprung, once had it down, backyard ground, hit it from the back, enjoy the sound, lay 'em undercover, always used a rubber, till I got caught fucking with my mother. She blamed it on me, we fought in the street, she pulled out a knife, so I had to flee. Called up the boys, went to her house, charged the whole place, threw the bitch out. Police busted in, where the niggas at? We left just in time and never came back. Rolled through the hood, waving at the freaks who sniffing on the rocks, smoking off the gigs, made another stop. Police station, saw a few cops, drove by and sprayed them. License tag number, but never said he saw. Bogus of the time, never get caught. Oh, man, she say she want hood nigga. I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk stay bumped and y'all know we run the town. Hood nigga. And I keep a bad bitch around. Thick bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown. Hood nigga. And my Chevy sitting on 24s. Flats look like flapjack. Pancake, you ain't no hood nigga. I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood folk. All the
jockey be steady knocking, middle of the stage, got the whole club rocking. Nigga, you can hate, but the chick steady watching, bet you can't do it on the stick. She poppin', we bottle poppin', you cock blockin', told you girl you rap, but your CD floppin'. You say you getting money, man, we ain't seen nothing. Your girl is persistent, she ain't stopping, man. She said she want hood nigga, I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk stay bumpin', y'all know we run the town. Hood nigga, and I keep a bad bitch around. Big bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown. Hood nigga, and my Chevy sitting on 24s. Flats look like flapjack, pancake you ain't no. Hood nigga, I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood for. Jockey be steady knocking, middle of the stage, got the whole club rocking. Nigga, you can hate, but your chick steady watching, bet you can't do it on the stick. She poppin', we bottle poppin', you cock blockin', told you girl you rap, but your CD floppin'. You say you getting money, man, we ain't seen nothing. The girl is persistent, she ain't stopping, man. She said she want hood nigga, I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk stay bumpin', y'all know we run the town. Hood nigga, and I keep a bad bitch around. Thick bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown. Hood nigga, and my Chevy sitting on 24s. Flats look like flapjack, pancake you ain't no. Hood nigga, I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood for. Man, she say she want a hood nigga, I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk stay bumpin', y'all know we run the town. Hood nigga, and I keep a bad bitch around. Big bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown. Hood nigga, and my Chevy sitting on 24s. Flats look like flapjack, pancake you ain't no. Hood nigga, I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood for.
When you tell black folks the truth about themselves, they listen. When you tell nignogs and ninjas the truth about themselves, they're liable to pop a cap in your behind. Simple as that. If you're telling the truth to black folks who are civilized, who have a sense of dignity, honor, and pride, those individuals right there are going to heed wisdom. They are looking to integrate information that is going to move them forward. But when you are speaking to the ghetto mind, they will rebel against you even if the message is coming directly from God. Jesus could be walking the earth today and speaking the very same truth that y'all about to hear out of this man's mouth. And the same people who attest to be followers of Christ will once again prosecute and persecute him because they don't want to hear what he's got to say. They don't want to hear the message of the way that y'all are living is foul. It's destructive. Your soul is corrupted. They don't want to hear that. They want to hear the lies. They want to hear that their darkness is indeed light. So that being said, I want to get into this oldie but goodie. And I've actually never seen the full video before. I've really only seen, there's a viral clip of it where, let's just say, everybody's tired, right? We talked about quote unquote black fatigue in a previous video. Somebody said, I wish we could call it ghetto fatigue. And I agree. I like that a lot. Because again, even black folks are tired of these quote unquote, black folk, black community, whatever the hell is being titled as. Like, we want to diverse. We want to separate ourselves from that element. So yes, ghetto fatigue is beautifully illustrated, or ninja fatigue. That right there, that is a perfect descriptive word. So that being said, let's get into this oldie but goodie right here. Let me make sure my sound levels. Yeah, because this brother's about to scream the whole message. So I don't want it blowing up your damn your speaker system over there. Your head seculars. Let's get into it.
God to help us, because only God can help black people where they are. Black people had Africa, that big old continent over there. They never built one boat that was seaworthy. Not one. There's not one monument in Africa, in all of Africa. I know you're talking about Egypt. Egypt is not Africa. There are no great cities that were built. Even before the first colonization of white people coming to the shores of Africa, or the slave ships, black men built nothing. No sewer system, no houses above one level, and none of them made out of stone. All of them made out of grass and wood. Black men, before the white man ever got to Africa. The worst thing that could ever happen to South Africa was when they gave it to Nelson Mandela and black folk. That was a great nation. Now, notwithstanding apartheid was wrong, we all know it's wrong. I'm against it. There should have been some other resolution, though, than turning it over to Nelson Mandela. Disease, AIDS, and crime is running wild in Johannesburg. They're killing one another over there. They're dying of sickness. The government is mismanaged. The people who ran the nation are now leaving the nation because black folk don't know how to run no nation. They don't know how, and we need to admit it. I know you don't like it, but you need to stop shucking and jiving.
Let me say something to y'all, and I hope you're triggered, because truth does that. I hope you're triggered. I really do. Because I got to the place that I am through being triggered time and time and time again, having to face myself. When the doctor gives you a diagnosis of what the problem is, you can do one of two things. You can pretend as if it does not exist. You can put up a facade. You can lie to yourself, which is still the first option. Or the second option, you can accept it and begin your treatment plan. Simple as that. You can accept the truth and the reality, which will lead to healing, though it's going to be triggering, though it's going to be difficult in an emotional process, or you can continue to lie to yourself and continue to allow that dis-ease to consume you whole. And this has been one of the greatest burdens on black folk across the planet. We continue to lie to ourselves about what the problem actually is, as opposed to becoming the solution at a scale level. And this is coming from somebody who lived in South Africa for 5 years of my life. This is coming from somebody who is an African American, was born and nurtured in Africa and raised in America. And I am a citizen of both spaces. I am an American citizen as well as a Zimbabwean citizen, but I lived a majority of my life in the United States. And so when I speak of the ghetto mentality, I'm speaking of a broader idea, because obviously it is most prevalent in the media as far as its demonstration in the public eye when it comes to African Americans. But you go back onto the continent and you see the very same things that are pervasive. And we want to blame the white man. And we can point to colonial Zimbabwe, which my father grew up in. And he was a part of the first class of black students to go to a white school. And he knew what it was to go through that systemic racism that did exist. We can go through the diaspora, slavery, and I will never take that out of the equation. But what I will not do is lie about the racism that did exist. We can go through the diaspora, slavery, and I will never take that out of the equation. But what I will not do is lie about the fact that it is not today's behaviors that are creating today's conditions and circumstances. The fact that African governments pretend to care so much about their people, but in reality, they're pocketing on the behest or on the breakdown of their societies. Nelson Mandela that is a man who essentially on the surface was a good man, right? That's somebody who I still have admiration for in a lot of different ways, but he was a socialist. And socialism has been one of the most dangerous things to happen to Africa. If you look at it okay, let me bring up an example outside of Africa, but people of color, quote unquote. If you go into Argentina, South America, it has gone from basically a communist dystopia to a free market capitalist utopia. El Salvador. And this comes down to the leadership. What do they actually prioritize? The people, what is their conditioning? What culture are they being given over to? And all it takes is 2-3 generations to flip everything. Sometimes one generation. Go back to Moses. One generation can change everything. From Moses to Joshua and Caleb. A complete 180 as far as what those people experienced. These ones were complaining, blaming. They still had that slavery mentality, and the next generation had a freedom mentality. And so we have to tell the truth. Black people are as capable as any other people, but we've not been living up to it because we're so busy blaming the white man, the very same man we run to every single time we want something that is already built out. Oh, the white man did this, the white man did that, but why is it that you always got to move to his country then? Why is it that you got to move to his continent? And this is coming from somebody whose family moved to the Western world in order for greater opportunity, because we understood that in the context of what we lived in, we were not going to be able to experience that very thing. Folks, I'm not holding the damn thing back. I'm sick and tired of trying to sugarcoat this and trying to make people comfortable about situations. Yes, I'm being emboldened. This brother right here, and when I say brother, by the way, I'm speaking as far as those who I resonate with at a soul level, those who I resonate with at a message level, at a cultural level. You can be a quote unquote white man, Asian man, and you are my brother if I resonate with you. You are my sister if I resonate with you, not just on the basis of my color. If you're somebody given over to the ghetto ratchet mentality, I'm not in your vicinity. I'm not in your family. I don't want to be a part of whatever you got going on. We can be blood. And I will still disassociate. I will still, what's the word? They use the word tether. I will untether myself from that situation. Untether myself from that relationship. Divest, as they like to say nowadays. But enough is enough. When you can finally accept the diagnosis, then you can start to get to the antidote. Argentina is experiencing the antidote. Hell, the little hat people, right? Everybody likes to talk about the little hat people with this. Well, if they do control the world, then hell, they came from being persecuted for thousands of years into being the most powerful people and the smallest demographic. Then why are you not taking notes? Oh, they own the banking systems. They own this, they own that. Then get you a bank. Then own your banking systems. You are a self-hating black man. No, I love myself enough to accept the reality about myself is that it is in my control. It is not somebody else. Because the moment I blame the white man is the moment that I say I don't have power. And I'll be damned if somebody's going to have that much power over me. I'll be damned if somebody's going to have that much control over me. Because as far as I'm concerned, I am the dictator of my own reality. I choose what I'm going to engage in and what I will not engage in. I choose what the outcomes are in my life by choosing what the inputs are in my life. And I will not blame.
You talk about the hooked are hungry and pot-bellied and walking back. We got a problem. Nigeria produces oil every year, yet the children over there are hungry and pot-bellied and walking barefoot. We got a problem. You talk about the Hutus and the Tutsis. Look what's going on in Zimbabwe now with Mugabe. Wow. We got a problem, black folk. And forget about Zimbabwe and South Africa, Nigeria. Look at what y'all have done in Harlem. You can't even hold on to Harlem. We got a problem. Black folk don't understand the word.
When I tell you that our ancestors are rolling in their graves, they're like, what did we do it for? We did this for twerking. We did this for drill music, for 304. Like, we did this for this culture. Like, imagine being, some of the civil rights leaders, like the episode from the Boondocks, right? When MLK comes back and this basically is that sketch. It is that episode. There's no way they can be looking at what's going on right now saying, yep, that's exactly what we gave our lives up for. That's exactly what we sacrificed everything for. We gave it all up for that. There's no way, folks, there's no way they're looking down and saying, yeah, we wanted that. We wanted that right there. We gave our lives for that nonsense. I'm gonna let him cook, but yeah, I am, as you can tell, I'm triggered, and rightfully so.
You can get mad with me all you want. You can say what you, but you can't prove me wrong. No, I'm not saying this because I hate black folk. I'm saying it because I love you enough to tell the truth. And the only person going to ever help us get out of the situation is going to be God. There's something wrong with the black man's mind. There's something wrong with his mind. He does not understand the world. He doesn't. I don't care if he learned medicine. He doesn't understand the world. He can't even hold on to understand the world. He can't even hold on to Harlem. When he was here, he moved out. We got to talk to the Lord. People, we got to talk to God. And black women, Shirley Chisholm, Harriet Tubman, Coretta King, one of her boys. Yeah, okay, then we got a black president. But you black women, what's wrong with y'all? Y'all gonna let that white woman, what's wrong with you black women voting for Barack? Don't you understand? It should have been a black room if you're gonna have a black president. What's wrong with you? Y'all ain't got no sense, you black women. Your men treat you like the dog, like your dogs.
Oh, brother, wait until Kamala makes her way to the forefront. Oh, you gonna have a doozy, dude. Yeah, they voted for her. 92% of them, sir. 92% of them voted for a scam in Kamala Harris. Obama wasn't even close to what it really. Oh, the Democratic plantation has got y'all minds, souls, and bodies. Wow.
They walk all over you. They make you pay the bills at home, and then the preachers pimp you in the churches and make you pay the bills. Y'all crazy black women buying these black men private jets, the tune of $50 million for a ride around in a private jet, and you talking about, look at our pastor. What's wrong with y'all women? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? And what's wrong with a black man that would take that kind of money out of a poor neighborhood and buy himself a private jet? What's wrong with y'all niggas? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, black women? What's wrong with you? Vote for.
I hope y'all heard that. Now, I'm a free market capitalist to my damn core, and I'm unapologetic about that. But he said they are taking money out of the community and bringing it out. Your pastors, your pulpit PIMPs are taking money from grandma, soliciting money from grandma, pushing that you got to pay your 10%. And a little on top of that, damn near spiritual extortion. That right there, I'm coining that phrase. Spiritual extortion is what's taking place in these churches. Grandma's putting her 10% of her pension or whatever she's got coming in, just for that money to go into some foolishness into the white man's hands. Oh, it's too good. It's too good. Directly back into the hands of the person who's the so-called enemy, right?
Barack Obama, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with y'all? Crazy. Black people, let me tell y'all something.
That's the viral part. He said, what's wrong? Y'all, it's crazy. And he's not lying.
Don't ever hear me say, preach again, they can kill me tomorrow. But let me tell you something. We're not going to ever get anywhere until we look into the mind of a black man. He doesn't think correctly. I don't care what he is. He can be a doctor. He can be an astrophysicist. The nigga got no sense.
Wow.
You talk to him. You talk to a black man. He doesn't understand the world. He's never built anything. The most the black people have ever done, they did it here in America under white people's help. When they were in Africa, they didn't do nothing.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that, though. Y'all don't want to hear that. No, you don't. You don't want to hear that. You know what? I was going to hold this one back for a little bit, but I said to hell with it. Let's get into it today. Let's get into it. Where is that? Do I have that clip? I'm going to bring this up and I'm going to let it play out. I'm going to let this one play out because we're here to rip the Band-Aid off today. This is your diagnosis today. It's your diagnosis because you got to face reality. Y'all have too much Tariq Nasheed nonsense. Y'all had too much hidden colors, all that type of nonsense. Too much Umar Johnsonification going on. Too much nonsense, lies from these pulpit PIMPs who have been hustling you from the very beginning. Literally, Tariq Nasheed. If you don't know who he is, you're better off. He was a literal PIMP. That's how he first got onto the scene. And now he's just doing it in a different way, selling you on this FBA nonsense, foundational Black American. He's pushing that nonsense because he knows it feeds into an aspect of yourself that's going to keep you in those very same shackles that you're in. But let's hear from this young man right here.
Say that from what I'm understanding, in third world countries, anything that is not under maintenance is because, you know, we don't care.
No, you care. It's not in the concept. Travel the 54 countries in Africa and ask each person in every country, what is wrong with your country? Leadership. Leadership. All of you say the same word. So let me ask you, since 1960, the country has been picking the wrong leader every 4 years. Not a single railway built by the British is in Nigeria today, but the one they built in their country that same year, it's still running. Not a single railway built in Ghana in 1960 is still there today. What do you know in that country that has been properly maintained by the people every day and it works perfectly?
It's hard for people to maintain things when they're not gaining a lot.
No. It's hard for people to maintain things when they don't have the concept of maintenance in their culture. What is the one word in Igbo for maintenance?
Maintenance is, there's no direct English word for that. It doesn't translate directly to maintenance.
That's correct. How about you?
It doesn't translate.
That's correct.
But it translates to like take care of.
No, that is not maintenance. What is the one word for repair in Igbo?
Imezie.
Exactly. What is the one word for repair in You see, I'm driving you to somewhere. What is the one word for democracy in Igbo language? You don't. How about you? You don't. You're trying to practice something that is not in the concept of the language. There is no African country, and I've done it through Kenya, I've done it all, that has an equivalent of the word maintenance.
Well, in order to maintain something, you have to have it first. Correct?
No, if I leave it for you, you can maintain it. The British left a lot of things in this country.
You see how the young people are so conditioned to go directly to the victim mentality. It takes the elderly gentleman to speak some sense into them. The one who's actually done the due diligence and the research. And that's why it is so vital to speak to the minds of the young, because they're being saturated with these ideas of victimhood, oppression. Worse than it even was 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. And this is according to the folks that talk to me, or at least communicate with me on a daily basis, vis-a-vis my comment section, etc. Those who have experienced life 30, 40, 50 years ago and say, wait a minute, it was the race relations were never this bad. It was never to this extent. What are we doing? Where are we going? What is the outcome here? Is it racial war? Why are they not telling the truth? Why do they continue to push this idea that, you know, black folk have never been able to do for themselves, people of color never been able to do for themselves, etc.? It does nothing but create that reality. So when you face it, we have not been maintained. We've not been building. Go to most places in Africa, at least where I've been. This is the most accurate depiction of it, or I guess the most accurate explanation. Things are just breaking down to break down. You go on the streets of Harare and it's just like, has anybody been here since, you know, the 90s when I was a kid or something like that? Has anybody actually just been here to do anything? I'm not talking about the president's quarters, right? Which is basically the royalty in these countries. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about everybody else's life, the regular everyday people. Not the ones that they try to prop up. No. The reality of what these socialist, communist structures look like. They don't work. They don't work. And until we accept, because it's not about understanding, we all have the ability, or most people have the ability to understand this. Are you willing to accept the truth or not? So I'm going to let this play out and we'll wrap up. Appreciate you guys for joining me for another one. Till the next time. Peace.
When they left, they established the hospitals, they established the fire station, the post offices, the railway lines, the roads they built before they left. You were not able to maintain it because you don't have that concept. Because your environment, the tropical environment of Africa, the way you build your houses, the material you
Copy that. Here we go. All right, this is getting serious. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Holy Christmas. Oh boy, oh boy. We've got two CHP cruisers. What is going on, guys?
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Click the ABC7 logo to subscribe to our Eyewitness News.
Going out with a bang. These were the scenes on the streets of Portland as Donald Trump's federal task force supposedly withdrew after weeks of clashes with locals. For the past 2 months, a nightly ritual has played out in front of the main courthouse, with protests concentrated in a small area, not more than 2 blocks square. Black Lives Matter protesters gathered in a nearby park to demonstrate. More radical elements would move in on the court security fence. But Portland is known as the whitest city in America, and demonstrations reflect that demographic reality.
Black Lives Matter!
The head of the local branch of the NAACP fears the Portland protests became a white spectacle, in contrast to the dignified civil rights marches of the 1960s.
They weren't throwing bottles. They weren't shooting off fireworks. There was no white wall of moms. There were no beach balls being played with in the air. These were people who stood arm in arm in solidarity, singing, "We shall overcome."
Ritual confrontations with the security forces, casual vandalism, and the throwing of fireworks by small groups of anarchists were not making this city any safer for black people.
It's counterproductive. It's counterproductive to what we're trying to achieve. And we're trying to achieve some safety for me. Some safety for me. This does not make me safe.
Anarchists linked to Antifa came in for particular criticism.
There is a huge separation from the antagonizers and the protesters, and you are being watched. You are racist. They are giving a speech about black lives, but yet you want to destroy on behalf of black lives, and that one person over there is black.
Sensing political opportunity in the disorder, President Trump deployed federal forces who arrived in the city unannounced and uninvited on the 4th of July.
What's your name? Tell us your name.
A sinister masked force hauling Portlanders off the streets and into unmarked vehicles. They assaulted veterans, attacked unarmed demonstrators with CS gas and impact munitions, and even tear-gassed Portland's mayor.
This is a egregious overreaction on the part of the federal officers. There was nothing that I saw anybody do that warranted this reaction.
Initially, the president was more than satisfied.
They really have done a fantastic job in a very short period of time, no problem. They grab them, a lot of people in jail, they're leaders. These are anarchists, these are not protesters. People say protesters, these people are anarchists. These are people that hate our country.
Hey, go home.
Many saw it as a blatant attempt to look tough and appeal to his political base. If anything, the move backfired. Thousands of Portlanders poured onto the streets to denounce the federal invasion of their city.
The fact that Trump is using our tax dollars to attack Americans, this should trouble everybody of conscience. This should shake the country to the core right now. We need to wake up to this.
People are protesting the troops' presence. They don't want to harm the building. They don't want to destroy the building. They want the federal agents who are untrained and unqualified for this duty to leave.
Trump has threatened to send federal officers to other restive cities, including Chicago and Minneapolis. And Portland's civilian police commissioner believes her city has been part of what she sees as a sinister experiment in state repression.
The fact that Portland is primarily white, I believe that we were the first test case, because if you could beat and brutalize a predominantly white population, what do you think would have happened once they rolled out in the other cities that were named that are predominantly African American and Latinx communities, right? They were brutal here. They were brutal to moms, children, people with disabilities. They would have been absolutely horrific in those communities.
Deploying federal security forces to Portland was a highly provocative move. Activists fear that such tactics may become a model for quashing protests in the run-up to the presidential elections in November.
Julian Miles Wood was born on October 29, 2020, just a few days before Halloween, to parents Margot and Jared Wood. In one of his first pictures taken in a bassinet at the hospital, he wore a onesie that read, "My First Halloween," and behind him a sign displayed his name and his birth weight of 7 pounds 11 ounces. Julian had red hair, dark eyes, a cheerful laugh, and what his family called a rambunctious attitude and cheesy smile. Julian, nicknamed Juju, was a sweet little boy who had just started preschool in October of 2023 and liked his teachers and classmates there. He loved dinosaurs, and his favorite color was green. He also loved his family. He would wrestle with his big brother every chance he got, and his family said he was obsessed with his new baby sister. Pictures taken when she was born show him carefully looking into her bassinet and gently holding her. His family adored him, and dozens of other pictures give glimpses into his happy life. Many show him playing with and hugging his brother, from playing hide and seek and cornhole in the backyard to plucking out notes on a tiny piano together. In one, he tagged along at his brother's Little League games. In another, he shared a red dinosaur balloon with his little sister. In the pictures, he grew from a wide-eyed baby with just a fringe of red hair to a confident toddler. He had dino-themed birthday parties, a blue and yellow dinosaur Halloween costume, and plenty of dinosaur pajamas, toys, and shirts. He and his siblings posed with the Easter Bunny in the spring, and the whole family dressed in matching outfits and posed with Santa at Christmas. Unlike many of the stories we cover, image after image show a toddler who was happy, wanted, taken care of, and very loved.
Julian's third birthday was in October of 2023, a few days after he started preschool. His last day of preschool was May 29, 2024, a Wednesday, and his family snapped a picture of him smiling in his favorite green coat that day. 5 days later, on Monday, June 3rd, his mother took him with her when she went to pick up some items at the Giant Eagle grocery store in North Olmsted, Ohio. While there, she encountered Bianca Ellis, a 32-year-old woman originally from Cleveland. By that time, Bianca had been on a downward spiral for several years. Early posts on her social media included selfies that looked normal. She took pictures wearing nice clothes with her hair and makeup done, and posted about wanting to get a fancy set of fingernails. Over time, though, her posts seemed less normal. For a few months in 2019, she seemed obsessed with Medusa, posting many images of art featuring the mythical woman. Later, in mid-2023, she posted selfies using filters that made her look like a golem-like creature and a devil with horns. Later that year, she posted screenshots of text about Greece and France and NATO and World War II, but she provided no context to explain why she thought the information was important. After those cryptic posts, she linked a few songs that she liked, but by the end of the year, she had either stopped posting online or made her posts private. According to her mother, Yolanda Eggleton, Bianca had struggled with mental health issues and had been seeing hallucinations and hearing voices that weren't there for years. In May of 2023, she was arrested for stealing $69 worth of merchandise at a Walmart in North Olmsted, Ohio, and eventually the Rocky River Municipal Court placed her on parole for that incident. She violated her parole by not attending required classes. Over the next several months, we were able to trace her movements in large part because of the trail of arrest warrants she left in her wake. In January of 2024, she got into an altercation at a hospital in Kern County, California. When the hospital tried to release her, she refused to leave and started kicking and punching hospital staff and security guards. Police were called and arrived to find her on the floor of an exam room. In the police car, she told the officers she wanted to do something that would get her locked up for at least 2 weeks, but wouldn't answer when they asked her why she wanted to be in jail so badly. In February, she didn't show up at her court hearing in California, so a warrant was issued for her arrest for 3 counts of battery on a person.
By February 24th, she was back in Ohio at a women's shelter in Cleveland. She told staff there she had killed someone in Bakersfield, California, and that she wanted to confess to police. Officers in Cleveland talked to her, and she told them she had killed a woman and dumped her body in a field somewhere that might have been near a river. Now, according to the police report, she said the victim was a white female, approximately 5 foot 6 inches tall, 150 pounds, and that she was a bartender or worked at a bar. In addition to confessing to murder, Bianca also told Cleveland police that if they didn't arrest her, she was going to kill someone at the shelter because she wanted to, and I'm quoting this, kill someone and eat their flesh. Now, it's still unclear whether she actually killed someone. Police in California said they had several unsolved homicides that matched the description that she gave, but Bianca wasn't a suspect in any of those cases. With no evidence to support her confession, California officers wouldn't have been able to hold her in jail, and they decided to not send someone halfway across the country to enforce her outstanding battery warrants. Since California law enforcement didn't want her, Cleveland reached out to North Olmsted to see if they wanted to jail her for her parole violation, but they declined. Since no one wanted to arrest her, Cleveland officers took her to a local hospital for a mental health evaluation. During the evaluation, she became extremely irate, agitated, and began fighting with the officers and hospital staff trying to help her, and had to be sedated for her own safety.
Details about her hospital stay have not been released, but we know she was out a few weeks later because she was arrested again in March, this time in Orlando, Florida. We have no idea how she got from Ohio to California and then to Florida. She tried to rent a room in a hotel there, but she didn't have any money. She refused to leave. She was arrested for trespassing. She told police she was on vacation in Florida, and as she had before, she told officers there she wanted to be locked up in jail.
I go to prison, cause I don't have nowhere to go.
Well, you haven't done anything to go to jail.
But I don't have any money to have a bed to go to sleep in. I'm not even from here. I'm from Ohio. Okay. I was just trying to come here for vacation.
But after a few days, she was released again and made her way back to Ohio. Somehow, she either got or already had an apartment on Puritas Avenue in Cleveland. She had been staying at a women's shelter just a few months before, and it's unclear exactly when she lost access to her apartment, but by May of 2024, court records show she had been officially evicted for owing back rent.
Even though they didn't arrest her when the Cleveland police asked them to in February, on May 30th, the day after Julian's last day of preschool, North Olmsted police arrested Bianca on the shoplifting parole violation. Someone had called the police because they were concerned for her welfare. Bianca said she had gotten lightheaded because of her medicine, but was feeling better when officers arrived.
Hello.
Hi.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm going over here to the bus stop.
You're okay though? Somebody called because they were concerned about you.
Yeah, I kind of get lightheaded from my medicine.
5221, I'm out. Do you need assistance at all? Or you need an ambulance or anything? Are you feeling all right?
No, I think The temperature's just getting to be just right.
Okay. Do you have an ID on you just so I can tell them that you're all right? Thank you.
Before letting her leave, they ran her name and the warrant popped up. When the officer told her, "All right, Bianca, you know you've got warrants," she replied, "Oh, probably for here, yes." She held her arms out willingly for the handcuffs and was arrested with no resistance.
All right, Bianca, you know you got warrants. Girl, I don't know. They're
probably for here,
yeah. So we gotta check on those, all right? You got anything crazy on you? No guns, knives, drugs, bombs, nothing like that? All right, I'm gonna cuff you in the front, okay? That's fair? Go ahead, face me for a second. Right here. Thank you, ma'am. I don't want to pinch you.
Again, Bianca was back in jail, but again, she wouldn't stay there for long.
The North Olmsted police didn't know she had outstanding warrants for a low-level violent crime in California. They checked their database, but those crimes were not listed. They also didn't know she had told the Cleveland police that she was going to kill someone, and that she wanted to eat someone's flesh. According to North Olmsted Police Detective Sergeant Matthew Beck, their databases don't track every encounter with law enforcement, especially ones that happen across state lines. He said it's not physically possible. To do that at a national level would be an overload to the system. Still, even if the police weren't tracking those kinds of crimes, surely Bianca's probation officer would have access to additional information, right? At least the warrants for crimes in California. Criminals can't just get away with violating their probation by committing crimes across state lines, right? But in fact, the Rocky River Court did not have access to any national databases. It was not alerted to her additional crimes or to the fact she had been committing crimes in multiple states. When asked why, Clerk of Court Deborah Comrie told reporters, I quote, "We're not the FBI." Even though the local police and parole officers couldn't do anything, a local magistrate still recommended Bianca have a mental health check before she was released. During her arraignment on the parole violation, the magistrate noticed she was acting strangely. You couldn't tell if she understood what was going on and thought she might have fallen asleep during the procedure. But the team that the Rocky River Municipal Court used for mental health evaluations didn't have anyone available to see her and wouldn't for a few days, so Judge Brian Hagan overruled the magistrate and released Bianca without a hearing. With that decision, Bianca and whatever dark messages her voices were whispering in her head were set free on the public once again.
On June 3rd, Bianca walked to the North Olmsted Police Station on Lorraine Road, which happened to be located just across the road from the shopping plaza that held the Giant Eagle. She arrived there pushing a wheelchair with a suitcase in it. She told officers inside that she wanted her money back, cash she claimed was in her possession when she was arrested 4 days earlier. After officers checked their logs and told her she hadn't been carrying any cash, she left the same way she arrived, on foot. She rolled the wheelchair a few yards from the station and abandoned it near a flight of stairs. Then, she skipped down the last few stairs and down the sidewalk. After leaving the police station, Bianca made the 5-minute walk across Lorraine Road into the Water Tower Square Plaza. She stopped at the Volunteers of America thrift store in the plaza and stole 2 kitchen knives. In the footage filmed in front of the thrift store, she can be seen smacking one of the knives against a concrete post before walking off. She made a brief stop at the nearby Bins and Things store. Then she made the 2-minute walk to the Giant Eagle grocery store and went inside. Surveillance footage from inside the store shows Bianca entering the store, holding what appears to be a 6 to 8 inch knife in her right hand. The footage is absolutely bone-chilling. She walked past the service desk and cash registers, casually swinging the knife by her right side. Though it seems impossible, no one noticed her or the knife. She passed Julian and his mother Margot as they left the self-checkout area. Margot was pushing a shopping cart and Julian was sitting in the cart. The moment Bianca saw them, she immediately turned around and followed them out of the store. Though it is obvious on the surveillance footage, there is no indication that Margot noticed Bianca's quick change of direction or even realized she was there. She doesn't speed up look around, or change direction. The footage ended at the exit of the store, but Bianca continued to follow them across the parking lot. When Margot stopped the cart and turned to open the trunk, Bianca stabbed baby Julian in the face. Margot tried to pull Julian from the cart and protect him, but Bianca stabbed him again in the back and stabbed Margot in the shoulder. Then she turned and walked away. In less than 5 seconds, the attack was over. 5 seconds was all it took to butcher a baby and cut the heart out of a happy family.
Just after 3 p.m., the North Olmsted 911 dispatcher received multiple calls reporting a black female dressed in all black who was stabbing people in the parking lot of Giant Eagle. On one call, a Giant Eagle employee told the dispatcher, "There's a child. He's bleeding all over the place. We're at North Olmsted Giant Eagle. I don't know what happened to him." The dispatcher asked if he was breathing. The employee responded, "I don't know. They're doing CPR on him."
I'm at North Olmsted, Ohio, Giant Eagle. Someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Screams in the parking lot as we were parking or walking to our car, and we saw the kid.
Since the police station was so close by, officers and first responders arrived almost immediately. Some officers pursued Bianca, who was merely walking away and carrying the bloody knife. A caller to 911 told police where she had gone, reporting that she had walked down Dover Road near a local pizza place. The caller could see the blood on her knife. Bianca didn't make it very far and was quickly arrested without any incident. Others tried to help Margot and Julian. Paramedics tried to resuscitate the toddler and stop his bleeding. They rushed them both to St. John Hospital, but it was too late. Julian had been wounded too deeply, and he was pronounced dead at the hospital. The Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office said his death was caused by the injuries he sustained in the attack. Margot was hospitalized, but is expected to recover from her injuries. According to Sergeant Beck, Bianca had never met Margot or Julian before, and she did not know the family. They were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they were chosen completely at random. He said, "The investigation into the motive in this attack is still ongoing, but everything learned thus far points that this was a random act of violence. There's no indication why she committed this. There's some mental health concerns that we have, but nothing concrete at this point." The mayor of North Olmsted, Nicole Daly Jones, expressed her grief and the grief of a community shaken to its core, saying, "This was a terrible tragedy for our entire community. As North Olmsted mayor and a mother myself, I cannot fathom what this family must be going through. To lose their young child in such a violent and senseless manner is absolutely heartbreaking. I know that all the residents of North Olmsted join me in sharing their profound grief. We are all terribly sorry for their loss, and I ask everyone to keep them in thought and prayer." The mayor arranged for grief counselors for the officers, first responders, and other city employees affected by the tragedy. Giant Eagle brought in counselors as well for their staff. The same Giant Eagle branch had been the site of another senseless tragedy about a year earlier in June of 2023, when Bernard Smith entered the store and shot his ex-wife who worked there, and then proceeded to remove himself from the earth. A local man and regular shopper, Al Zellick, said the double tragedy so close to home made him fearful. He said, "It's scary knowing you can't even go to the grocery store anymore. And after things that have happened in the past, it's like, what's going on? It kind of sucks. You can't go to the grocery store and you have to worry about being assaulted."
After her arrest on the day of the murder, Bianca was charged with aggravated murder, arraigned at the Rocky River Municipal Court, and held in the North Olmsted Jail on an initial bond of $1 million. On June 4th, the evidence was presented to a grand jury, and they indicted her on 1 count of aggravated murder, 2 counts of murder, 2 counts of attempted murder, 2 counts of felonious assault, 1 count of endangering children, 1 count of tampering with evidence, and 1 misdemeanor count of theft for stealing the knives used in the attack. On June 17th, she was arraigned on the new charges in Cuyahoga County Court, but not until Judge Nancy Russo forced her to listen to the charges in open court after Bianca repeatedly acted strange, inappropriate, and difficult. At one point, her attorney told the judge, "There are some mental health issues. I believe she hasn't been on her medication."
During the first exchange with the judge, which was conducted over video, Bianca kept her head down and refused to participate or answer any questions. After a short break, during which her attorney spoke with her and read the charges, Bianca appeared again over video and told Judge Russo she did not know if she had heard the charges against her. When her attorney reminded her she had just read them out loud, Bianca continued to deny knowing her charges. Her attorney tried to waive her right to an arraignment, but the judge refused the motion, saying, "This could be a capital murder case. I don't think that's appropriate."
Good morning, Your Honor. Ashlyn Carroll on behalf of Miss Ellis. We would
Excuse me, I'm going to ask her the questions.
Oh, sure.
Miss Ellis? Miss Ellis? Miss Ellis?
Yeah.
Please raise your head.
Where is it coming from?
I just need to ask you a few questions. I need to make sure you understand them. Do you have an attorney?
I'm looking for one.
Okay. Do you have the money or means to hire an attorney?
Repeat that.
Do you have the money or means to hire an attorney?
Possible.
Okay. Have you received and read your indictment?
I don't know.
You don't know if you've received it? Have you received it? Ma'am, just tell me whether or not you've received it, please. Miss Ellis, we'll be out of here in a few minutes if you just answer these questions. No, I haven't. Miss Ellis, have you received your indictment?
What was her name? Miss Ellis. What was her name? The judge. What's the judge's name?
Russo.
Russo?
That's right.
Russo. Russo with an R?
Have you received and read your indictment? Yes or no? If you haven't received it, I'm going to send it over there. So you need to tell me that. Miss Ellis, why don't you want to answer these questions? All right, we'll come back to her when she's ready to talk to you.
Your Honor, could I just let the court know our office does represent Miss Ellis on another case, and
I understand.
There are some mental health issues, and I do believe they have
I'll come back to her.
Okay, just to clarify, I do believe she hasn't been on her
I will
medication.
come back to her.
Okay.
Come back in the courtroom. Ellis. Miss Ellis? Miss Ellis?
Thank you.
Have you received the indictment?
I don't know.
Would you like me to send it to you or read it out loud to you?
Thank you. Thank you.
That's not responsive. Would you like me to do either of those things? Miss Ellis? Do you understand on the indictment that the state has reserved the right to add the death penalty? Do you understand that? Have you read that?
ASAP.
What's ASAP?
What's video for?
Your Honor, we would like to enter a not guilty plea for Miss Ellis. We would like to waive a reading of the charges, waive any defects in time or manner of service. As I said, our office has reached out to the jail to get mental health services for Miss Ellis. They were working with her on a previous case, and our social worker has gotten involved. So we would like to ask that counsel be appointed and that the public defender's office be one of those two attorneys, and ask for a reasonable bond.
Has she received the indictment? Have you discussed it with her?
I personally have not, but I do know attorneys from my office did go see her last week, and that there were some notable mental health issues.
Did they go with the indictment?
That I don't know.
Well, then how am I expected to arraign her?
I would like to waive that time period for her.
This could be a capital murder case. I don't think that's appropriate. So if somebody wants to go over there now and go over it with her, I'll hold it. So send somebody over there.
I'll reach out to the office.
Okay, we'll come back.
Finally, Judge Russo had Bianca brought downstairs into the courtroom where she could address her face to face. After prodding from the judge, she answered questions but refused to speak louder than a whisper. While the judge read her charges out loud, Bianca acted chillingly inappropriate. She giggled, smiled, blinked, smirked, and raised her eyebrows while staring at the camera. When the judge asked if she pled not guilty, Bianca answered by saying "sí" instead of yes. Finally, when the judge asked if she meant yes or no, Bianca said yes.
Ready, Your Honor?
I'm ready.
Case, going back to case number 692604, Bianca Ellis.
I got one.
Hello, Miss Ellis. Do you have an attorney? You do? Do you have the money or means to hire an attorney? Have you received your indictment?
I don't.
Okay. Have you read it? You have not read it.
I read
Okay.
it to you back there, right?
We have a copy here. You can read it.
I don't want to read it.
You don't want to read it?
No.
Are you willing to accept that the public defender has read it to you?
I asked her not to.
I'm sorry.
I asked her not to.
You asked her not to. Well, but she did read it to you, correct?
No.
She didn't read it to you.
I read it.
Okay, well, we can read it in open court. Okay. It's a 10-count indictment. Count 1 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, the defendant did purposely and with prior calculation and design cause the death of J.W. 10/29/2020. The state of Ohio reserves the right to seek a superseding indictment containing the appropriate 2929.04A aggravating circumstances specifications. And so you understand that means the state is reserving its right to add a death penalty specification. Count 2 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, that the defendant did purposely cause the death of J.W. 10/29/2020. Count 3 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, the defendant did cause the death of J.W., date of birth 10/29/2020, as a proximate result of the offender committing or attempting to commit an offense of violence that is a felony of the first or second degree, to wit, felonious assault, Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.11A1, and or endangering children in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2919.22B2. Count 4 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, the defendant did knowingly cause serious physical harm to J.W. on date of birth 10/29/2020. Count 5 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, the defendant did torture or cruelly abuse J.W., date of birth 10/29/2020, a child under 18 years of age, and furthermore, the violation resulted in serious physical harm to J.W., date of birth 10/29/2020. Count 6 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, the defendant did attempt to purposely cause the death of Margot Wood. Count 7 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, the defendant did attempt to cause the death of Margot Wood as a proximate result of the offender committing or attempting to commit an offense of violence that is a felony of the first or second degree, to wit, felonious assault, Ohio Revised Code Section 2901.11A1. Count 8 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, the defendant did knowingly cause serious physical harm to Margot Wood. Count 9 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, the defendant did, knowing that an official proceeding or investigation was in progress or was about to be or likely to be instituted, alter, destroy, conceal, or remove any record, document, or thing with the purpose to impair its value or availability as evidence in such proceeding or investigation. Count 10 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, the defendant did with purpose to deprive the owner, Volunteers of America store, of property or services, to wit, knives, knowingly obtain or exert control over either the property or services without the consent of the owner or the person authorized to give consent. I have now read the indictment to you. Do you wish to enter a plea of not guilty?
C.
Pardon me?
C.
What's same mean? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
At the end of the hearing, the judge allowed Julian's father, Jared, to make a brief statement.
I understand the victims are represented and they want to make a comment before I set bond. Is that true?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Could you start with your name?
My name is Jared Wood, father of the deceased, husband of Margot. Your Honor, that day, 1 week ago, she took everything from us. There's nothing that could ever replace my son, or anything that my wife and I, or even our other kids, are going through. It's horrendous. But I really wish no bail, period, or extend it to the max limit possible that you can, at the very least. Just do whatever you can to keep this monster behind bars.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything else you would like to say?
That'll be it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Judge Russo increased her bail to $5 million and also ordered GPS monitoring and no contact with any of the victims or victims' families if Bianca managed to make bail. As of now, she has not done so and remains in jail. Thank goodness.
Is there anything else before I pronounce bond?
Your Honor, we would just ask that you consider assigning the Public Defender's Office, recognizing this is not our number. We did represent her at the first appearance unit. I did meet with her on Friday. We have had contact with her family and begun working on the case. Thank you, Your Honor.
When the original bond was set out of Muni Court, the bond was set at $1 million, and it was before the passing of one of the alleged victims. I do not believe that bond is appropriate given the change in circumstances and the allegations that are contained in this indictment. Bond is set at $5 million, cash, surety, or property. GPS, no contact with any surviving victim or victim's family, DNA order. Judges John Russo, pretrial is June 17th at 9 a.m. I'll assign counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You want me to sign that?
On June 17th, Bianca appeared in court for a pretrial hearing to discuss the discovery and a potential conflict of interest.
One thing that I wanted to note, so before the case was indicted and assigned to the court, a staff member of mine noted that they had attended the wake of the decedent in this case. I indicated to that staff member if they could explain to me how they found themselves at the wake, and if there's some concerns the court should at least put on the record, and so I am going to put it on the record. Staff indicated that their partner had, if I'm correct, grown up with the decedent's father while they were youth, and maybe played basketball, like maybe CYO basketball and things of that sort. My staff indicated they had no interaction with the decedent's parents, including the named victim and the counts that are before me as well, and had never met any of the parties regarding the family. Staff did tell me they went, and that was the first time that they met the parents was at the wake. So that brief moment. They also told me that they donated to the GoFundMe that somehow might be out there. And so I want to note that. When I became aware of that, I became aware of that before the case was even assigned to me. And so then I felt it at least compelling. I don't know any of the parties, nor have I had any contact with the parties, and nor have I had any discussions with my staff regarding that. But I thought I'd put it on the record. I don't believe there's any conflict. I don't feel conflicted at all. And so I place that on the record for you to take for consideration if you believe that you think there's a conflict with the court. I don't see one, just because I don't know any of the parties. But if you want to take that to your staff or your superiors and have conversations, you can let me know, or if you want to speak to it now.
Your Honor, on behalf of the state, we have no objection. In the efforts of being transparent, the members of the Wood family are related to a staff member in the prosecutor's office as well, and that person will have no contact or anything with regards to this case. So with regards to that, we'd like to put that on the record as well and let the defense know that.
Very good.
Thank you.
And Mr. Johnson and Mr. Mack, I don't know if there was a concern, or you just take it under advisement, and you could let the court know if there's any concerns that you have, whether we're on the record next time or through motion, or if you want to speak to it now.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. All right, very good. All right, I'll allow you to pick a future date with my bailiff, and I'll have that date just between the parties. I'll continue to ask that you update the court on when the autopsy report is provided to the state, just to make sure the external hard drive has been submitted as well. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, we'll adjourn. Thanks.
At a hearing on July 16th, Bianca's attorneys presented the court with an evaluation of her mental state that deemed her incompetent and not able to assist in her defense, which meant she can't be tried in her current mental condition. The state will enlist their own psychiatrist to confirm the claim at her next court appearance on August 13th.
Watch out, Brandon. All right, so we're here this morning in case 692604, Bianca Ellis. She's present in court this morning with her counsel, Mr. Mack, Mr. Johnson, and Mr. Summers. Assistant County Prosecutor, Ms. Faralia, Ms. Patel are here on behalf of the state of Ohio. We're here this morning for this matter. Court's looking for a few updates from the parties as well. I'll note for the record that we did set it for trial for December 9th. Looks like we inadvertently put December 6th on the journal entry, so that in fact is a wrong date. That's a Friday, I think. So it's in fact December 9th that the trial date is set with respect to this case. If I can go to the state of Ohio, I know there had been some discussions about discovery and where that discovery might be, as well as I think the autopsy report, and then I could go to the counsel for Ms. Ellis and hear from them. Thank you. Ms. Faralia, good morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Yes, we have been complying with our discovery requirements. We have sent over documentation for the defense with regards to the autopsy. It is my understanding that it in fact has been completed, and the state should have it in its possession by the end of the week, and then we will transfer it over to defense counsel. In addition, the state still has some outstanding subpoenas for some additional documentation. As soon as we get that, we will turn that over as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Mack, Mr. Johnson, if you want to be heard then this morning, I'll hear from both of you. Any concerns about that discovery or anything for the record regarding Ms. Ellis?
I don't think so, Judge.
Okay. Very good. And then with respect to Ms. Ellis?
Judge, during the month of June, Mr. Johnson and I met with Ms. Ellis. And as a result of that interview, we came back to this court. We petitioned the court to see if we could get an expert on the board to interview Ms. Ellis. And that was in fact done during the first week in July. Subsequently, our expert communicated with Mr. Johnson and I and believes that at this point Ms. Ellis is incompetent and not able to assist in the defense and cannot stand trial. So we're asking the court to respectfully have her referred to North Coast Behavioral so that she can be restored as possible.
All right, Mr. Mack. I know for the state of Ohio, that report is under seal as provided to council. They have the opportunity to have that interview, which they did. The court's unaware of that and being made today with a request to refer her to North Coast. Obviously, I'm not going to ask the state of Ohio to stipulate to something you haven't seen, but I will ask what your thoughts are about the state of Ohio either wanting the court to provide a report through our court psychiatric clinic and or whether you're going to opt to have someone else privately hired by yourself.
The state, Your Honor, at this time is going to respectfully request that she be referred to the court psychiatric clinic for evaluation under seal, and that report is to be provided to you and to the state and to the defense.
Okay. So that being the case, I know it's about a 30-day window. I will just say that I'll have my bailiff call there to make sure that the clinical psychologist who's in charge, Dr. Songer, is aware of the report needing to be done timely, and then also to make sure that either he or someone who has the experience be able to handle that report for this court for her determination of whether she's competent to stand trial. Regarding that, going 30 days out, I'll ask that report to be completed August 13th. We would ask the parties to be back in the court to have a discussion on what next steps might be regarding the findings from our court psychiatric clinic, as well as discussions about what would be next for Ms. Ellis if in fact they also find her to be incompetent to stand trial as well. So is the 13th something that is available on all of your calendars? So that would be August 13th.
On behalf of the state, it's fine, Your Honor.
Yeah, on behalf of Ms. Ellis, we're good as well.
Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and set that date, have the parties appear here for that hearing, and then I'll refer Ms. Ellis to the court psychiatric clinic to have them make a determination of competency regarding this matter. Anything further than from the state?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of Ms. Ellis, Mr. Mack?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for being timely, and then we'll adjourn with respect to today's hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Her trial is tentatively scheduled to begin on December 9th, 2024, but that could change if she's ruled incompetent. And even if she does go to trial, her defense could argue not guilty by reason of insanity if they think a jury would believe that she wasn't in control of her thoughts and actions at the time of the stabbing. And if she was tried and found guilty and sentenced to death, she would likely have to undergo additional evaluation because Ohio law forbids execution of the mentally ill. We will keep an eye on this case as it moves forward, and we'll let you know if we get any updated information. Despite the tragedy, Judge Brian Hagan, who released Bianca without a mental health evaluation just days before the stabbing, still stands by his decision. He told the local reporters that there wasn't any red flags shooting up that pole. There wasn't any indications here. No sign of previous violent acts. If he had to do it over, Judge Hagan said he would handle her case the exact same way. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, who was recently nominated as the Republican vice presidential candidate, has spoken out publicly against Judge Hagan and asked him to step down because his actions allowed a tragedy to happen. Given the tight timeline, Bianca couldn't have been in that parking lot on June 3rd if she had been held for additional evaluation. She still could have committed a crime, but Julian wouldn't have been her victim. If Hagan won't step down, Vance has asked the public to vote him out of office.
Visiting hours for Julian were held on June 7th at Repepi Funeral Home in the nearby town of Parma. The funeral home's website hosts an online memorial for the toddler featuring a collection of photos that commemorate his short but happy life. The online memorial ends with the reminder, "Those we have held in our arms for a little while, we hold in our hearts forever." Julian's funeral mass was held on June 8th at St. Charles Borromeo Church, also in Parma. After the funeral, which the family asked to hold privately, the procession drove to Sunset Memorial Park in North Olmsted, where Julian was buried. The family asked the public to create a memory line along the route from the church to the cemetery. They asked the public to celebrate Juju's life by flooding the streets with the color green or dinosaurs, and the public did exactly that. They came out to share their grief and honor the little boy. One local woman ordered an inflatable dinosaur and had it shipped overnight so it would arrive in time. Resident James Kirko said he came because he has a grandson who also loves dinosaurs. He joined the celebration on his motorcycle and brought some stuffed dinosaurs along for the ride. Community member Randy LeMasters said his heart went out to the family. He said, "It's a tragic thing that's happened to them, and they need to see everyone supporting them. I can't imagine the grief that mother's going through, and she had to watch it. And the father that wishes he was there, I can't imagine. I just want this family to know that there are a lot of people out here supporting them today in every way that we possibly can."
Tonight, funeral services for the boy who was stabbed to death at Giant Eagle in North Olmsted last week. A mass for 3-year-old Julian Wood took place this morning at St. Charles Borromeo Church in Parma. He was then laid to rest at Sunset Memorial Park in North Olmsted. Dozens of close friends, family, and community members lined the streets as the procession left the church. Many showed up wearing and waving green, as well as donning dinosaur masks and costumes, as those were two of Julian's favorites.
I know the grief that she's going through and what she's going to go through, and I just wanted to let her know she's not alone. This family is not alone.
It's a tragic thing that's happened to them, and they need to see everybody supporting them.
It just hurts me to think that this is what our world's turning into. You can go to a grocery store, church, police station, it happens all over.
These people, they didn't deserve this, but we're here to support them.
Julian's aunt Nastya spoke for his family and thanked everyone who participated. She said, "The support from this community has been truly incredible. People from all over have come together for our family. No words can fully capture the emotions we felt as we left the church and made our way to Julian's final resting place. The streets were lined with thousands of people dressed in green, holding dinosaurs and balloons. There were folks in dinosaur costumes, dogs in dinosaur costumes, people holding signs, and everyone simply sharing the moment with us, offering their deepest condolences. It was truly a breathtaking experience. We felt an overwhelming sense of unity as people from all walks of life came together to honor Juju. We never expected such an outpouring of love and support for our family. Each of us was moved to tears. The memory line was one of the most incredible things we have ever witnessed. We will be forever grateful for the way the community has showed up for us." As of this recording, the GoFundMe page for Julian's family has raised over $275,000. On that page, Julian's aunt Nastya made the following statement on behalf of the family. She said, "Our family is overwhelmed with sadness and overwhelmed with the loving support the community has already provided us. This will be an incredibly long journey to recovery, but truthfully, we will never recover. But we will continue to share stories about our beautiful baby boy. This is something no person, no family, no mother, no father, no grandmother should ever experience. We urge you all to hold your babies close. This should have never happened. Please continue your prayers for our family, for Margot, baby Julian, Jared, his grandmother, his brother, and his sister, and pray our family receives some sort of justice."
Good night, RI, and good night, everyone. Mad love and strength to all good spirits. And fuck the diamonds of this realm. Fuck the abusive little diamonds.